Ladies and gents, welcome to the Western Regional Esports Invitational. Bomb's going down. If GA hits this, he might surely at least grab one. No, Cheeks manages to keep his teammate alive.
Tail puts them in the blender. That is not what you want to see.
So we're going big on the point. Arsenal gets 3. Prom goes huge. Prom goes huge. GA grabs a pick, so does Prom. This is massive here from Luke AFB. No blue arrows near that are able to get the picks. They can still touch. No, they can't somehow.
Welcome everybody to the inaugural CONUS Cup Championships. My name is Seymour and with me is Enigma. We got ourselves the culmination of both the Western and the Eastern Regional Esports Invitational coming together to battle for 3 days to be crowned the champions here at CONUS. I couldn't be more excited. Enigma, how you feeling?
I believe that with that dad buff should come the best cast that I've ever had. However, I do believe I just started off with my mic muted, so that is not the dad buff that I was hoping for. However, I'm sure that we'll be fine from there. However, very much so looking forward to doing this alongside you, buddy. Been looking forward to it ever since we were told about it. And yeah, just looking forward to the games ahead for today.
Yeah, I'm happy to have myself a good old Papa Enigma beside me. It's going to be a nice, comforting show with you at my side. But let's talk a little bit about the bracket that we have for today, because we're going to be kind of jumping away from CONUS at first and jumping into the Eastern Regional Esports Invitational to finish that off. But taking a look at our screen here, we can look at that esports, the Eastern Regional Esports Invitational, the Erie Mino Air Force Base versus Barksdale Air Force Base up top in our winners bracket. Down low on our winners bracket, it's going to be Seymour Johnson Air Force Base versus Joint Base Andrews Enigma. These are going to be two really exciting matches leading into our seeding for CONUS Cup.
It is indeed, and we got obviously a lookout over these teams last time, and we're talking about the kind of things that they were doing. There's these top two teams here, Mino against Barksdale. These two squads have so far not dropped a single map en route through this tournament, so it's a case of unstoppable force against a movable object. One of them's got a blink, Seymour, and we're going to find out who real soon.
Yeah, and like I kind of said before, that winner of this goes into the grand finals of our Erie Invitational to win the trophy for our Erie Invitational. So this is going to be an important one for both of these squads on both sides of the bracket. But let's talk about our teams here inside of this, inside of our first matchup versus Mino Air Force Base, and it's going to be Barksdale Air Force Base, their opponents. Crazy, Silent, Chewy, Rat. You mentioned it. These four, they had themselves a go back into the group stage. They didn't drop a single map to get here.
No, they beat Joint Base MDL as well as Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in order to get to this point through the bracket. Honestly, just looking at that lineup, if I was sitting across from these guys, I think Crazy has got it all locked down with that mustache. I think that'd have me tweaking for sure.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier or the other week on our Warzone cast that, you know, Strats may have had the best mustache in the Air Force. Well, it looks like he's going to have some competition there. But let's take a look at Barksdale's competition right now in this upper bracket matchup. It's going to be the opposite side, Minnow Air Force Base. We got Nick Starox, Bruce, Cryptic A's, and Che on the other side here. These four who also have gone undefeated. It's going to be fun to see them match up, especially with Nick Starox leading this squad as a longtime Air Force gaming member.
Yeah, so from what I understand of these four, they are the favorites. They're the team to beat, the team to stop here at this event. So again, today at this point, all four teams that are at this point of the tournament, they are qualified through to CONUS, and it is a case of finding out seeding, and no doubt at all that Mino are going to want to have that #1 seed to draw a real stance going into the CONUS Cup.
Of course, of course. And for these two teams, they need a battleground, Enigma. And for you and I, we got to talk about this battleground. What's the map's going to look like for our best of 5 in this matchup? I haven't even looked at it just yet, so it's going to be a surprise, but an exciting one. One of my favorite maps in the game, Vista Hardpoint for the map number 1, ready to go and locked in. It is a high-octane matchup right there to kick off this stream, but then a Rio Search, an Invasion Control, and then if we go the distance, a Rio Hardpoint and an Invasion Search and Destroy to close out this best of 5. How are you thinking about this match?
I love it. I actually think that I'm a big fan of the map sets that have been chosen here to go with the modes, but I also think, especially looking at those hard points in your Vista and your Rio, a high pace, high engagement kind of map. So I'm looking forward to watching these two teams absolutely like draw blood with each other all across. Of course, we then start to look towards the bans as well, and it's interesting to see that we're seeing a lot of Karachi just taken straight out of there, with teams not looking to play that map where it's a lot of straight long lanes, heavy lead in the boot kind of AR thing. It suits a player like me that's a bit older and a bit slower on the sticks. But if you're one of those guys that thinks that you can just slay out on the map, then I see why we're going for places like Vista and Rio.
You literally, like, not even 5 minutes ago, we're talking about the dad buff. Now you're talking about how you're slow on the map and you need those long lanes with an AR.
Might change. I don't know.
Well, I agree that it's kind of interesting to see the Karachi get taken out of this match. I think for Karachi Control, I'd understand it's more of an offensive side. It's harder to get your defense really going on that Karachi Control. But for other things, it's very controlled playstyle. It's very classic Call of Duty. You want that high ground. You want the positioning and the rotations to be in your favor. Whereas for DLC maps like Vista and Rio, you have to be on point when it comes to your sub pressure, trying to get on those routes as soon as possible, try to cut that distance away from those ARs, trying to set up, especially on this Vista map number 1. It can get out of hand, Enigma. There's a lot of money hills on this map that you can really take control of.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be, right? You got to lock down those money hills. I'm looking at Rio, especially places like 2, and then potentially into your 4. I think that you're then starting to see, you know, can squads start to lock down those lanes, push on out. And oh, I love this, Seymour. This is absolutely superb. Getting to look at the 2 sets of teams that are going to be lining up for us here. Minot, Barksdale, both again sat in winners finals. You are qualified through to CONUS, but again, the big pressure when it comes not just to whether or not you can get yourself a great seeding for CONUS, but also, of course, that trophy that we have for the players that come out on top in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be the trophy for the winners of our Erie Invitational, and it's going to be a belt for the champions of the CONUS Championship. So you're playing for a lot of prestige here, and as we take a look at the venue and the players getting ready for this map number 1, I want to give a big thank you to USO for allowing to use this space in the first place. It wouldn't be possible without them. So going to show some love from the broadcast to one of our sponsors for the CONUS Championships, USO Enigma, because it goes a long way when we get to see these players in person, battling against each other, sitting across from each other. You know that leads to one thing or the other, maybe a little bit of talk on either side.
Well, I'll come back to that very quickly in a minute, because one of the things as well is we've been looking through some of the photos that have been appearing throughout the event that's been going on here in Florida, and it looks absolutely phenomenal. A wonderful get-together of all sorts of different people. You and me have been into many lands over the time. It's not just about the competition. It's about that socializing as well. Get to spend time with people that sometimes we only get to see or hear over the other side of a computer, right? However, you get together and you mention it there. Not just about the socializing. It's about getting a little bit competitive in there. It's about feeling the room, the environment, the crowd cheers. You hear it. There's no escaping it. The lights are on you. Also, it's letting your opponent know. Did you just absolutely turn and burn them? Get them told. Get them absolutely shaking in their boots. Love every bit of that. And we very much so do thank the USO for letting us have the venue to put that on today.
Of course. And if there's one thing, I've been around, you know, the Air Force gaming for a couple of years now, and there's one thing I know, it is competitive. They love to beat each other. It's rivalries going through, I'm sure, a lot of these players, and they've been leading into this tournament. They've been especially waiting to finish off these Eastern Regional Esports Invitationals for a couple weeks, maybe in a couple months now. And for the CONUS to now bring these teams together from 2 different regions, it's going to be a competitive week, and it's going to be a competitive couple of days that we're going to be looking at. But for Erie in first, while we're getting this first game ready to go, I guess we could talk a little bit about, you know, what the importance is of Erie heading in towards the CONUS Championships, because Enigma, this format is going to be our first 3 matches of the day, all best of 5s. And when it comes to you're winning from this, not only are you going to get that trophy, but it leads into CONUS Championships and your seeding throughout that. So it's very important to show up in these 3 matches and hopefully try to maybe lead into an easier bracket for CONUS.
100%. I think there's multi-level points to this as well. You're 100% with everything that you just said. You're going to get yourself that easier bracket. I think you create a bit of a statement, right? You can say to everyone, you know, you pick up that first seed, let's say might not go on, you are favorites, they go on to take it. And it's a case of, okay, well, they are here to play and they will be a force to be reckoned with throughout this. Maybe someone upsets them here. Maybe we get Barksdale come out on top in this and they take that #1 seed. It's like, okay, maybe we need to pay attention to them. One of the things I think is really important here is that all 4 of these teams actually get a free shot, basically, at LAN. They get to get themselves warmed in. They get to get a feel of the room because although, yes, you can lose here and end up with 4th seed or 3rd seed or whatever, you get an opportunity to play basically for free. Every other team's waiting and watching on the sidelines. Yes, they have practice stations, but nothing like being up on that stage. So I think all 4 teams taking part here, a huge opportunity ahead of them to set their pace for the rest of the week.
I wasn't even thinking about that at first. It's the practice that you get leading into it. Of course, you know, maybe across the past couple days, there was a little bit of practice when it comes to scrimming other teams and getting prepared for this one, or, you know, maybe vibing outside of the venue and playing against them, talking to your opponents outside of the battlefield. But when you get in there, when you get that feeling of playing on land, it's second to none. You know, you want to be in that environment. You want to have that attitude heading into the CONUS Championships. And for these teams coming out of the Eastern Regional Esports Invitational, I think, you know, the Western teams are going to be maybe hoping that they can stay warm when the time comes later on for today in Namibia, because that is going to be very, very important. But for everybody tuning into the stream, I just want to give a brief little thank you for being patient for this one. We're getting ready for this match #1 between Barksdale and Mino. It's going to be a Vista hardpoint to start off this series, and I'm really excited to get this one going, but we are just kind of rolling with it at this point, Enigma, and waiting until these players get locked in for the games. But they're locking it up as quick as we can. We promise that. And Enigma, for this matchup between these two, you kind of set it up yourself very well. It's going to be an immovable object against an unstoppable force, with neither team losing matches just yet. That's going to give them a little bit of an edge here when it comes to the bracket, and I think a really importance here on who's going to make it into the grand finals first.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, again, I go back to the bans. I go back to the picks, back to the bans. I'm still looking at those complete Karachi wipeouts from Barksdale, which says to me that maybe they're a little bit scared of, as you said, the offensive utility that Minot might possess here. So they don't want to be playing that control where it's difficult to get your defense in place sometimes. And we get a little flash up here from our wonderful production team. Honestly, I love the graphics that we get to work with here. Such beautiful stuff. But also the fact that you take out Karachi as well when it comes to hardpoint, when it comes to S&D. It might be just a map that Barksdale don't feel comfortable on, but the fact that we've gone with it in every mode says that they recognize that Minot are strong there, and they recognize that they have some serious AR power, some serious AR presence. So for me, that's kind of what I'm looking at here that sets this up. Do we then see those ARs of Minot weakened and the subs have to step it up, or is it just going to be a case of, all right, well, these guys are favorites for a reason?
Yeah, I kind of want to jump into, maybe throw a little bit of a counter in that point, because I like to look at Vista in a different kind of setting. That there's a couple of points there that the AR presence is very valuable, and it's important to make sure that you can lock down those lanes, especially over towards burger control and the middle of the map, Enigma. So when you're looking at map #1 as Vista, it's going to kind of be on either one of these teams to make sure that they can have their ARs really firing off at the start of this. Also considering that map #3, you're heading to an invasion control, so you want to kind of see it reflect from map 1 into that third map as well. Those ARs having a big impact on how the game is going to flow, where those subs are going to do, how much those subs need to do when it comes to running down those lanes. And I think it's important for Vista on both sides. I think this is one of the most balanced maps when it comes down to the presence that the assault rifles have and the possibilities that the subs have to get in and around and punish those ARs. So it's going to be fun to see that little tug of war through this first little map on Vista. But looks like we're getting the players back into the lobby. We had a little bit of a game crash, and as soon as they get ready to go, we're going to be getting into this Vista as quick as possible. You don't know my favorite thing? One of my favorite things is, Enigma, that we can talk about here.
Hit me.
It's that we're getting 3 DLC maps in the game right now for this first match of the day. I love that. I love when teams are like, hey, you know what? It's August. It's the end of the cycle of MW3. We got BO6 right around the corner. We've been playing these maps for a long time, and it can be a part of our arsenal. We get it right away.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like I was trying not to put like personal bias into things because I'm never too sure about how people stand on that. God damn, I've seen enough Karachi throughout this year and Invasion. So the fact that we have a lack of Karachi in this series makes me very excited indeed. Vista Rio, I think they're brilliant maps. definitely ones that us as neutrals, if you're watching, or those of you in chat, or us here on the desk production in the back, we're going to get to watch a bloodbath. It's wonderful. Don't get me wrong. Plenty of selling points to Karachi, sure, but the one thing for sure is I've seen plenty of that through Modern Warfare 3. I'm very much so excited for the map that we've got coming up. And you mentioned about how they are DLC maps. That is something that traditionally we don't see a lot of, right? We see them come in, perhaps they aren't suited to competitive, perhaps they just don't end up working very much. But these two definitely do. And I think as well with that Rio coming in the S&D, I actually think it's a brilliant search and destroy map. It offers a wide range of tactical choices, not just offensively, but defensively as well, in terms of how you want to set yourself up around those sites and counter your opponent's play. So yeah, a lot of different things are going to unfold in front of us. But yeah, getting to watch the beauty bright lights on Rio, I'm looking forward to that when we get.
All my homies love Vista and Rio. That's what we're trying to say here. It's the great maps that we're going to be seeing in our first matchup, but it looks like we're still trying to get these teams ready to go. So us on the desk, we're going to take a step away, rest our voices while we get ready for this bloodbath. And we'll see you on the other side of this break with some more CONUS Championships. Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS more as well as to go with our first match. It seems like these teams have been waiting for a while to get this Vista Hardpoint underway, but I am very, very excited, Enigma.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, first game of the day as well, up on main stage. I talked about how it was a free shot, basically, to find out how you're feeling on LAN. One of the things is for sure that it doesn't matter whether you're the favorite, whether you're the underdog, you're going to be nervous. You're stepping up there, you're going to be in front of the crowd. You just never really know how you're going to play. I mean, when you and me go to events, right, and we cast in front of crowds, we cast on big stages and whatnot, you know, you're suddenly just not in your comfort zone, right? The temperature might be a little different. It's a bit noisy. These players are going to have to be dealing with that. And while we wait for this lobby to get together, they've had extra time to sit and maybe go through a couple of things in their brain of like, okay, I have to perform under the lights here because otherwise there's no hiding.
No, you don't want to be that team that falls behind here in this matchup as well. With these two teams going head to head, Enigma, you win here, you go into the grand finals, you lose into the lower finals. You're gonna have to battle your way back up. So it's kind of some extra long matches that you don't want to maybe deal with at the start to prolong your day even longer, because we got a long day ahead of us of some Call of Duty. I love that. We got, I think, 6 matches to cast over today, Andy, and I think that it's going to be really, really cool to see who tops off for a lot of these matches, because when you bring together 2 regions, Western and Eastern, it kind of throws together a little bit of mix of different strategies as well.
Yeah, well, one of the things as well you said about it, bragging rights, getting to turn around and so say, you know, okay, you know, I'm do a lot of Warzone work myself, for example. There's a huge thing about regions and our region coming out on top. It'll be interesting to see then if you end up with a spot where, you know, these teams, you're like, okay, well, you know, East over West. Before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we finally have map 1 ready to go between Minot and Barksdale, and we will have ourselves the hard point that you've all been waiting for.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to get this one going. We got Vista Hardpoint between both of these teams loading in, it seems. And for this one, we were kind of breaking it down before we went to the break on the differences of Vista. You know, there are those money hills when you're looking towards, you know, maybe a good burger setup over towards P2, or maybe a strong back spawn setup over towards P3. Even if you get that early rotation over towards P4 and P5, you need a load of time on a lot of the hills on this map. And it all comes down to your AR pressure. That's going to be locking down those long ranges of sight. When you're looking at it, you got Barksdale in the red starting off with the hardpoint time. Minot over on the blue side.
Well, I tell you what, I said that Crazy would be the guy that I'd be looking over at, not just with mustache, but the cold look in his eyes as far as the Cryptic were coming on in. And he picks up 2 to open up things initially. Cryptic tries to answer back. And actually, the numbers go out in favor of Minot, but it's just that swarm approach. Minot do a great job there, just hitting from multiple angles, not all through the front door. They will bully back for Hill 1.
Yeah, so Chewy leading back to try to break this one. Minot half found their way in, and they're going to solidify their stay. It's going to be a quick 4 down, and you can already see player number 5, Andy. He's setting up for new. Zig cutting off the players to the middle of their map.
Yeah, it's a great hold, and it's going to leave Barksdale in a spot here, and another win for Nixterox, and I see why you spoke this guy up, and he hits another. It started off slowly, but that's a beautiful way to just continue to bully Barksdale back. This big pickup from Chewy through the middle will now suddenly give his team a route in. However, while he's applying pressure here, he needs his teammates to activate elsewhere.
He does. Nixterox through mid finds 2, looking to help out the point as well. Nixterox with a quick 3 in a row. Now on his way to potential streaks, battling back to see if he can catch a players off spawn, but Chewy puts him to rest before it can be extended, and this is a fantastic lead for Minot. And for Barksdale, they really need to put some priority onto the rotations, and you can already see player number 3 trying to work his way in behind.
Yeah, you can. That's going to be a huge fight back there. On duty falls at the front. But again, keeping our eye on that fight in the back. Nixterox has got the work to do here. They will actually pick up the first onto Chewy, and that's going to be enough. However, have they read that Crazy's actually potentially slipped the net? He finds the first, he finds the second, and that's a huge fight right there, because that will open up the next hill, and his teammates are able to arrive in. There's no full control of that backside of the map yet. You're still getting spawns in for Cryptic as well as Zig, and you end up in a situation where all that hard work undone. And, well, never mind, Chewy with the big 2-piece, continuing to try and fight, but it's not actually turning into points on the board because Cryptic's holding it down.
Yeah, Cryptic in the feed there. Nixterox now trying to lead the side of Minot to see if you can work your way back into this one. You have a player underground. That's going to be Zig trying to work this flank, and it looks like it's going to pay off. Zig undetected, breaks on in with the side of Cryptic. Chewy trying to last here for Barksdale, and this Barksdale team, they just got some grit in them, Andy. They do not want to give it up.
Yeah, I gotta respect the tenacity, but they gotta start to turn that into a couple of more points, because currently just playing for scraps yet again. We start to look towards our next rotation. Crazy trying to hold down mid, does a great job of picking up Nick's the rocks. Will Spear actually find himself in through the back here? Obviously, I mean, he manages to slip the net, but the bullets aren't few out cleaning up, and Zig will actually be there for the finish. So a huge fight going on elsewhere. Crazy will come out on top, but he needs support. He has got opponents raining in on him.
Yeah. Now we see a player from Minot trying to get in behind. The setup is good for this Minot team. Only player really to break through this one is going to be on duty, but looks like Minot are able to hold strong. And the Barksdale now back off the respawn. Everybody grouped up. All 4 members looking to pierce through this setup together. Cryptic and the ARs are going to be watching this one from afar. And it looks like that's going to be so far so good for Minot. A couple of kills, even a team kill coming out from Nick Strong, but it doesn't look like that's going to matter just yet. They've amassed the 100-point marker, and now they're looking to take their lead up to further than 50 points, which is what we're about to see.
Yeah, we are indeed. And at this point, Barksdale have got to stop the bleeding. They got to get themselves one big hill. So I'm looking for that early rotation on over towards last. And that's a huge fight again from Chewy. It feels like he's doing his work. Early rotations, finding the kills. He's 14 and 10. I think he's doing a great job thus far. However, he needs some support from the rest of his team. And they just need a big hold here to bring them back into this to look towards those second sets of rotations.
So this is what I was kind of saying. If you can get a good setup over towards P5, you get those ARs locked in. It's not an easy hill to break. Rat watching over towards P3, and he's watching over the rest of the players. And you can see that the spawns for Minot not all quite there. Very scattered around, very individual at this moment. So will you get the raids for Barksdale? It looks like they will at the moment. Chewy with some Overwatch, taking down one of the members of Minot. It's a double kill from Chewy. Zig gonna make some noise, and it's gonna be the hunt now back on, but it's Nick Strox looking to back up Zig. Flying on through. Nick Strox fighting 3. It's a 4 down for a break for the last 20 seconds.
And the terrifying thing is there as well, if you're Barksdales, that might not only win scrap, but they also get themselves into a spot to just rotate neatly into one. I actually love this play. This call, whoever the IGL is, has made the right move here to just focus on the next rotation. Chewy gets 1, Chewy gets 2. Absolutely explodes. Might look for the 3rd as well. He will indeed push onto it. Gets a couple of hits, but actually he's got to consider that he's got more pressure coming in through the front of 1. Spare's still going to be here. Chewy doing the Lord's work, 20 and 12. His team might well and truly be out of it. That guy's putting on heroic displays right now.
146 to 77 heading into the second set of rotations. It's going to be Barksdale who had the more time on P1 last time we saw them at this one on duty, watching over the rest of them. Crazy beautiful shots there on to Zig. He's going to pop up, but it's going to be Chewy on the backup. 7 in a row from Chewy. He's got the cruise missile now to work with, and Barksdale slowly closing this lead behind some heroics from this member on screen, Chewy.
Oh, he's finally shut down, and it's with Cryptic finally picking up a massive 3-piece. It won't be enough to get the hill control back, but I tell you what, that pop-off from Chewy has suddenly made things a lot more interesting. Minot will hold themselves a 50-ish point lead. We'll start to consider that rotation over towards Burger, but Crazy's already here trying to lock things down, and if he pushes on forward here, no, he's caught by Zig, who was just tucked in underneath, and that will reset the board. Both teams holding one side each.
Crazy's going to be caught, and now Zig up top. Nice drop down. Rat was not ready, and a little bit extra from Zig. That's 3 in a row for himself. So Minot looking to work themselves into a secure hold onto this P2 rotation. Almost identical. A little bit of deja vu from what we saw into the first set of rotations on this exact hill. Chewy through the middle of the map. Can he find his way back in? A couple shots from both sides. Now looking to work into the contest, and they do. So Crazy on the back of some huge plays once again from Chewy, working his way into the hard point, working his way into this tie. But this Barksdale team, they can never hold these hills.
No, that's the problem, right? They're getting in, they're just not holding them at all. They've always got a Minot player just opening them up. There is Zig exploding through the middle, setting up a pinch play so that as the Barksdale players are getting shot in the one side from the front of the hill, they then got to worry about their back as well, and obviously that's just too much to do at the minute. However, superstar on your screen right now, he's been putting in the plays as Chewy. He is 31 and 16. We've spoken about it multiple times. Needs a little bit more from his teammates, and what they need to do is just hold something.
So far, that's exactly what they have. Nick Strox now looking to call in the streak. See if you find the opening. Nick Strox drops the hammer. It's going to find one. And the full force of Minot now looking to flood on through. 3 go down for Barksdale. Chewy, the last one standing. Will it be enough? Chewy, so far, so good. Can't find the last. And here comes Minot into the break. One more member to deal with. And Zig's going to find it easy peasy.
Yeah, he will indeed. And at this point, you got to consider, all right, do we just give it up? Do we just instead start to look towards the next kill? Because right now, what you're doing is running into Zig, who wants to let you know that he's putting up 5 back-to-back. Make that 6. Absolutely explodes himself. He's on 27 and 18. Chewy, if you can do it, I can do it damn well better, because he's also got 3 minutes in the hill with one of his teammates popping off over there. And this is an absolute wonderful start to our afternoon, Seymour. But Minot are within touching distance of finishing this.
Yeah, Minot so close to the finish line, but Barksdale in control of the hill for now. A couple members looking to punish and put some pressure onto the back of this setup, but it's not going to pay off. So far, Minot thwarted. Sent back to the respawn. Gonna have to group up and try this once more. Working through Burger. It's gonna be Zig leading the charge here. Nice shots onto Rat. Cryptic to follow up. It's 2 down for Barksdale. Can they get through this one? Crazy with some nice shots. He holds on. And Barksdale, they're not done yet.
No, they're not. It's a lot of bark, but do they have any bite about them? Because to make this comeback happen, they have to be all but perfect. And it will actually be Spare trying to push in through the front. The setup there is pretty good for Barksdale, but that's the problem. You lose the opening pick, you're instantly outnumbered, and then you can just play the trade game if you're Minot, and they are well aware of it. However, it will actually be a hold just for now, and I think that honestly is purely because Minot have already begun to rotate on over to 5.
Yeah, Minot only a couple seconds away from putting this one away. Chewy's going to call on that streak. See if he can take a couple of those members, make it easier on the rotation. And Crazy's going to take hold of this. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Minot still in control. Only 20 seconds left to put this one away. And it seems like it's all going to be on the back of this flank from Rat. He gets in behind. Only good for the one. Zig watching over the rest of the team. He can put this all to rest right now. Zig with Chewy on the other side, not hitting the shots. Only 7 seconds left. And you see these members of Minot holding this one strong, holding the lines and holding on to Vista.
Oh my God, what a way to get us started. We said we got a long afternoon of Call of Duty ahead of us, a whole damn day. Well, I tell you what, Seymour, if that's anything to go by, we are in for a treat. This is supposed to be a game that matters very little. This is all about who can then get themselves some seeding. We're not even talking about titles. We're not talking about belts. And they absolutely give us a treat. Chewy goes 42 and 21 for the loss. A lot to break down, but I gotta give that man his flowers for just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, you have to feel for Chewy a little bit to drop numbers like that for a loss that heavily. It was looking good for a moment for the Barksdale team, especially out the gates, but something about this Minot team and the way they're able to rotate and hold on to these hills, and even when they do get broken, they're able to break back within seconds. We saw countless of holds, Enigma, over towards P2 and over towards P4 as well for Minot, and not to mention even towards the last couple of minutes here, you look at the setup over towards P5 with Zig watching from the railings of P1 is just cutting off those members from Barksdale time and time again, not allowing them to even have a shot at some of those hard points.
Yeah, I think that the two teams had very differing approaches to the defensive holds, and I think that that's going to be the difference overall. Don't get me wrong, I don't think Barksdale were actually bad at breaking hills, but I think that they just didn't have any hold of their own. The thing is, Minot, their defensive setups were more unpredictable. You had someone kind of tucked away in a cubby, you're holding a rare off angle kind of situation, which then made him difficult to find. Sometimes they weren't found at all and were able to pick up 3 kills. Whereas with Barksdale, it was kind of predictable. I'd look on the minimap and I'm kind of like, okay, well, these are the same setups that we were running months ago when this map came out. So you end up in this situation where if you're Minot, you know where you're looking. And then they're getting that opening pick. They're able to use that numbers advantage to trade on out and bully themselves into the hill. It's a great game to get us started, but two very conflicting styles there, with one clearly paying off more than the other.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see if we get a Rio as well, that Rio hardpoint, you know, map number 4. I'd love to see us go to another hardpoint after what we just saw, but heading into the series, it was undefeated map counts for both of these teams. Now it's just Minot who has that undefeated map count here in the Esports Regional Esports Invitational after taking that Vista hardpoint 250 to 171 in map 1. That is going to bring us into the search and destroy. And, you know, Andy, this is kind of one thing where we can shift the focus from that team coordination that we just saw in Vista and really put some highlight on some individuals like Chewy. 42 kills is unreal on a Vista hardpoint, and he can have some serious impact here on a Rio search.
Well and truly could. He's definitely the kind of, seems to be the kind of player who could explode into life. The one thing I will say is, again, we looked at the kind of setups that those teams had in map 1 there. I wonder if Minot maybe have a couple of tricks up the sleeve, a couple of aces in the hole that they could pull out, execute some set plays. Whereas I wonder if Barksdale are going to answer back with, again, plays that we've seen kind of repeated over the past couple of months here. I'm just looking for a couple of surprise Spanish to maybe be thrown in, kind of throw Minot off balance a little bit. But when we look at superstar players, yes, there's a lot to talk about on Minot, but again, to give Chewy his flowers, if you are Barksdale and you're hoping for someone to pop off, give you a round, maybe even put into those opening picks, that's the guy you're looking toward.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, map like Rio is just one of those situations where you're kind of playing off those strats on who's going to be making those first initial plays, really banking off of those first engagements. If you find that first blood, you're sticking to the script. But if not, you have to have those mid-round adaptations. Rio is not a very big map. It's not easy to take that map control. You have to force yourself into some situations and really look at those playmakers to open up those lanes to the bombs, especially for the attacking side. You're going to be looking on Barksdale at a player like Chewy to really pierce through those setups and try to see if you can, you know, lay a red carpet out to that bomb to get it planted and start that post-plant setup. But the other side, when you're looking at this Minot team Enigma, you have players like Zig who can almost do the exact same thing, but in a more supportive role, where Zig is one of those players who I imagine is going to be watching the flank, making sure that you're not allowing anybody to get through those lines and try to punish you from behind. So it's really going to be a stylistic battle here in the Search and Destroy, where I'm sure Barksdale, they got a little bit of bite to them and they want to fight back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is it, right? You know, okay, you come out map 1, you lose. It's your first map up on the big stage. You know, Minot are the expected favorites here to come on and take all of the Eastern Regional Esports Invitational here. So, I don't know. I think that you put up quite a bit of a fight there. I think there's still plenty of positives to talk about. You have Chewy doing his thing. You just need a couple more solid defensive holds there, and that becomes a very interesting map. By the way, very quickly on the players front, I just want to clarify a couple of things. So Zig is actually Bruce over there on Minot. On duty, Drunks is actually Silent on Barksdale. And then AFG Spare is going to be Shay. So we will try and keep that up as we go on through this. Obviously, when things go wild, we are trying to read off the screen. But just to give you guys a clue as to who is to who, because obviously all of the players up here right now have earned their spot. Yeah. All 8 players extremely talented, and we just want to tell their stories. And the story, again, continues to be whether or not Chewy can put up those kind of numbers, but this time turn it into a map win for his team, because good lord, he deserved one in map 1
for sure. And you know, I was talking about Zig there. It is Bruce on the side of Minot who I have my eyes on to kind of be that similar playmaker alongside Nick Strox on this Minot team, especially for Search and Destroy. The individual impacts can be very, very big on this map, and you're kind of talking about those impacts and, you know, in those strategies, what are we going to see from these two teams? Well, with Barksdale starting on the attacking side, I would like to see them take a more defensive hold. You don't have those trophies, so you do not want to get caught by those nades like you just saw the side of Shay get caught right there by the Semtex of Chewy. That's going to open up this B site.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm looking for out of Chewy here. If he's going to be the impact player, it's one thing to put up a big kill figure. It's one thing to have a great looking scoreboard, but those first picks can be invaluable. And Chewy getting that first will just mean that his team are able to rotate into the center of the map comfortably. Right now, it's about how you answer back, and Zig finds one, but it's immediately traded again by Chewy.
Chewy, so far, working towards that ace. Cryptic's going to shut him down. 1v2 for Barksdale, and the bomb and not planted, so a lot of work to be done here by On Duty. And Nick Strox is going to spot him out and put that to rest. Minot open up with the first round on the board.
And that's tough, because you get that first blood. Yes, you have bomb in hand, but you are still expected to come out on top in any search round where you pick up the first blood. So it's tough right now looking at that and thinking exactly how it is you go about fixing things up when you go back into a new round where the board is essentially level. The one thing I will say, it is your turn to answer defensively. Can you put yourself in a spot with a hold that means that your opponents have to run to the end of your rifles?
So now flip sides. Let's get a look at this attack from Minot. Looks looks like Nick's just going to be leading the charge in towards B. MCW in hand, already a player over towards you, but players of Barksdale watching this one. Still, Bruce finds the kill. It's first blood, this time onto Chewy. Nick's looking to back him up, some covering fire to start to take some pressure onto the site. See if you can work your way to B, and it looks like that's exactly what they get. 3 down. Crazy running for his life, but he's only able to stay alive with that 1 kill before getting traded out.
Yeah, and that is how you work on a first blood. You just squeeze up, apply all the pressure, make sure that there's no escape routes, and take advantage of your numerical advantage. And Zig, by the way, which will be Bruce, is currently sat 4-1 after just 2 rounds. A hell of a start from them, and we spoke about the kind of impact he was having in particular on the hard point, right? Playing off those off angles, making it so that people couldn't really find him, and just tearing setups apart. Looks like he has no intention of stopping that here in map 2.
Yes, that's first blood for Barksdale and a first blood for Minot, but Minot able to convert that loss in the first round into a round win still. It was Chewy to deliver, so let's see if he can do this one again. Already up and towards the bridge, slides out. Nick, it's like clockwork for this guy, Enigma. Chewy is just all over them at times, but for Barksdale, they now need to convert this into a round win, and Chewy looks like he's delivering. It's Chewy for 2, 3 down on Minot's side, and all down to Shay to see if he can clutch up in a 1v4, and that is a tough thing to ask.
There's a couple of body shots, coming in there as well. So, I mean, it's going to get tasty, but Chewy, the man on your screen, talked about it. Had a hell of a map 1. Could he deliver in map 2? Well, so far, his team have 2 first bloods, and he's activated on both of them. Plus, a little tidy up there at the end, and yes, the extra artillery into a body. What I will say is this time it was much better in the sense of like they got that first blood, and then you could see that the players had each other's crosses. They were playing up on the top of each other. Felt like that was lacking a little bit round 1. So it's improvements, and that's all you can ask for, especially in Search. You've got those moments to adapt, those moments to talk, discuss, execute the next play. Looks like we've got a different play this time coming out of Minot's offense.
Our first look at an A offensive hit, and nobody on defense is here to stop this. So Minot for free will be able to set up in a post plant and play for this 4-on-4 for the retake.
I like the way that Minot have gone about this. The one thing for Barksdale, yes, get on your bike, start to set up a pinch play. However, you've got to time it correctly. You can't afford to step on out. That nade may not have tagged, so the information may not have been gained. The first one comes on through, almost snaps for the second, and Nix the Rocks goes big for 2. And that should tell Minot that the rest of the Barksdale players are on the opposite side.
Yeah, Rat evens us up 2-on-2, but he's going to peek up, and Nick's now looking for the ace. Crazy into a 1 versus 1. 18 seconds left. Not a lot of time here for Crazy to waste. He's kind of put on the pressure, but Nix is watching, and he's going to take it. An ace in round 4.
You highlighted him at the top of the show. You spoke about him being the playmaker. Nix the Rocks, what would he bring to the table? Well, it's an ace in round 2, clutching up in the 1v1 as well. Yes, you have bomb down. Yes, you have all the time, but there was a moment there where he considered, you know, he's in that flow state as you sometimes get in Call of Duty. You got a couple of kills, I want to challenge the next one. And I think he has a moment where he goes to himself, hang on a second, I've got bomb down, I can play time, I can make Crazy come to me and still see out that ace. Great decision making and a wonderful job from him to go 3-1 up in this map. We'll come back to that play though, because honestly, twos and fro's, pros and cons, all about it. And this time it is going to be Barksdale looking to make a different offensive move. Yeah,
Barksdale a lot slower this time, over towards that bridge half of the map, and hoping that somebody from Minot maybe bites off a little bit more than they can chew, makes a mistake. But on both sides, very passive. It's out the gates. It's Crazy at distance to open up with the first blood. Rat's going to get spotted, and an early trade from Shay.
Shay, I'm trying to peek up here. I was a little bit worried that I was actually overextensive. Stick your head too high and you will lose it from fridges. Now we've got on duty drunks who's silent, just trying to push on forward. They're still playing for this B plant. Zig, and I was about to say, Zig is tucked off into a corner, and he's so good at that and actually finds Crazy. And then Shay's gonna pop up and find another, and it's a 1v3 for Chewy.
Yeah, Chewy drops on down. That's going to bring us into a 1v2, but look at that from Bruce. Like an eagle, he spreads his wings, he flies. At Chewy does not let him get away. And Minot, they are running all over Barksdale in the search and destroy, leaving no stone unchecked. That's going to be an easy defuse, and that's going to bring things to a 3-round gap.
Yeah, it will. That's tough to see if you are Barksdale, because you get bombed down there, and what you're hoping for is to get yourself some sort of setup. But before that can happen at all, Bruce is tucked away in a corner, running on a count zig. And we spoke about how he did this in the hard point, just making himself a difficult person to find, breaking setups entirely, and just activates there to pick up that first kill, which then just puts Barksdale completely on the back foot, catches them by surprise. Minot then explode into life and clean up the remainder.
Looks like Minot again going to be toying with the idea of A, but on a second thought, A is a little too occupied for their liking. So a little reroute and a wrap back over towards bridge. Chewy throwing shoulders. He's going to spot that information and now look to see if some teammates can connect with him here, as Minot still undecided on what needs to be done, but they're quickly going to take control through mid, and it looks like all four want to set up here knowing that Chewy's outside. That first blood's going to be huge for Bruce now to look to lay the rock down. Ooh. Lovely team shots onto the second.
If you're Barksdale as well, you've lost your superstar in Chewy, so it's Rat with a 1v4, and it was just not going to happen, right? And I just love that there's a little bit of extra to every single round. However, Barksdale will simply be thinking about the fact that they've now got a mountain to climb before being forced into a reverse sweep situation. Bruce, looking phenomenal, I must say, on the map. We've spoken about several of the players here so far. Nixterox, Chewy. Maybe it's about time we saw a little bit more of Bruce, because that guy is frying, and not just picking up the kills, but important ones.
Yeah.
Activating in first, activating to break defensive holds, and he's currently on a 5 streak. What a performance so far in map 2.
I even think back to that 4th round that they won, and Bruce was hot on the trail of Chewy, not letting him get away. He is just truly impeccable for this team. And now look at this play. He's going to slot himself into the corner. Do they check this? They just overlook it. No. Everybody's looking away, and Bruce hopefully gets away with the one. So thankfully for the side of Barksdale, they're still not done with this round. Crazy going to bring it into a 2 versus 2.
I mean, you can't teach that, basically. 3 of you go around the same corner. 1 of you has to check left. All 3 players go right. That just means that Bruce is going to do his thing from the corner, and that breaks your entire setup. If they check that corner correctly, you get a kill as Barksdale, you go up numerically, you also have an opportunity to then plant the bomb, and it's just disastrous for Barksdale. Another example of where a little bit of communication, a little bit of team chemistry would have done work for you, but Crazy's going to make it a 1v1 and has the bomb.
But look at this, wrapping around. Nicky's reading this like a book, and Nick ice cold in the 1v1s. We saw the ace earlier, and we're going to see him put the game to rest. 6-1 in the search and destroy from Minot. That is going to take them on to match point for the series.
I think I got to start to talk about 2 different rounds that happen here that kind of sum up the differences between the 2 teams. I'm not really going to focus too much on the first blood situation, because we've seen that these players can easily run over each other in numerical disadvantages. What I will say is, for example, round 2 with the pinch, I think it was round 2, pinch play setup that came in from Barksdale, an attempt to take Minot off of A. And Minot set themselves up in a way where they get the bomb down on A, try and push out in various angles, and then give themselves, you know, a lookout over various points. Barksdale don't time it correctly at all. You have 2 coming from one side, 2 coming from the other. That's the correct play to make, but they're hitting at different times. It just makes it so easy for Minot. And again, there in the final round, Minot have a player tucked away in the corner in Bruce, just one guy, and he ends up being the difference maker because all 3 Barksdale players check the wrong way. Like, at some point, you've got to just communicate a little better, decide your game plan a little better. Execution comes out slightly differently in both of those rounds. We could be talking like a late stage S&D game here. Instead, we're talking a very clean one for Minot.
Very clean. 6-1. I mean, it rarely gets cleaner than that unless you see yourself in a 6-0 situation. And that's a lovely breakdown there, Enigma, on some of those rounds. You're right to say that the pressure from this Minot team is something that not a lot of players on the side of Barksdale seem to have a grasp on just yet. So it's going to be a big turnaround heading into the back half of the series. Now, if you're Barksdale, you're going to need a reverse sweep in this best of 5 heading into the invasion control up next, Enigma. And it's going to be a scary one for this Barksdale team. But as we get it set up for this game number 3, we're going to throw things to a break, let these players breathe, talk amongst each other, and get set up for the control. We'll see you soon with some more Eerie.
We're going to the Super Bowl!
The Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USO and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility. Just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization, it's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where like we all got to the airport, we all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, you meet new people all the time, so meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. It's been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden. Some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
Regional Esports Invitational. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma. And before we head into the CONUS Cup Championships, Enigma, we're finishing off on some of these eerie matches. And so far, they've been an absolute treat to watch. On screen, you can see it below me. We've been watching Minot Air Force Base versus Barksdale Air Force Base. And so far, it's been a little bit of a one-sided affair. And let's take a look over towards the maps and see exactly how this one-sided affair has looked scoreline-wise, Enigma, because Minot have been all over the case today.
Yeah, 250 to 171 in the Vista hard point. And honestly, I think it was just a case of a couple of poor defensive holds out of Barksdale. I think if they do a slightly better job there, we definitely end up with a little bit of a sudden death approach towards a final hill for that one. But as it is, Chewy's 42 kills on the board will only go down for a loss. It's unfortunate, really. We then move into the Rio search, and it's a 6-1 victory in favor of Minot. And again, when we broke it down a little bit in that last end segment there, we were talking about two specific rounds where we could see huge differences in the chemistry that just mean that it's easy for Minot to rack up a couple of rounds. And I think another point that's kind of terrifying, if you are Barksdale, when it comes to those fundamentals of Call of Duty, you picked up 2 first bloods and arguably traded out a couple, so it should have been much tighter, especially when you consider that a first blood in Rio is worth like 75% of rounds in most cases. So you got to think of the fact that you got to do slightly better on those. At least pick up the 2 rounds where you get the clean first bloods and do better when it comes to those that are traded.
I mean, 75% of the rounds, I'd say 75% of the map control itself when you do get that opening pick on a map like Rio. But that's old news. Now we're heading into what's next for the Barksdale team, and it has to be a reverse sweep starting on the invasion control. And, you know, since the start of MW3, we're all the way in August. Black Ops 6, literally the beta is next week. And we're here talking about invasion control, which has been all year long. Defensive sided galore. You're looking at one of these teams to really step up when it comes down to the AR presence, and so far what we've seen on the side of Minot is fantastic AR presence. You think back to Nick Starks finding that ace back in the search and destroy, and you think about back on towards that Vista as well, all the breaks and the setups that Minot were able to find behind their AR lineup. So Barksdale again starting on the offensive side, gonna have to really turn up here, and Silent looking to get that first blood. He's gonna be shut down. Chewy alone trying to hold on to this A zone. It's just not gonna happen with the amount of players surrounding them.
No, and it won't. I like the idea. You go off and hit A early. You and me have done it 1,000 times in ranked, right? It's a nice little play to throw into the books. However, might not read it, shut it down immediately, begin to push on out, and already have courtyard control as well. So if you are Rat, I mean, look how far advanced Nixdrox is right now. Crazy does a great job of reading it, actually, because Nixdrox posted up there could have been a nightmare for trying to escape. Could have bought up a lot of time, a lot of lives. So you get on out. You do have Rat, who might be through the back of 2.
Rat in a great place to punish the shot. He doesn't get the second one. Did he not see him? Well, now he will. Rat gonna clean up over towards that B zone. Everybody jumping back on this, and you can see that Nixrox taking his time to maybe put some damage down here. The shot's just not connecting. Will turn up with a kill into Rat, and Cryptic doubles down. So that B zone slowly progressing forward, and Minot able to break it.
Yeah, Silent, by the way, sorry, Bruce is going to let Chewie know that he's got his number right now. Cryptic picks up a big 3, and that will push the line all the way back to Palace. It'll be an opening blood for Crazy in this engagement, so it will give them an opportunity to get some numbers advantage. Crazy then finds yet another, so Nixrock's got a lot of work to do. Finds himself first, actually pushes on out. Rat's just, okay, that got terrifying for just a moment, but he will do enough there to bring Nixrock down. It's going to be Che trying to hold on to B as this last segment still not caught.
32 seconds. 5 life lead. They're still throwing lives over towards this A zone. Crazy. Can he cross in time? He will. Time stopped at 24. And this is red alert right now for the side of Barksdale because they don't have a proper setup, and Minot off the respawn is just able to formulate themselves a break. Onto this A zone, 17 seconds, still struggling to hold this line as Barksdale. No lives, no presence on the map. Rat's gonna be cut off before you can reach A yet again. And Bruce, or Shay, he's been holding strong onto this B zone for a couple minutes now, and that is only 2 segments to the side of Barksdale for their opening offense.
I absolutely got to tip Shay. Everything that happens over by A, sure, but it is the fact that he continues to hold down B that means that Barksdale can't full send over towards A. It's kills like this, holding that little Godheady on top of this rubble here. It just means that Barksdale never catch this. They just can't get that scene off, add on the extra time, move on over because Shay continues to lock things down. That is the whole difference maker there coming into round 2. And the terrifying thing for Barksdale, although this is a very defensive-sided map in terms of overall victory, sure, you're expected to get more than 2 ticks.
So now we flip-flop the offensive side for Minot, and they want to take their hand at A as well. Fortunately, they're going to meet the same demise that Barksdale did for their efforts, and you can see that our close spawns over towards B, already thinking of a second route over towards this B zone, see if they can just chalk up A and work their way into maybe capturing this side of the map.
Great way to clear out DVDs, by the way. It can be an entry point onto B quite easily for the defensive team, so I'm a fan of the fact that Nixrox pushes that out. It's too itchy on the trigger finger from Silent. Will give up his position. Wasn't checked. We could have just slipped on through there. Oh, okay. I thought for a second there Nixrox absolutely snaps. He does get a couple of bullets in, but it's actually going to be Cryptic with another couple of kills. Moves himself to 7 and 4, and that's not what you want to see in the kill feed. Crazy gets 1, and gets his teammate, then dies, and that will be B secured, and the tick advantage for Minot.
And this is where you have to be careful if you're Minot, or sorry, if you're Barksdale, and not to get over aggressive in certain situations. Chewie's trying to work some map control through the water side of the map, but you can see that there's a player working a flank. It's Cryptic in behind. Cryptic can blow this whole lineup up, and nobody's going to be ready for a Silent shot in the back. And those red arrows turning around now, knowing what is coming. But Nixrock's going to pinch this at the perfect time with Cryptic. They work their way on towards A. And a couple kills means that the setup is true. And this is red alert for Barksdale. They need a heroic moment. And Chewie delivers it right to him on the doorstep of A.
No, Chewie does indeed go massive there. They get aggressive. They do clear it on out, but Bruce is going to be here for support. Bruce picks up a big 2, but that will eventually be silenced by Crazy. Chewie goes massive, still holding down the bomb zone. Just going to be able to give his team a moment to set up. They won't be very far advanced, though, so every kill here from Minot applies immediate pressure to the point. And I'm looking at Barksdale. I'm looking at those stat lines. I'm looking at Silent. He's 1 and 6 right now. He needs to step up his play.
Yeah. Everybody collapsing now onto this A zone. You're surrounded if you're Barksdale, and Bruce is going to find a trade. Now working his way in, slides over, catches Rat with the Renetti. Only 1 more player on point, and Nixrox is going to catch Silent. Onto the stack we go. 3 members or 2 members going to be on it, and Crazy finds the timing back into it. Not done with the round just yet, says Barksdale.
Tell you what, these two are giving us a treat. It might all be looking the way of Minot right now, but Barksdale refused to go quietly. If it bleeds, it can be killed. Barksdale truly believe that when it comes to Minot and are trying to fight back. Silent, who's currently I mean, it says 1 in 6 on the scoreboard, but 1 in 10 in-game. I'm not sure which one of those is true, but he's been struggling and just needs to provide his teammates a little bit more because they're getting flanked, and Bruce goes big again. Feels like every kill he makes on the map right now is massive. He might die, but provides the information pushing forward. That means that Crazy gets cleaned up and Minot are full sending.
It's a triple stack. This could be it. Reeling back in as Barksdale as they're racing back to the point. Cryptic, though, going to take the closest member down and take the offensive round for Minot. They go back-to-back on Invasion, and now they're only 1 round away from sending Barksdale down into the loser's bracket.
I gotta say, like, again, I don't think Barksdale are doing badly. I think that it's just about those moments where you've got a second to breathe, a second to think. It feels like Minot are playing proactively, Barksdale are trying to play reactively, and so often that usually requires a Minot player, the proactive team, to make an error or not win an opening fight, and Minot are just not letting that happen. So the Barksdale have just got to start to think on the front foot a little bit. They're fine when it gets mixy, but they need to be better than just that.
Yeah, map control is a big issue for the Barksdale team, and things really need to shape up for them if they want to upset Minot on one of these maps. But fighting over towards A, it's Rat to come out with the trades. Will he be ready for the flank? It doesn't matter. Bruce, the nade connects in those close spawns, already making their way to B.
Move on over to B. Nixrox with an opener. Chewy then just going to try and hold dark. Courtyard control here going to be important, and wins a big one because you lose that fight there and your team is getting squeezed from multiple angles. But the thing is, actually, Bruce is going to play all the way around through the back of Palace, and the fact that Chewy doesn't clean that up is going to make it a nightmare because as the Barksdale players try and push on out, they're going to be unable to find it, buying up time, unable to have that map control, and Bruce is just going to be a thorn in the side.
Yeah. Bruce, chance to blow this whole setup up, and Chewy doesn't spot it. Chewy doesn't see it in time. It's already too late. Bruce finds the kill, and the collapse is in. They break on towards this B side. Chewy's going to fall, and the B zone does get collected at the last second. So you add another minute for Barksdale, and already this offensive round is a lot better than the last.
A hell of a lot better, and even more impressive that they had the flank coming in from Bruce and still dealt with the B zone. Sometimes teams can freeze a little bit if they don't feel like their back's protected, but there was no such thing there. Continue to move on forward. Crazy just going to try and pick up courtyard control here with Rat. The one thing of concern is that Bruce has pushed all the way up through street and might, well, again, just play that little off angle that's a real nightmare to deal with. Nixrock's going to hold mid. And this is the kind of advanced positioning and map control that Minot are possessing on the defensive rounds that Barksdale did not have on theirs.
Full map control for Minot. First step is going to be getting through Bruce, and reading this member is going to be hard in itself. You see Bruce with the trigger discipline just being so patient for Rat to wait this one out, but he's going to send it. And Chewy is going to be called to back on up. So, albeit, Chewy starting to open things up for the floodgates. Can Barksdale seize control of this opportunity? Crazy gonna find somebody off spawn, and this time stopped at 48 seconds. You can see this likes of Barksdale just trying to get back over towards their teammate. Chewy cannot do this one all alone. He needs his teammates to back him up in that moment.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? It just feels like it's dribs and drabs from Barksdale. It's individual gunfights, and although you're coming out on top of them, might not have a bit more of a steel about them, a bit more of a togetherness. Zig will get control of Cafe, bounces back on out. Honestly, I like this hole because this is where Barksdale are trying to play out from. You're into your final 25 seconds and you have not touched A. And if Minot see this off, Minot take the whole thing, but you do have Barksdale presence now.
Yeah. Double stack. Onto the point, slide in from Shay. It's going to be traded. So first segment's going to be in, and Nick Strux falls as well. So a couple more kills from Barksdale, and their point is solidified. Nothing going right for Minot, and suddenly Barksdale, they're back into this one. Bruce gonna have to make a hero play, but oh no, the team nade from Shay. And that's going to put some alert onto these Minot players. The crossfire from Silence going to be taking up these members. The hold is good. The stack is on. And we are still playing Invasion.
We are indeed. We will see at least one more round. But I tell you what, it got close there. Final 25 seconds for Barksdale. They managed to push at the right time, of course. Crazy, who's having himself a hell of a control, manages to make the push that gets backed up in the end. And we've been speaking about it, right? We wanted to see Barksdale have a bit more togetherness, not just one player, but instead the first player gets in and his teammates are over the back. And we finally see that at the end. And Minot can't stem the flow, can't push them far enough away. The Barksdale answer back, but they've now got to play 2 perfect rounds in a row to keep themselves in the tie.
And you can see it only just takes one moment, Hendy, to open up this map. Things never really truly over until that round count is up. For Minot, they know what their win condition is, and it's the fact that the segment control is 8-6 in the favor of Barksdale after that offensive round win. So as soon as they collect these 2 points on B, they're working their way to a defensive round. If this does go all the way to a round number 5, and with B secured, that's going to guarantee Minot a round 5 defense.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. Now it means that Barksdale have to play an offensive round if we get to 5. We've spoken so often about how difficult offensive rounds are. That being said, the only round Barksdale have so far is an offense. So, I don't know, maybe they fancy it, but right now you got a lot to worry about. I like this control play from Chewy to get Cafe. He gets damage into 1, manages to get the 2nd. Nixdox will trade it out, but you've lost 2 players in the process, so you're going to have to wait for your reinforcements. I love the positioning of Rat, just sat mid-map. Actually, pod timing is going to work against pretty much everybody, but he gets a big kill courtyard side and will have more company. Although, yes, you die. You get plenty of information. You know where players are coming from. But I will say, Barksdale haven't pushed out at all.
No, Barksdale still looking to just hunker things down close to the chest on A. And Chewy's in a little bit of trouble. Beautiful shots onto Shay. Slides out in the trade from Silent. Gonna continue this trade fest for Barksdale. Nixdrock's the only one ever so close to this A zone. As soon as he falls, I'd like to see Barksdale start to move for some map control.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you got to do. Get yourself set up now. That's much better. Chewy finds 2. Continue to advance. Continue to draw a line in the sand. A line here in control. Chewy gets yet another. So make it 3. 26 and 19. And I tell you what, Minot probably thought that they were as good as there not long ago, but 5 lives down, no pressure on A, no progress on A. All of a sudden, they might be thinking about that game 5 themselves.
Shay's gonna give himself up. 41 seconds. 6 life lead. Chewy's gonna drop. And you can see that Minot now, they're looking to just suffocate these members onto this A zone. You have a player working through gas, a player working through the bridge side of the street, and only one on point. That's going to be a Silent looking to hold things down. Cryptic's going to catch him, and it's a couple kills now. Cryptic slides in. Time stopped at 21 seconds, and Crazy's starting to draw his way back. This would be a big kill to find, and he does.
Yeah. Crazy. Again, I loved his positioning initially. I thought that he'd held off very well up towards bridge side. Just sealed off so much of the map and then was able to come back and support. Final 10 seconds. Nixdox will try and fly. Nixdox finds nothing. It's all going to be up to Shay.
Shay. Team kills there. Cryptic actually shot in the back. Now running towards it. And it's just no time to make it possible. Barksdale going to take the 4th round. Force a round 5 here on control in Invasion. And we already know because of the segments, Andy, that it is going to be another offensive round for Barksdale into this 5th round.
It is indeed. What I will say, offensive rounds are usually... Now, the statistics here are based on the CDL, I will say. So I don't know when it comes to this competition. However, offensive rounds typically only won 24% of the time here on this map mode combination. So it's up against you. However, Barksdale have won an offensive round in this map so far. And if they are going to go big, there's no better time than when your tournament life, your winner's bracket life is on the line.
This is a lot better. I like just go to B. Try to work this cap early, extend that clock, and maybe even invest that streak from Crazy later on as he's on 7 in a row. Shay's going to look for some eyes. That nade is going to send some players into distress. Silence gets taken off and Spare at the right time. Shay strikes and it's a couple members down. Now it's only Chewy and Rat fighting for this B zone. A couple fights back and forth and Chewy now leaving it all up to Zig. Bruce to hold off this B attack. 1 segment in and everybody needs to get back here to take control.
Yeah, you feel like that Chewy's positioning there is going to be absolutely huge. Just sitting top treehouse. Can they find Bruce? Well, Bruce will find one. I was about to say, please don't let that happen. But Crazy sees the pressure off. So 1 tick has come in. The problem is you've not really got much presence over dark. Yes, you have an AR look over it, but it's from an angle that means that you don't really have much cover elsewhere. Nixdox will find one. Chewy's just going to try and clean this up. He will do enough. honestly, it's probably just Chewy holding on to this current treehouse location that stopped the onslaught from Minot.
Yeah.
2 ticks are through, but I love the potential reposition here out of Crazy to go towards A.
Yeah, I mean, Chewy's just keeping this team in the fight at B. Crazy's going to win his fight over towards the A side, and you look at those blue arrows now, looking to hunt this member down. He's taking the pressure off of B, and the only one to really worry about is going to be Shay. As soon as he falls, you can capture this zone. Just run forward and stack it.
Stack the point, baby. Stack the point. How many times? But the thing is, well, you got to be careful of Dark. And Bruce is actually going to decide on the long wrap instead. Might run into a respawn and Crazy actually on the Palace wall. But it's all blue in the feed. And the thing is, eventually you come out on top. Barksdale going to be 2 lives down, looking towards this final point. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a game 5, round 5 here in our control. And a last stand on A.
Yeah, last stand for Minot to go flawless throughout the winners bracket into the grand finals. When it comes to their map count, Cryptic gonna push up for some map control. Stun's gonna land. Nade now. Can it soften them up a little bit? Cryptic's just staying alive, but he cannot escape. Silent's gonna spot that. You have presence into the spot of Minot if you're Barksdale, so a chance now to constrict. Crazy strikes over towards Shay. Nick Strong's the trade, but Zig on point, surrounded by members, and here's the triple stacks in. The trophies are down. The kills for Barksdale are here. A sea of red in the feed, and they have a chance to send us to a real hard point with this standpoint. Chewy's on 5 in a row. Crazy laying down the law. The damage is good. Can they get there in time? The contest, the kills, it's Crazy and Chewy winning the map for Barksdale and pushing us to Rio.
Oh my god, did not see this coming when Minot were absolutely running amok here in map 3. Didn't see this coming when we were talking about everything that Nick Strox was doing on the map. Cryptic picking up multi-kills. Chewy drops a 40 bomb to almost equal his ridiculous map 1 performance to drag his side on through. Huge stuff. 7k damage here in an invasion control. That is quite frankly ridiculous.
Chewy is putting on an MVP performance right now for Barksdale. 7,000 damage and 40 kills. That is unreal. On an invasion control, that is exactly what can just drag you across that finish line, like you said, Enigma. And he is the sole reason why that battle towards B was won. Chewy, with that presence over towards Treehouse, just finding those kills time after time, winning so many important engagements to allow his team to work out of their spawn and not be caught in that spawn trap. That is just such a monumental performance from Chewy, something that not a lot of players can do, but Chewy single-handedly fending off his opponents.
Yeah, I gotta give flowers a little bit as well over to Crazy, right? It felt like in map 1 on the hard point, it felt a little bit like the Chewy show for Barksdale, right? We spoke a lot about it. It's all about how he needed a little bit of support from his teammates. He was also involved in the first bloods when it came to the S&D. However, there on map 3, it felt like he suddenly had a bit of support out of Crazy, just getting on over the top, couple of multi-kills, and made a huge play there. In that round 5, he rotates off towards A. Just when it looked like Minot had complete control. Yes, B had been caught, but it basically looked like Minot were able to smother the threat that was coming out of Barksdale. But instead, because of the fact that Crazy decides to just slip the net, rotate over towards A, wins a huge gunfight over there, you see the Minot players panic. They have to fly back towards A, splits the whole defense apart, gives Barksdale an out, and eventually leads to a victory.
Oh, Crazy, Silent, Rat, and Chewy, they step up enough in the invasion control to prolong this series, hand Minot their first loss in the Eastern Regional Esports Invitational when it comes down to the maps. And that is on the invasion. Heading up next, Rio Hardpoint. We head back to this absolute bloodbath that is a game mode, especially when you look at the map that is given. And you think back to that Vista and how it was the Chewy show. You have to imagine now that, you know, Crazy is starting to get the ball rolling. You start to see even Silent making some of those individual plays when he needs to. And, you know, I mean, at times, I think even Rad was finding double kills. You can't expect this Rio Hardpoint to be the same as that Vista Hardpoint.
I think the big thing comes down to the hold, right? Like we spoke about this when we were on that Vista Hardpoint. I think that you were seeing Minot in particular lock down their holds for a larger portion of the time than Barksdale were achieving. Barksdale in particular, their holds were particularly egregious of just being picked apart quite easily from players like Nick Strox, finding opening kills, turning it into numbers advantage, and then playing trades from there. I think if Barksdale have had a moment to just collectively go, okay, what went wrong in that previous hardpoint? It was our hold. and they set up differently here on Rio. They get themselves pushed out so they're able to gain better information earlier, give their teammates time to swivel and so on. We could be talking about a hell of a map here in 4. I'm not going to start talking reverse sweeps or anything like that, but we have already been treated to a series to start us off here in day 1. I don't even know what's coming through the rest of it.
I mean, you see the players of Barksdale and Minot starting to get ready, warmed up for this real hard point. A couple of the handshakes, trying to keep their hands warm between maps. You don't want those fingers to get cold as soon as you're heading into another respawn. But no, this is an absolute treat of a start to the day for you and I. For me, it's only noon right now. We started early today, Enigma, and this is my morning coffee. This is what wakes me up.
Oh, man, I don't blame you. I mean, map 1, we were given a little bit of something. Map 2 felt great. Map 3 was truly something to witness. So here we go then, into 4. Chewy, on your screen, the man who has dropped 40 bombs in both of the respawns so far. He's going to try and play for bridge control. A little bit itchy on the trigger finger, maybe, and him and Bruce, another player that we got to talk a little bit about because he was very impressive in map 1 in particular, at those little off angles, making those holds more and more difficult, making those breaks more and more difficult for Barksdale. So another player to keep our eyes on here in this hard point.
Well, Crazy starting off the hard point on 4 in a row, gets a little over aggressive, and he's going to drop 17-0 to start this hard point off for the side of Minot. Good shots there onto Bruce. When they hunted down Chewy, now trying to track this player, but they cannot lose control of the zone. It looks like Minot just keeping this one scrappy, holding on to their lead, and now they have to look towards maybe taking the respawns away from the side of this Barksdale team. Bruce, he's on 4 in a row, gonna work up this flank.
Cryptic. The timing's against him, but I love the fact that Bruce has indeed gone all the way around the back. Chewy is going to have to check for this beautiful stun to get the information, and turns and burns. Beautiful work out of Chewy. A moment like that completely undoes you if you end up with Bruce coming out on top in that fight. However, Minot will still have the spawns. They will get up close and personal. And
they want to unravel the setup, and it's going to be Cryptic and Ziggs to hit this one together. Bruce leads, and Nick Strox now for the finisher. Slides out, takes down Rat. And the full break in for Minot. Still 30 seconds that I'm sure Barksdale do not want to give over for free. So they're still going to send some bodies, or at least over towards P4. See if they can find their way into this one. So far, not so good. Cryptic is going to be able to fend off that last little bit of gunfights. 3 in a row for Cryptic. And this P2 conversion for them, the lead just keeps growing for Minot.
And I got to go back to Bruce. Call out his play to wrap around the back and make sure he got the spawns. Again, for Barksdale there, probably just a little bit of change is needed. Is just make sure you're keeping an eye on those spawns early, keeping an eye out for that rotation, that wrapping through the back. Bruce executes, gives his team a great way to break into P2, and they currently hold a 30-point advantage.
Everybody set up, and here comes the contest. Bruce just slots in. Chewy not recognizing it. It's a full frontal attack. Crazy drops instantly, and the spawns flip. Barksdale now going to have to see if they can reel back and group up and deliver what was just given to them. Chewy going to be leading the charge. Some early damage. Finishes off Cryptic. It's a little bit shaky, but the Renetti slide out. Beautiful on to Shay. And it is a back and forth affair. Barksdale just battle right back in.
Yeah, neither team particularly holding right now. It's all about the front fights. It's all about taking the gunfights and just pulling on through, and might not want to do the same. Potentially 2 in through the front. Won't matter. Oh, Crazy unfortunately picks up Chewy, but Crazy then just goes, you know what? All right, fine. I'll just style on next to rocks. Hit his headshots and cleans him on up. Bruce is going to try and hold the bridge. Bruce will be found by Crazy. A lovely passage of play from Barksdale. They won't be in the lead, but they're getting damn close. We're going to move on over to the next hill. And last time we started talking Rio, we talked about better control here from Minot, but Barksdale is not giving them much room to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, Shay soaking up this hill time. Bruce is going to look to push some pressure onto boxes. He does a double kill in the lead. Again, stacking on Rat. A little ahead of the call there. And one by one, Barksdale starting to find themselves in individual gunfights. They need to hit this one together. Still 30 seconds that could even this game back up. At the end of this 4th hill, Crazy Chewy now opening up the slot. Slide on in. They overwhelm. Jay goes down. And now Barksdale finding their way in towards the hard point. Nick Strock's the only one you have to worry about.
Honestly, I was about to get a little bit critical about the fact that it was all a bit predictable from Barksdale, all a bit frontal, all a bit conga lined, but doesn't matter. They win the gunfights, bully themselves back in. Yes, they're still going to be losing, but they've lessened the damage for now. Rat's going to be there for a little bit of a cleanup, and it gives him potentially an opportunity to push out. Instead, decides to wrap back. He wants to make sure he's playing for mid control, surely, because right now, Minot are trying to play through the front.
Everybody thinks a hard point. It's just kills, kills, kills. The name of the game for this game mode is damage mitigation. And if you can find yourself into these hard points, delay the inevitable for some of this time, which is Barksdale is doing, eventually they're going to find some time underneath their belt. Nick Strux. He's going to slot in this one again. It's just the trades back through this one. 20-point game, and they're going to be able to clear this hard point. And now it's Minot's turn to hop on the hill.
Come back to that one because there's plenty to talk about. Crazy, though, just going to pick up the first spins for the second. What was that you said about Eagles and soaring with their wings wide open? Crazy goes absolutely nuts there. Finds 2 to break back in. The problem for Barksdale right now is they're constantly playing for scrap time. They're constantly playing to stay in the fight, not necessarily to take a lead in the fight. As we start looking towards the first hill in the next set of rotations, that is a dagger to Barksdale because Minot getting off that sweep of kills will just open up the entire mid-map and allow them to gain some presence. Sorry.
Off the respawns to the second rotation here, 96 to 125. Minot in favor so far of Rio. You're going to win both of the hard points to put away this series. And Bark still struggling at finding themselves a group hit together. You can see the respawning players grouping up with the players who've been lingering. Hopping into the contest is going to be silent first off, but the AR shut them down right away. The contest means absolutely nothing. Crazy just looking from the outside into this hard point, and it's been nothing but Minot finding success here in P1.
Yeah, it has. I will go back to a play that was made earlier on when we get to the breakdown. If it all ends up falling apart here from Barksdale, one key decision that has put them into a little bit of a blender right now. They will fight back again for some scrap time. But remember when we were here at P2 last time, we had Bruce playing through the back to pick up the spawns nice and early. And Chewy do the exact same thing as you're seeing him there. Number 3 on your minimap. That is going to be the huge play that unfolds over these next 30 seconds.
Bruce watching the flank. Rat falls. You still have a member, Chewy, like you said, trying to blow everything up, but angle's being washed, and I don't think Chewy's going to be quite ready for this one. Thick's keeping his head on the swivel. The timing's not right, and Chewy goes down, so players trying to throw their body at this hard point to break on in with this 50-point lead for Minot. This is a great chance to put yourself in spitting distance of a victory for this entire match. And all you have to do is put your guns forward. Everybody funneling in. Chewy's going to find 2. Is it going to be enough? Nick Strux has to jump out of this one. And again, Barksdale, they might not be finding time, but they're keeping Minot away from it.
One of the wildest Call of Duty I have watched in some time, by the way, because every time there seems to be some sort of setup play in this map, it doesn't work. But then when it's just, all right, we'll just bully our way in through the front, for some reason, for Barksdale, it just seems to be making them the best progress, the best headway so far in the map. Beautiful kill from Bruce to try and lock down boxes as we rotate on over towards 3. Crazy's going to be here to try and split this. Gets the comm from his teammate, does Bruce. Spins, burns, positions locked down. Barksdale with it all to do. You cannot give up a good chunk of time here. Minot are not far away from seeing this all off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to be winning on this hard point, Andy, but you're going to be getting pretty much close to that finish line as Zig. Bruce working this flank. He's on 5 in a row. 1 away from getting that cruise missile. It could be the nail in the coffin of a tool that for this hard point. And Bruce is leaving nothing unchecked right now. Everything being challenged, everything being won. And now for Minot, they crossed the 200-point marker. It looks like Barksdale going to throw one last hit at this, but Shay's ready for it. Posted up in the corner. Shay's going to find 2 kills. It's another 3 down and a 205-138 lead.
And it's again that Barksdale continues to play for scrap time. Maybe consider an early rotation over towards 4, right? Because now you've got the fact that Minot are set up here. They don't have boxes control, sure, but they are pushed out on either flanking side. So they know where their opposition's coming from. And Bruce is going to be here. And Bruce has been down well disgusting this map. Up to 32. As you said, we're over the 200-point mark. Crazy does have a 5 streak of his own, but those kills are not impactful enough to be affecting the hill right now. And Bruce is here to meet his maker. And he will just say, not today. Up to 220 if you're Minot. Surely just a last stand for Barksdale.
25 seconds left. This could be it. Be caught in the open if you're Shay. Nick Strux overwhelmed. The crossfire is good. Barksdale battled back. And again, just like that Vista, it just seems like Barksdale, they're delaying the inevitable. Bruce dropping the hammer. Cruise missile finds 1 from Bruce, but Nick Strux takes the rest out. And back onto the hard point for Minot. This is going to see another hill, but it's going to be a stone's throw away from a real win.
It is indeed, and Cryptic picks up 2. There will eventually be a... Oh, beautiful stuff out of Silent. He's had a quiet game, but up to 2. to open that hill back up. Again, though, it just feels like you're delaying the inevitable. However, because of the fact that Minot thought they had it there, the rotation is going to be late, so there's an opportunity for Crazy to go big here. Probably going to be backed up by Chewy as well, but it has to be perfect. Chewy's actually going to run out of ammo. That's something. Changes to the Renetti, cleans it up. However, you're 160, you're 80 points down. It's got to be spot on, and Bruce is close by.
Yeah, Bruce. Again, just unstoppable when it comes to these opening engagements. Rat covering fire is good. That's 2 down. So far, Minot slowing the roll of this hardpoint, holding this control, but it's only 9 seconds that they cannot give up. Nick Starks on the flank, pinched by Bruce. There's the opening. Crazy trades it. 21 seconds, plenty of time for Minot to still throw some bodies here, and Bruce is just an unkillable slaying machine. Cryptic alongside him, the break is in, and this looks like it's the end of the line for the side of Barksdale. Minot, they take the series 3-1, and they take the hard point with a dominant showing.
It was a hell of a series here for us to get to witness to start things off here at the CONUS Esports Championship. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, this is actually finishing off the Eastern Regional Invitational that was happening previously that decides seeding going into this. We are finishing that off. So this means that Minot will go on through to the grand finals. Sorry, Barksdale will fall into losers finals. But what a series to get us going. I've got to talk about several of the plays that we're going to get to witness here in the replays. Chewy in particular on map 1 drops 42 for the loss. Felt like we'd seen a superstar rise from the ashes in that one. He had no intention of slowing down throughout the rest of the series. And just when it seemed like Minot had it all sealed off after a 6-1 victory in the S&D, Barksdale fought back in the control from the brink of defeat. It was too much for them in the end, as it ends up being a Minot victory overall, seeing off that real hard point.
I mean, the real hard point, it was scrappy. It was by all means not as clean as you would have hoped it to be for the side of Minot, but you get the job done and you find yourself into the grand finals now. And even looking back at this, there's things to improve on both sides. And I think for even Minot, you put so much trust into these players for the slaying side. You don't really ever see proper setups into the control, into the hard point. They're allowing so many avenues for this Barksdale team to kind of punish them in these individual battles. It's where Chewy really shines in those 1v1s, those 1v2 moments where he can really pop off. But Minot, the issue is that, you know, what gives them that edge over this Barksdale team is that it's not just Chewy for their team. They don't just have one. They have Bruce and Nick Strox alongside Cryptic, all three putting down so much slaying pressure throughout the entirety of this series that they pull themselves up from their bootstraps and they take it by force.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're 100% right there. But we did have it in map 3 where it felt like Crazy had joined in with Chewy over on Barksdale to be a bit more of like a, okay, we've got more to offer here than just Chewy going absolutely nuts. But I think you're right when you talk about Minot. Nick Strox in particular had some real hero moments. You spoke about him as a playmaker. You spoke about the kind of things that he can do. And he was just a critical part of opening up those Barksdale defenses. Like, for example, in map 1, Barksdale, we spoke about their struggles with the holds. They get lined up, they get themselves all in position. Okay, can we defend here? Draw that line in the sand. Nick Strox would just find an immediate head, pick a person off of a heady, and turn that into a situation where Minot could just steamroll it from there. So making those playmaking moments, opening up the map for his teammates. So definitely a player to talk about. But also, you said there, Bruce, right? He was so good in every respawn mode in particular. Not just at like being a part of breaking those hills and whatnot, but when his team would have a defensive hold, he was a massive part in just like tucking himself away in a cubby. If you had them Barksdale flying on through, he'd spring out from the back, pick himself up a couple of kills, and just make sure that Minot were arriving in dribs and drabs rather than one concerted effort, just being a constant thorn in the side. A nightmare. So the conflicting styles of the players in that team, but definitely something that comes together as one giant, really good cohesive unit.
Yeah, one thing I really liked from Bruce is that like every single time you saw him, he was a part of the play. No matter where he was on the map, he was having impact. And especially over towards that Rio, whenever you had the likes of Minot set up in the hill, you would have Bruce running a route, hitting a flank, always just trying to cut off those reinforcements, make sure that that Barksdale team never really did have an even 4-on-4 battle. And that was Bruce doing all that damage. It was ridiculous to see play out. And I think I'm really impressed with the way that he showed up for this Minot team, not to mention just in those respawns, but you also have to give a shout to what he was 9-3 in the Search and Destroy at one time. Those are just ridiculous numbers to have for a player like Bruce, really turning up for this Minot team. But with the win versus Barksdale, I mean, this is still the Eastern Regional Esports Invitational. You're not in the CONUS Cup Championships just yet. You've determined yourself to be at that chance to have the #1 seeding coming out of the Erie Invitational, heading into CONUS. You put yourselves into the grand finals, and I think that is just in its own right a really good feeling for these players. Now they can sit back, watch the lower finals, study up on these teams, and really evaluate what they did well in this series and what they can do better on heading into the grand finals to give them that #1 seed heading into the CONUS Cup.
Yeah, well, that's a big thing, right? Because, and it's not just that. We will get to see both of those teams again on broadcast, because Barksdale fall into losers finals. That's where we're going to be covering after this. And then grand finals, of course, when we get there, that's where Minot are going to be sitting and waiting. So it's a case of have these teams adapted to what unfolded in this series. It can be hard sometimes when you're mid-series to kind of make those adaptations, have those conversations when there's so much going on. But you go off to the side now, you sit down, you go, okay, where'd it go right? Where'd it go wrong? Can we get in any VOD review, any conversation about what changed here when it comes to those maps if we end up playing them again? I mentioned it briefly. I didn't really get to touch on the play, but there was a moment in that real hard point where we went from hill 4 to 5, and there was a moment where I thought that Rat was for sure going to play for mid-map control, give his teammates at least information about what may come around bridge, or at least what, you know, trying to stop a flank, a pinch play coming off that would have been set up through mid by Minot. And he just doesn't. And I think if you do that there, you then hold on to that hill for far longer, making a much closer game. It's just small moments like that that if you spot on your VOD review, you fix up in the next series, you become a real force.
No doubt, and it seems we're going to have a chance to even break down the game with one of the members from Minot, as well as we got an interview with Bruce, who's just put an absolute show on unit for Minot. Man, how does it feel to get yourselves to the grand finals?
It feels amazing. I called that team out in team interviews, so I had to show up, and Willis did.
Yeah, I mean, you guys looked great. I want to kind of quickly touch on your team chemistry. How does it feel to be here together? How is the team kind of vibing at Eglin Air Force Base?
Oh, we are big vibing. We're from Minot, and we're here in Florida. That's all I got to say.
I mean, you're out there obviously in Florida. You've you say you're vibing and whatnot, but I got to ask, beyond Erie, beyond the competition that you've just faced and what you will face when it comes to your grand finals, looking ahead to CONUS, is there anyone in particular that you really want to take down or fear out there?
No, I'm telling you, it was Barksdale. I just came from that base, funnily enough, to Minot, and it was Barksdale. So if we play them again, I'm doing the same thing. Same thing.
Okay.
Barksdale.
Yeah, and I mean, sorry.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, I was just gonna say, I mean, like coming off of Barksdale in that same moment, I mean, you got that rivalry. What happened in the invasion control? What do you think? What do you think was the issue there for you guys?
We went up 2-0. I think we just got too comfortable, complacency. I think that's what it was, because we had a 2-0 lead and then we got reverse swept in the map. So we'll have to talk that one through, and hopefully that doesn't happen again. That's all I got for that.
When it came to the picks and the bans, me and Seymour here were trying to speculate over why there was a lot of bans when it came to Karachi. Is that somewhere that you feel really good and that you would like to see in your future series, or have people done their homework and are rightfully banning that?
They know that I'm the route man on Karachi, especially S&D. They banned it across the board. So that was all their choice. I guess they know. Something.
Well, I mean, Bruce, it seemed like they could ban you from playing on Karachi, but they couldn't ban you from taking over the game today. You looked absolutely fantastic, and I don't think there's anything more that needs to be said from you. I hope that you guys have best of luck heading into the grand finals. Thank you for coming on to the interview.
Hell yeah, appreciate that more. Thanks, guys.
What a guy.
Gotta say, the Tash, I'm so like, it seems, is it a thing just like in the armed forces over there? You guys have like wonderful, it looks down good on him. I'm never pulling that off, I gotta say.
Do you think you and I one day when we show up, maybe tomorrow, we should show up with stashes?
I mean, I like my relationship with my girlfriend. I think it would be hanging on by tenterhooks if I turned up with a mustache. tomorrow. So no, I'll leave that to you, Seymour. Feel free.
It's okay. I do enjoy my beard as well. But it seems like that's going to be all said and done for our winners finals matchups as we getting ready for our lower finals up next, folks. We're going to head to a quick little break, get things set up here for our Erie Invitational. We will be back with more Call of Duty soon.
We're with Liam after his 4th military move. When being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays when she misses home the most. Thanks to generous supporters, we're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today. We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. Thanks to your donations, we're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
What I would do
Welcome back, everyone, to the Erie Championships here. Before we move on to the CONUS Championships, and of course, we are into losers finals. I'm Enigma. This is Seymour alongside me, and the games that we've got coming up here is going to be Barksdale, who we just watched be beat out by Minor in winners finals. They're going to be up against Joint Base Andrews. Seymour, tell me about this team and what we're expecting coming into these losers finals.
Yeah, I mean, well, when we kind of take a look back at that first one for Barksdale's, it was a very close game in a lot of those battles. Barksdale really gave Minot a fight for their run there into the grands, but I think for this Barksdale's team, there's still some ways to improve. And going up against Joint Base Andrews, you look towards Barksdale to maybe fix a couple of those mistakes and patch some of those holes, and maybe go into this next match with a little bit of a fresh chip on their shoulders, wanting to get that rematch.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we talk about what's going to happen and whether or not we get to that rematch, let's take a quick look at the bracket to see just how these teams got there. And of course, we're going to see Barksdale there along the top side of your screen. They hadn't lost a single map until they came across the unstoppable powerhouse that is Minor in winners bracket. However, it's been quite a bit of a run for Joint Base Andrews through the losers bracket, taking out 3 different teams to get here, Seymour. When you make a kind of run like that, are we expecting them to bring some sort of heat here, or is it a case of they're coming up against a team that's dropping in from winners, and this is going to be a bit much for them?
I mean, they've had a little bit of a run there. You see that they dropped all the way back in winners round 1 to Joint Base MDL, and they had to make that lower bracket all the way through into this lower finals, now even taking down Seymour Johnson Air Force Base 3-1. So for Joint Base Andrews, I mean, you don't want to just put them in the back and just say that this isn't a team that's going to perform, because they have been performing and they've earned their right to be here in the lower finals. And for that Barksdale team, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for the squad Enigma. So you're kind of thinking towards this Barksdale's team to kind of step things up, because this is a team that is hot on their trail.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to get a look at the 4 handsome gents that will be playing out for Barksdale: Crazy, Silent, Chewy, and Rat. And we did just get to watch them play out against Minor. Talked about a couple of their superstars and whatnot, but going into this losers finals, who is it that you're looking at, Seymour, to step on up and carry this team on through for that rematch?
I mean, you look at Chewy, he's been fantastic, but I have my eyes on Silent, and you know, the performance that he has. If Silent can really step up for this Barksdale team, he can turn them around into a powerhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I agree with you there. I think at one point in the control in particular, we were looking way beyond double neg. So definitely looking to see him step it up. We saw a couple of things come out of Rat, but plenty from Chewy and Crazy throughout, the men with the mustaches. However, we're going to look at the second team as well. Now, this is Joint Base Andrews here in our losers finals. And the lineup, and these are 4 gents that we've actually cast over before, Seymour. It's going to be Gerber, Magic Mart, Bad Bert, and Tyler. Tell me, who is it you've got your eyes on?
You and I, we've casted over Gerber, Magic Mon in the past. We know these two have what it takes to make the run for Andrews, and they have been so far throughout the lower side of things. If you're looking at this team, especially after seeing the way that Chewy's been performing lights out as an individual, going up against this team for Joint Base Andrews, I think you're going to have to see a full team effort. It cannot just be one player. I don't know if there's somebody here that can step up to that length against Chewy. They really need to work together to shut him down.
No, I fully agree. I think that these 4 are going to have to come together to shut down the superstars that Barksdale have. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you were wondering about how our first series went, and you maybe caught some of it, you might be getting a little bit of deja vu as we look towards our map set here, because we're actually going to be repeating ourselves with a Vista hardpoint, Rio Search, Invasion Control, Rio Hardpoint again, and then an Invasion Search and Destroy, of course, if we get there. Seymour, we've just watched these maps and modes play out. What are the keys to victory on some of them for these teams?
I mean, for Barksdale, you've already played these series, so you've already shaken off the rust. It's just you look towards those hard points for Barksdale. They really need to clean up their rotations and their hard point holds. Their setups just are way too easily broken against the likes of Minot. And for Joint Base Andrews, obviously it's not the same level as Minot, but it is just something that you really need to think about here. If you're Barksdale trying to find your way back into the grand finals, you have to work on your rotations as well as your hard point holds. I think that is going to be the first key for Barksdale heading into the series.
No, I agree. And I think as well, the fact that we see both 6-star and sub-base banned out when it comes to hard points suggests that maybe these teams are looking to get a little bit mixy when we get to Vista, but perhaps not going absolutely crazy with it, as we've seen 6-star and sub-base can both explode into. Also, S&D, we're going to see 6-star and high-rise banned, and then Control as well. Karachi is banned out for this one. Anything that you're reading out of these two teams when it comes to the bans, not necessarily the picks?
And it really seems like they're trying to get rid of those long sight lines, those open maps, and those really tough ones to really get a handle on. They're really going for those brawl heavy maps where it's easy to break setups. It's easy to work off the respawns and get into the action immediately. And that's what kind of Vista and your Rios really apply to that. It's that pressure from the subs that is so easily gained from the maps being a little bit smaller in scale. So I think that's really where you're looking at these teams who oftentimes like to make it more scrappier, to gravitate towards those smaller maps. And I think that's exactly what they want to play here. I think for Joint Base Andrews, this is a great map set for them. You just saw Barksdale play on these exact maps prior to this series, so they have an idea of how this Barksdale team plays. It's just for Joint Base Andrews, are they prepared on these maps? We didn't get a look at them back in their first series of the day, and now we get to finally get a look at Andrews heading into this lower final.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with your point there about whether or not these teams have learned a little bit. Barksdale, whether or not they learned from the last time they played on this, or did Joint Base Andrews get an opportunity to watch, do their homework, make some adjustments, and of course, P1 here is going to be explosive on Vista. Pinstripe feed, Gerb's going to pick up a couple, Rat with 3 as well, and it's largely traded on out. Teams all over the top of each other here. Badbert picks up 2 to finally pick up a couple of points.
That's initial zone pressure from the likes of Joint Base Andrews, but they're not able to hold on to time. Barksdale's respawn players able to battle their way back in. Silent coming alive in this first hill to now flip the lead in their favor, and I love this from Barksdale. They're going to spread their wings, and they're going to fly for some map control. It doesn't pay off, but you can already see that Barksdale are trying to make improvements.
Yeah, absolutely. Get on over towards the burger side. Chewy here is going to lock down middle as well. This is something that Barksdale struggled with up against Minor, trying to beat the likes of Nix the Rocks, and Chewy here, I mean, you just buy time if required. Badbert gonna step on out, get shut down. This is exactly what you need to do, and Crazy with the 2-piece just means that Rat on the hill has time to soak, and he is covered on up and over. Another for Chewy. Barksdale looking a lot better than the last time we saw them.
Yeah, and this Joint Base Andrews team now gonna have to group together and break through Burger, which is gonna be hard, especially considering you have those ARs now set up on these power positions. Crazy over towards the railings, able to take out that first player. Bird over towards Burger. Send this Andrews team right back to the respawns. Chewy now pushed up, doing a little bit extra damage with that MCW. 3 in a row, looking for number 4. Won't be able to get it. And Andrews, they're looking at this hill. It's a job well done. Now back onto this time.
Yeah, solid recovery after the first couple of seconds. It looked like Barksdale might run away with it a little bit. So the fact that Andrews managed to keep it mixy is going to be enough for now. It's the early rotation on over. You got to shut down Chewy, though. And for once, a couple of wayward shots. Magic Mark manages to land enough. And Tyler will also send Silent packing. So enough to suggest that Andrews have control, but Crazy through the back could be a huge moment for spawn play.
The timing is working. Nobody's going to see it. Bad Bird even turns around, and neither one of them spots each other. Crazy finally going to turn, takes out Bird. That's going to put some heavy pressure onto this hill. You can see those red arrows collapsing onto the blue ones. It is a full sea of red in the feed. Barksdale break in within the first 30 seconds of this hill. And out for Andrews, they're trying to mitigate this damage done. You can see a couple of them gonna take some pressure off this hill. Bert's gonna work down low. All of the angles for Andrews. Now looking to find these kills. Mott and Bear Crazy on the flank. He's gonna punish Bad Bird. Nobody watching it. It's all up to Tyler. Slides out. Will it amount to anything, really? Tyler does find that kill, but it's still Barksdale finding a lot of the time.
Yeah, it is. And Barksdale here just managing to do the fair share. Joint Base Andrews will continue to apply pressure. Rat will clean this on up. Honestly, think both teams could have rotated on over for 3 a lot earlier. So it will be Joint Base Andrews in control of it. Trying to get pushed on out, and they know where Barksdale are coming from.
Bear's first line of defense, and they break through easily. Tyler alone again. He is surrounded by members from Barksdale, and Tyler just cannot get it done. So within the first 20 seconds, Barksdale again gonna break this hill.
Yeah, concerning to me that you lose all of those gunfights. It seemed like a solid setup. Potentially there at a moment where your front line are tucked away and it's just not providing any protection to those players on the hill. Neither team in control for just a moment. A bit of a standoff trying to reassess the chessboard. Shuffle a couple of pieces into play. Bad Bird's going to push. Tyler actually finds his teammate, and that's 3 dead for Joint Base Andrews.
And you see the rotations immediately from Joint Base Andrews trying to set up over towards P5. They've known for now 2 hills in a row. They've been broken within 20 seconds of that hard point opening, so it has to be here. P5, they're down 50 points. And they need every second of it. They cannot start falling behind for this team, but they're losing members. And Bert's going to be able to at least relieve some of this pressure, slow things down for Barksdale. What they don't know is that Chewy has slipped the net.
Yeah, he's in through the back. Crazy will pick up one up top as well. Has the look on over the point now, but doesn't check out. And, gets away with it. Badbert hits pretty much everything, but doesn't kill much. And all of a sudden, basically in a 1v4, will have support from the front of the hill, so he's at least able to be covered over for a moment. But as he falls, as more of the kill feed lights up red, it will be Barksdale in control and able to establish some presence. The one thing I will say they're lacking is potentially pressure through the middle, and that's where JB Andrews have sent a couple of players.
And you kind of think back over towards this hardpoint now that you're not able to break it clean. If you're Joint Base Andrews, is that you've traded, what, 20 points for 20 points so far? Maybe even 30 by the time this one ends. Crazy's going to be on 5 in a row, and you have to be paying attention to these things. Shutting down Crazy and working into this P1 and starting to collect maybe even 30 seconds, maybe even 40 seconds of time here, but getting broken within 20 is just not going to be a recipe for success on beating this Barksdale team. And we can see them set up over towards what P1, and they have bodies on point. Still some time to be occurred.
Yeah, I love this play, by the way, out of Crazy. He just gives him mid-control, which means he's aware of all the information there for his team to discuss and be aware of, but also means he has a different angle. So as those players are trying to flood in through the front from Andrews, he's basically bottlenecking them. Picks up a couple, provides cover for his team, breaks back on in. I will say Barksdale not necessarily looking better at holding their own hills, although that might be something for me to eat after how well they're doing here at 1. But they are doing a much better job at breaking Andrews than they did against Minot. So seeing those improvements coming on through.
Yeah, I mean, for Minot, they were able to hold majority of the time often in some of those money hills. And this time for Barksdale, they're just sneaking away with the scrap time, with the initial, and just anything really they can get to stop Andrews from getting any of this time in the hard points. So you see Chewy running a route in behind. He's going to put some extra shots there on some magic mod, but for Barksdale, they're dominating the map right now when it comes to their control, and they already have that set up over towards P2. It is going to be a pinch, though, from Andrews. See if they can put it together.
Is whether or not you can activate if you're Gerbear in the middle. You need to time it. Gerbear does get the kill, so does Magic Malt, so that's well executed. It's whether or not you can stem the reinforcements, and the thing is, trophies galore are just going to weaken Badbert down to a P of health. Tyler's trying to provide coverage over the top. It's a great play indeed. It's just going to be contested for now. It's just going to be messy. That's a huge play out of Chewy. Rat's here to try and provide support, but actually, honestly, if you're Andrews, you're pretty happy with how this has gone. The thing is, you're still nearly 100 points behind chasing this game.
It's messy, but you're going to get the most amount of time off a hardpoint that you've seen in quite a while. And not only that, you're forcing those respawners all the way back over towards P5. So this is a good chance for Andrew to now go set up over towards P3, try to get that rotation yet again. The only thing is, Chewy plays it perfectly, waits in behind, and he punishes those members on the rotation. Barksdale going to be set up first at this new hill.
Yeah, but we've spoken about how much they struggle with hold, and you're essentially in a 2v4 at this point. Crazy's got to do something absolutely nuts, and catching his teammate's grenade in the teeth is probably not going to be what he was hoping for there. So Andrews back in, an opportunity to set up, and I love the play coming out of Badbert to hold down the middle and find Rat.
Yeah, this is going to be good. It's going to at least delay these members, funnel them into these chokeholds. Another 3 down for Andrews' favor. Chewy's going to play his life down low. See if you can wait long enough for your teammates to come bail you out of this situation. But Andrews are starting to find some movement here, putting together hill after hill, and Chewy gets slowed down yet again. So you're going to get broken here. It looks like if you're Joint Base Andrews, you're not going to have the rotation anew, but you have cut this down to what looks like a 40-point deficit.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it feels like the pendulum has swung and the Andrews have all the momentum. That play is coming in through the front here with Tyler's going to need to be galvanized by that flanking support from Mott and Gerbear. The two of them have got to hit this. We're going through 50 seconds of this hill still to play for. That's enough to get your team back in if you can make this work.
Yeah, look at this. It's full attack from behind. Chewy has to back off. 209 to 155. Garsker's going to swing out, takes down Chewy. The trade is in, and it looks like you want to pinch here. If you're Barksdale, you have the numbers, but the setup in the backline, the support is fantastic from the MCWs. Badbert and Gerbear cut them apart, and still Joint Base Andrews locking down this time.
I gotta say, all of a sudden, it feels like Andrews have this game in their hands. Although they do not lead right now, Barksdale have a few answers through the pressure that's coming on out, largely from the MCWs you just mentioned, and plays like that. Gerber hits the incredibly early rotation, gets in around the back, and that means Barksdale are scrambling. Mid control is going to be important here, and the thing is, you just can't lock it down, and Crazy's got to just tuck himself in a corner, hope for reinforcements, but those spawns are flipped out, Seymour.
Oh, Chewy's hunting. He gets away with it. Crazy stays alive. I was about to say Route Man gets paid, but right now, Barksdale, they're thieving. They're sealing it away, and they flip things out. Look how far Andrews are spawning, and there's going to be players to cut them off. Chewy, another double kill. Now it's Crazy's turn. 4 in a row. You see Joint Base Andrews, they're spawning in all kinds of different areas of this map, and Barksdale, they're happy to just soak up this hail time. 234 to 185. Finally, Andrew's gonna break in, but there's still another member to deal with.
Oh, God.
It's Chewy, the unstoppable force from Barksdale.
Feels like all of a sudden, both Crazy and Chewy have decided that they are taking this one. The tick will be with Barksdale, so Andrews have to keep sending. Rat with a 2-piece up top. That will surely be all she wrote. Map 1 goes to Barksdale. They will do a better job than last time here on Vista Hardpoint.
And look at that. They're standing up. They're getting high. Fist bumps all around for their teammates. What a showing there from Barksdale. It gets a little bit shaky towards that second and third rotation for this team. Ends just before that third rotation really is needed, but you can start to see that, Barksdale were crumbling under the pressure of Joint Base Andrews starting to put together some really good breaks towards the end of that hill time, the end of those hard points. And I mean, for Barksdale, you can look back at this and really say, yeah, okay, we got ourselves a big enough lead that we just needed to weather the storm towards the end of it. And that is exactly what they did. But you really have to give some shout outs to some incredible players from this Barksdale team. We highlighted Chewy. Obviously, Chewy had his moments, really turned up towards the end of that game. But through the first set of rotations, it was Rat and Crazy who were always hitting those rotations, locking down those long angles with those MCWs and really opening up those breaks that we saw within the first 20 seconds of the rotations from Joint Base Andrews. So a fantastic Vista hardpoint coming out from that Barksdale team, although it was close.
It was indeed, and the thing is, you kind of touch on it there, Seymour, so I'm going to bring you back up to it. Really strong start out of Barksdale. We're kind of wondering, okay, was this because they played this map just now? They've got to learn a couple of things, but I got to say, the holds still didn't look too strong, especially throughout that second, third rotation set where Andrew started to come back into things. What is it that you think that they're lacking when it comes to those holds, when it comes to making sure that they lock down the points that they've set themselves up in?
It's going to sound really simple, and I hate simple answers, but it's map positioning on the hills. You see that a lot of the players from the likes of both of these teams are grouping on the hard points themselves. You don't usually see them set up with individuals locking down the flanks or even pushing up towards the middle of the map to watch the rotations of the players off spawn. And that's something that Minot did really, really well. You always had somebody like Bruce trying to run a route and hit the flank every single time they had control of those hard points. It really makes it hard for you to send it towards that hard point for a break because you're facing a 3v4 at times in a lot of those gunfights. So I think when you're looking at this, even if you're Barksdale or Joint Base Andrews, you have to look at those setups when it comes down to these respawns. You need to make sure that you're really confident as an individual to push away from that objective and try to garner yourself some comfort for those players in the hill that are trying to lock down that time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with your assessment there. I think then we flipped the conversation over towards Andrews. We spoke about it just before we came into this matchup. They've had to make a run through the losers bracket, coming all the way through, beating 3 different teams to get to this point. They started off poor. I won't lie, it felt a bit like we might end up with a blowout here. We're seeing 100-point leads coming on through for Barksdale, but Andrews started to answer back midway through that map. And I'm curious about what you think in terms of like the strengths of this team and where they were managing to pull that back from and what that could bode for when it comes to the rest of this series.
I think the one thing that Joint Base Andrews really has going for them is that all 4 members are playing so cohesively well. You don't really have that one member that's really standing apart from the rest. And I think that core 4 of this Andrews team can really punish some of those mistakes that you see the individuals of Barksdale making, especially heading into a search and destroy now. You didn't see Barksdale have a good showcasing on Rio S&D. It was a 6-1 loss to Minot. And that really goes to show that even though you have a member like Chewy that can turn up and find those first bloods, you can punish them as a whole with really good coordination on those retakes. And I think for this Barksdale or for this Joint Base Andrews team, you look to that teamwork to really break break through Barksdale, especially in this S&D, when you can force them to crumble in a lot of these post-plant positions.
Yeah, I love the idea of them coming together like that, because we've spoken a little bit about the last time that they played this with Barksdale. They played on that Rio S&D, you said there, they 6-1. And in particular, Barksdale weren't doing too bad initially anyway when they were getting those first bloods, but they weren't seeing them on out. And it felt like a couple of the times that they were getting those first bloods, or at least trading out of first blood, it seemed that they were then not playing it in some sort of setup way. They were just kind of trying to make magic happen on the map. Is that something that you expect Andrews to now be able to easily exploit, considering that you're seeing them work very well together as a four?
Yeah, I think like the biggest issue towards the end of that hard point was the fact that it started changing from Barksdale breaking hard points in 20 seconds to Joint Base Andrews breaking a hard point within 20 seconds, and pretty cleanly as well. Andrews oftentimes were able to break those hills, turn things around, and hold for about 30 to 40 seconds of time towards the end of that Vista hard point. Although it doesn't get them the win, it makes you think about the search and destroy now. If Barksdale are looking towards locking down a post plant situation, will they be able to hold that post plant position?
Well, we will get to find out, because map 2 has begun, and it's all again about first bloods. You take one in a Rio S&D, you are expected to win 75% of the maps. And well, Crazy will finally get the first on the board, but Mott here hitting a long flank and might well get him around the back.
I like this. You have somebody looking to get paid on the routes. Tyler's going to be able to trade out. He does lose his life, but he keeps Barksdale distracted. And for Mott, this is going to be his time to shine. Crazy, no idea, turns around, the shot's in. Mott just pre-fires the angle. He's going to be able to finish it off 2v2, both members isolated, and they know the positioning of each player for Andrews. It does look like, though, I like this call, they're going to group up together.
Yeah, seeing that bit of chemistry and teamwork come on through, just back to back. Lock it down. Now try and pick off. And actually, Mott's going to be around the back. Rat does turn, doesn't have the cover, and is not punished, though. Oh my god, how does Mott win that one? A 1v2, Rat has got to hold the bomb down for 30 seconds.
Yeah, a lot of time here for Joint Base Andrews to work this one. Rat's going to spot them out, but he gets caught in the open. Has to go check the bomb. He doesn't have any information on the cross, and he is wondering about that good old objective. Goes to check the rock, but it's all too late. Joint Base Andrews, they group up together, and what a win after losing that first blood.
Yeah, you're right to bring up the first blood, because again, it feels like Barksdale aren't able to capitalize on that. But I gotta say, that post-plant positioning, what are we talking about here? Rat's led in the open, is lucky not to be picked up by Mott in the first place. Mott then wins a disgusting gunfight, quite frankly, that he should lose. But again, Rat then repositions, has a moment, and realizes, hang on, I don't actually have vision of the bomb site. Has to push on out, gets cleaned up, got to be seeing better. Again, feels like Barksdale are trying to just kind of go with the flow of things rather than having executable planned plays.
So you're seeing if, you know, Barksdale can change this into a first blood and then a round win. Chewy again over towards the bridge, loses that member in Rat watching over him, and he's going to opt to push up for a little bit of control towards the escalators. So Chewy now wants to make a play happen.
And everyone just breathes. This is one of those moments where you're praying someone runs errantly onto the end of your rifle.
But look at the side of Andrews, and look at the way that they're pushing on through. The A side of the map is wide open, and suddenly they're fully surrounded with no information, and Bad Bird's going to take down Silent. It's go time for the rest of them to pinch over towards the B site, and Bark still can't do anything. They just fold at the pressure, and it's Chewy in a 1v4.
If Chewy checks here, actually, he might get timing to spot a player on the bomb. He does, but it's a fraction too late. You will get the kill. However, obviously, that is information given up, and with the bomb down, that puts a timer against you. 30 seconds, realistically, for Chewy to make the magic happen.
Yeah, so let's see if you can isolate these members. You can already see player number 5, Magic Mod, hitting the long route in behind P2. Chewy's going to give himself away. A little preemptive for the shots there. Tags up Tyler, but Tyler stays alive. 18 seconds now. And everybody for Joint Base Andrews, shoulder to shoulder in this setup. No way in for Chewy. No kills going his way.
Oh, hell.
And they're going to be able to put Chewy to rest for that round. 2-0 for Andrews.
Yeah, just wonderful stuff out of Andrews. As systematic as you like, really. Get the first blood, get the bomb down, and force Chewy to play through you, right? They don't get overextensive. They don't give Chewy any free kills. Don't make it interesting at all. It might be relatively boring Call of Duty to watch, ladies and gentlemen, but it is perfect, fundamental Call of Duty. Coming out of Andrews right now, 2-0 up, as smooth as you like. And this is where I start to wonder whether or not Andrews are the kind of team that could Neslo a series, considering how good their teamwork looks to be.
I was actually thinking just the same thing moments ago.
Great minds.
Bot alone at A, and he's going to actually back off this one. Disengage, play for the retake, 4-on-4. Care Bear looking to work this flank. Doesn't seem like Rat was aware at first, and he's not going to be aware until it's too late. Mott's going to spot the players turning around, and they all line up. Chewy again in a 1v4, running for his life. This time, bombs in his favor, but the kill's not there. Care Bear puts it away. Back to back to back.
I was about to criticize Mott, to be honest, for the fact that he didn't use his stun when he had to back off the site. He would have gained so much information. He would have slowed down the bomb plant. But I gotta criticize Barksdale more again for the post-plant positioning. Their decision there is essentially they're playing in a conga line. No mid-map control. We spoke about this the last time they were playing here on Rio S&D. They're essentially in one line looking at one direction. Beautiful shots out of Mott for sure, but if you're Barksdale, you gotta do a better job of giving yourself a push on out so that you can have information on where the opposing teams are coming from.
Yeah, trust the players on site to get that bomb down. Trust them to get away with their lives and watch that flank. Try to hold control of at least one side of the map, and you can play those angles. But Andrews are all over them. And you got to give it to Care Bear for timing that perfectly with the disconnect of this Barksdale team. We swap sides again to the attack. It's going to be over towards A. This time it's joint base Andrews looking to pick up the pace here. Bombs already getting planted, and Rat finds the first blood there. It's going to stop the bomb from actually going down. Players have to chase it, so they do. 3v3, now Burt punishing through the middle of the map, putting Chewy again against the odds.
I just don't even know what to say at this point. It is almost, I swear it's been every single round apart from the first where it's been a 1v4 for Chewy. Best of luck to you, son. Does find the first, but you're giving up your information on where you are, of course. Couldn't he isolate these gunfights, actually? Care Bear, no, he will be spotted by Burt, who's covering up over the top. Care Bear's going to be led in the corner. Chewy doesn't have the information, just 20 seconds and has to fly.
Yeah, it has to be two clean gunfights. Chewy's going to back up the first, but doesn't expect Care Bear on the cross, and that's the issue there. It's finding one kill and being set up for the next. And even the best of players in this lobby will struggle at that. You see Care Bear just biding his time. That's 4 unanswered rounds from Joint Base Andrews. And you talk back to those opening duels that we've been kind of highlighting for this game mode of Search and Destroy. And it's 2 first bloods for Andrews. It's 2 first bloods for Barksdale. It's just Andrews are a lot better at putting the rounds away.
100%. And the thing is, well, you look at that post-plant positioning. We'll come back to it later because we're already straight into map 5. And Tyler wants to get aggressive through the middle, pick up that kind of control that Barksdale have struggled with so far.
Just slides in. Tyler lines up at least one. Can he get away? He does, so he plays his life. And Care Bear's going to double down. So 3v2. The smoke settles. Crazy's going to be able to turn around and punish Magic Mott looking to run around. Tyler slides in. He's going to stop the bomb from getting planted. And where is Crazy during all of this? He's rotating the map. He's got a teammate planting the bomb, and he's nowhere to be seen. Bert's going to read him like a book. And, I mean, this is lights out from Joint Base Andrews.
Feels like we are witnessing the difference between a good team and 4 good individuals right now as Joint Base Andrews continue to punish the mistakes that are being made by Barksdale. You're right to call out the rotation coming in from Crazy. Obviously, maybe there's a comm that we're not picking up on, but the idea of being in a 2v2 and having no cover as you plant the bomb is terrifying. Oh, and I actually think Crazy thought he had already finished the gunfight there. Stop shooting. So it could have gotten interesting, but still, Crazy had a lot of work to do. 5-0, clean as you like from Joint Base Andrews. Barksdale are going to have to full sail this one if they want to take themselves 2-0 up in this losers finals. Otherwise, I come back to that comment that we both made earlier. Do we start to speak about a squad that could Neslo this? Because the hard point was, although relatively comfortable in the end, it did get interesting through the middle. We've had no such thing here in the S&D.
I mean, we've all been to the point where you're shooting at somebody, you think you get the kill, but you don't really get the kill. We've all been there.
Oh, we've been there.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Some more than others. But in the spotlight, that stinks. Yeah, I know you and I both thought about Dandro in that moment. I know it.
Oh, dude, I've roasted him enough recently. I've been there.
But
you think you've done enough.
Yeah. And now, minute on the board. Very patient out of Joint Base Andrews. They're trying to hope that Barksdale gets over aggressive, but nothing's going to be met. Smokes go down. It seems like they want to roll out the red carpet to get this rock down at B.
The smoke will actually come out from Gare Bear. I was wondering if we were going to start to see some of them come out. I love the fact that they've saved it. Chewy actually finds Tyler, though. So, unfortunately, their setup, their executed play might not happen. But I love the reposition out of Gare Bear. He actually had support from Badbert, too. And he's continued on over. So, then as Magic Mott flips back in towards the middle to provide more support. Puts the stun out as well to get himself more information. Honestly, beautiful retake situation of the bomb zone for JB Andrews.
Rat's got to stay alive. Play this onto the flank. Crazy. Can he equalize 2v2? Now for the post play. Badbird, he is hunting, but Crazy has slipped through the net. They have no idea. Magic Mod has repositioned, so I don't know if they're going to be able to read this. Rat moves forward. 20 seconds left to get this defuse in. Slides out into the middle. Mott's going to be able to punish that one. 1 versus 2 for Crazy to put a round on for his team, but he is chasing ghosts. Nobody's going to be spotted. Nothing to be seen here. Okay, I was going to say for a second I thought he was going to hop that bomb and ninja, but he jumps off of it and a clean 6-0 on Rio S&D for Joint Base Andrews.
I mean, absolutely as smooth as you like, right? I was worried for a second here that because Bert had run past the bomb, he thought he'd looked at it, not seen Crazy on it. Crazy could have held and diffused, but no, it does check back, make sure it's all dealt with. I think but by that time anyway, Crazy's gone off it. But look at that scoreboard, Seymour, the difference. Absolutely terrifying in what these two teams are putting on. Again, I go back to it. It felt like we were watching a good team of individuals against a good team in this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really break things down to the side of, I think that Barksdale are not used to the S&D as a game mode. They're good in the respawns. They keep it mixy, and they're kind of bailed out by that individual superstar presence that they have when it comes down to the slaying. But in that coordination in S&D that you need to get that first blood, play your life, have your teammate making sure that nobody's going to flank you and trade you out, it's tough to kind of have that coordination. And for Barksdale, you just did not see it at all within this S&D. You didn't see it in the last S&D, and it's starting to become a reoccurring theme with this Barksdale team that you need to have that communication amongst each other to make sure that if Chewy's going to find that first blood, or Crazy, or Rad, somebody has to be making sure that nobody's following up to trade that. And if you can back them up, play those lives, it'd be great, because ultimately at the end of the day, Barksdale did have 3 first bloods throughout that S&D. They had chances in the S&D that were just thrown away.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree. I think that you end up, especially in that round as well, where it's a 2v2, bombs going down, and then you end up with Crazy off on a flank somewhere. Clearly, a miscommunication. Barksdale here showing a couple of reoccurring weaknesses. Can they fix them in time to punch a ticket through to grand finals? Will it be Joint Base Andrews there to take advantage? We'll find out after the break. We sit 1-1. Plenty to watch. Don't miss it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Eastern Regional Esports Invitational. That is a mouthful every single time. I'm Enigma. Alongside me is Seymour. We're currently sat at 1 apiece here in our losers finals, looking ahead towards our control, our map 3, Seymour, and it's going to be that invasion that we saw in winners finals. We actually saw Boxdale come out on top against Minot, but is that going to be repeated here, you feel?
I mean, for invasion control, it's a toss-up because realistically it comes down to the performance on the defenses. And I think when you look back to that first series for Barksdale versus Minot, there was a lot of defensive setups that were never solidified on both sides of the field. And for this joint-based Andrews team, I think it's a different beast, full things considered, because we saw in that Rio S&D how together Andrews were and the way that they were hitting things. And if Andrews can really step up into this invasion control, work their defenses with those power positions over towards the God tank, holding down the middle of the map on the tank as well, watching over courtyard. If you could set up these spawn traps and really stick it to the side of Barksdale, you've seen that Barksdale struggle to break those setups, and we saw it in the S&D. We saw them really falter when it came down to that teamwork and into this control. Although Barksdale won it against Minot, I would not count on that to be similar storylines here for this team. They are two very different beasts entirely.
Yeah, no, fully agreed. I think a lot of the breakdown that you give there is spot on. It feels like with Barksdale, we're waiting on individual moments of brilliance. And even going back to that victory that they had last time out, it was a case of it felt like Crazy needed to make a massive play over by A to shift the Minot defenses. You end up in this situation where if he doesn't make that happen, can Barksdale break Minot down? I just don't think so. And we've already spoken a little bit in this series about how you could see that a team like Andrews could Neslo a series, take 2-3-5 in it because of the teamwork that they show. So no, I'm fully alongside you in terms of like how I expect this to go. What I will say to back up Barksdale at least a little bit is their respawn prowess over this Andrews side really shone through in map 1, especially when you look at that duo of Crazy and Chewy. Do you think that they have enough to put it all on their backs and just carry them through another control?
I really think it comes down to players like Crazy and players like Rat to really step up. That's the difference between the hardpoint, and that's the difference between what this control will be. I mean, you even think back to that Vista and the first set of rotations, Crazy and Rat were putting up insane numbers. Chewy was not even a factor at that moment, but as that Vista carried on, as you started to see Andrews really heat up towards the end of that hard point, you started to see a player like Rat slow down, and then Chewy really needed to step up in those individual moments. So I think if you kind of go into this control knowing that you started to slow down at the end of that Vista, you can't really feel too comfortable with this side of Barksdale on just walking away with the respawns easily as they did in that Vista. You have to have that same performance from Rat and Crazy. There's no questions asked.
Yeah, well, we will find out if they can rinse and repeat. And of course, it will be the A play coming in from Barksdale. They want to get pushed on out over. This is relatively common these days, trying to just shift the Andrews defensive line around, and already pressure from Chewy, making a good presence in and felt. And well, progress happening here. Gare Bear's going to have to go massive. He's actually taking damage in from Rat, and all of a sudden Andrews are absolutely scrambling.
It's a great break off from Barksdale with Chewy through the middle of the map. You're able to punch that player out through rugs, and everybody times it at the right time. You have to stack on. Moss going to take one last swing at it. The trades. Tyler breaks out. Bert's able to get on in. And you send this the side of Barksdale back over towards B, but they don't get the close spawn, so it's going to be slow progression at B4 now. Only Chewy really there to hold on.
The thing is, already being 3 ticks is actually going to be better progress than I'm pretty sure Barksdale made in the first round last time out. So definitely improvements. I think Andrews maybe caught a little bit cold, and They're going to get some pressure up through here. I got to highlight number 7 on the minimap, Gare Bear, who has managed to get himself into Palace. We see how often this can upset teams trying to push on out. Silence going to check on over. Bad Bear's going to get aggressive around Godtag, but Chewy comes out on top of it. So all of a sudden, Chewy, Crazy, they will have B control, and Magic Mott manages to at least get one to stop a rotation over towards A. This will allow Andrews to at least set up a cordon for Barksdale to push through.
Yeah, it's a double stack over towards B. I don't think Tyler's going to get here in time, so no. 5 segments so far for Barksdale, and now they're going to be working over towards blue as well. Right now, you're in trouble if you're Andrews. You're surrounded by the presence, and this would be a big win to have if you're Bad Bird over to the Renetti, clears out mid. So a couple kills going your way. You're going to be able to get that map positioning back to yourself. You know players are behind you, so I'm sure a lot of them are going to keep tabs onto where Crazy is, see if you can weed him out of blue.
And the terrifying thing here for Andrews is you've got 90 seconds to hold 1 tick. You wouldn't have wanted to give it 5 ticks all the way through the round. Gare Bear and Crazy somehow completely go over and under each other, but Crazy finds Gare Bear first, pushes himself to a 5. Keep an eye out on him potentially hitting cruise missiles. Always very useful when it comes to breaking the points. And it won't matter potentially because Bad Bird's going to get shot in the back. And Silent is already onto the point. It is going to be a last swing for Andrews. Otherwise, Barksdale have this.
It looks like it's going to be it. One last contest is out. Chewy trades it. And Chewy's going to put it away. So fantastic out of Barksdale on that offensive side. 6 segments on their attack Enigma. And I think that's more so Andrews making a couple of blunders in those moments, getting ahead of their own timings, trying to kind of jump in towards the back end of the likes of Barksdale, trying to work towards their spawn, set up that spawn trap before that spawn trap was even meant to be. And a couple of them just got caught on timings, caught into the irons of these Barksdale members, and I mean, Crazy making that play over towards blue. It's just everything stacking on top of each other to Barksdale punishing those individual fights. Like we said, those superstars turning up.
Yeah, and what I will say, though, is Andrews started slowly in the hard point as well and did answer back eventually. However, you just got to limit the amount of bleeding right now because 6 full ticks that quickly is a terrifying thing to face. We will see Andrews just move on over to B, have 3 players, got coverage over a lot of areas. I love this position from Rat, this top treehouse. It is so often unrecognized as a position, and Rat's going to go huge and makes the jump into top rubble. Although he might well get company from Tyler, this feels like a much better defensive hold out of Barksdale than Andrews managed at the start of the last one.
Yeah, I think that's really good from Badbert to recognize he needs to back down from DVD, back up that B segment, and now looks to get some progress in. Time stopped at 56 seconds. Chewy's going to be knocked down to 78 health. No pressure from Dark just yet. Everybody forward, and the timing doesn't work out for Barksdale, so the setup is clean. The stack is out. And this should be all 3 segments cleaned up. You have the member watching Dark. Mott's going to catch Silent, and the B zone captured. 1 minute and 53 seconds left.
That's a long time to be able to push on over towards A, but what you do have right now, at least if you're Barksdale, is a player in through the back if you're Crazy, and then long headies, long posted up players. Bert actually thinks he sniffs a Rat or a Crazy who's actually decided to play on back through courtyard. So that miss, that lack of information might well let Bert in through the back.
And another thing to kind of hold on here if you're Barksdale is the fact that Chewy was able to find that cruise missile back at the start of the round. Crazy wasn't able to get that streak, so you still have that kill streak ready to go if you need it to bail you out. But Badbert looking for a chance to maybe crack open this A zone. If he can stay alive here, that is a lot of distraction from Barksdale to allow his teammates to work up.
Yeah, Bert doing the Lord's work is eventually sniffed out. Teammates took their time to finally do some damage on the other side, but eventually Mott will get pressed up close. Gare Bear's just going to try and play in through rugs. However, you just got to wait quite some time to get your teammates into support, and well, Mott's position won't be enough as Rat finds him. Oh, and the worst timing in the world as Bert picks him up from Cafe, then dumps out. Gare Bear now into Laundry. Tyler's going to squeeze up on this. Tyler actually decides to get aggressive, and as he activates, does enough to get 1, but Silent answers back with a big 2. A moment there that could have changed the face of the whole round, and Mott by himself is just going to wait for his teammates to arrive.
Mott's going to find 2. Now it's all up to Rat. Chewy through the middle of the map will be able to provide some support. 15 and 7 from Chewy. punished by Burt, but there's only 15 seconds, and you're racing to get back over towards this control point. Burt's going to be able to put together 2, but 2 damaged up to get anything done. It is a solid hold from Barksdale on the defensive side, giving up the 3 ticks over towards B, holding on to that cruise missile as well, and dominating in the slaying for this map mode combo of Invasion. They want to bounce right back after that Invasion S&D was lost in a 6-0 fashion. And I mean, Andy, in that same moment there, you had a moment for Joint Base Andrews when they were working in through rugs, when they had those 2 kills with the players towards the zone, the A zone. It was just too slow from Joint Base Andrews. They needed to hit the gas as soon as they found those 2 kills. And you had Gare Bear in through Laundry, who waited maybe 15 seconds to make any movement actually happen there. He had a chance to wrap behind Rat, but he just took way too long to execute that plan.
Exactly. It was also the similar case when Burt had managed to play himself in through the back of gas station. He just ends up with no teammates able to squeeze up on that, apply the pressure, and make the killing move happen when it was mostly needed. Chewy takes a lot of damage here in mid. I like to just lie down, catch a couple of people out. We'll get the damage into Gare Bear. Honestly, that's enough. That's a great play considering the circumstances that you were under. Andrews will be happy enough with that because they now able to push on out, get themselves the map presence, aware that Barksdale have turned attentions to B. Mott cooks a nade, puts one on over, doesn't connect with anything, and therefore it's going to have to be a straight gunfighting. As Crazy gets the first air, that's surely going to make Andrews go running packing. You do have that big flank coming in from Gare Bear over towards Palace, but other than that, Barksdale will be very happy with how this is going.
And that's kind of where you take that thought, is that, you know, Chewy over towards Treehouse providing so much support in the past is kind of what you see falter for Andrew. Without any treehouse control, you're not able to really distract those members and kind of deter them from looking over towards Dark. So Andrew's never able to break through that blender. That is the B zone. That is 9 segments for Barksdale Air Force Base so far from their attacking side. That should guarantee them a round 5 offense if it does go the distance here. But you look at this from Gare Bear. I don't like this positioning at all. He's forcing the spawns over towards Convoy, and that is going to allow Barksdale to get towards this A zone even quicker than if he was holding over towards Nest.
Yeah, he does eventually fix his mistake with 2 kills, but again, you don't want to back off that far side of Palace. If you're a young man watching this right now and you're thinking about how to play through that Palace spawn, you do not want to sit on that far northwestern side because it will actually push players towards A. He is eventually found. I think he does enough to fix the error that was made. Andrews will have control over middle of the map. You've also got Courtyard and lanes over A Street here. However, Chewy does great work with the stun and pushes on through. Now we'll be able to push up through Cafe, but Bert's there to trade it out. So a stalemate momentarily. 6 lives to the advantage are Andrews, but they must win this one to avoid losing the whole map.
So Barksdale, what is their win condition here? I mean, they spot up towards Ice Cream, so they're going to have to work a lot of this map just to get over towards this A zone. 37 seconds. They're going to choose to barrel it right down the middle of the map, and there's a stack inside Cafe. You still have members to worry about here for Andrews. Chewy's going to slide through, wants to get the trade, but Burt gets away. Chewy now has a chance to extend over towards this, but Gare Bear, lovely crossfires here from Joint Base Andrews. Only 21 seconds left in this round. This should be an Andrews round.
Yeah, and a huge fight there in the back to ensure that there was no more Barksdale players slipping in through the gas station. Keeping those players on one side of them as the Andrews defensive line will indeed hold. And that also pushes Burt onto a 5 streak. I think if you're Barksdale right now, just slow down. Don't give him a cruise. Don't let him answer back. Barksdale should still have their cruise and will only be up by the 1 round. But considering that that was an offensive-sided map for Barksdale, and offenses are difficult to come by. Let's face it, we've seen a couple of them this afternoon, but it is difficult here on Invasion Control. I think, again, Barksdale will still be the happier team. The one thing, Seymour, in the last respawn we played, JB Andrews started off slowly. They did that again here, but they picked it up. They figured things. They adapted as they went. So I think that JB Andrews may well have something to say about the direction of this tie yet.
And you see Burst just 1 away from the streak. If he can get this cruise missile, they're on equal terms in on tools and firepower to win this offensive side. It's just kind of breaking in, and Burt is going to find that cruise missile. The kills don't really get them over towards A just yet, but not done yet. Tyler, shots could have been there, but Crazy with a big shutdown there deters them from going towards this A zone.
Oh, beautiful shots again out of Crazy. 17 and 10. Bert's trying to answer back as well, but will be shut down by Chewy. And I love this push out from Barksdale. This is better than how they were playing it out last time. Last time they were scared to move away from the A zone, scared to go and get themselves some map positioning against Minot. This time, not so much, but Gare Bear will punish them for that anyway. Finds Crazy. Rat tucked into the back of Calf. Mott will lose his fight as well, and that is 2 dead for JB. Andrews, Barksdale gonna now try and squeeze up towards B. Silent with the stun. Bert just over the top. He gets 1. Teammates there to provide the coverage. Bert picks up 2. Feels like every time something great happens for Joy Base Andrews, he's a part of it. But Crazy then finds 2 in from Dark. How do you let that happen?
You just overlook the fact that Dark is wide open and you are punished. It's only 1 segment over towards B. Working on that second one. Gare Bear's looking to play this forward position. And the rest of Barksdale not giving this one up just yet. Chewy on the flank. Crazy's going to find the opening kill. Everybody turned around and distracted. So many fights to take. You don't know where to look. And Barksdale, they just squeeze it through. Back onto B. 30 seconds left.
And the thing is as well, for Andrews, is it is so single file. It is one directional. Oh, but you open up with 2 big kills. So all of a sudden, if you're the Barksdale players, you got to do this. Rat got to pick his name and make it his nature and won't find anything. The cruise missile with a massive 3Ps off of the cruise missile. 1 player will survive, but Silent is there to clean it up. That could have been a capture there, and an extra minute for Joint Base Andrews to push on through, but a huge play out of Chewy. Perfect call in of the cruise.
And you hold it for just the right time, and Chewy calls the map at that one's gonna feel good. You see the fist bumps again from this squad, but the job's not done for Barksdale. They're able to battle back into the respawns again. You talk about their slaying prowess, you talk about their individuality, how these superstars are just able to turn up in these game modes where, you know, respawns aside from an S&D, it's a living, breathing thing. It's always changing. You have to be able to adapt to it, and it seems like Barksdale are just able to fight through that adversity when it comes down to these respawns and just find kill after kill to get them to those zones, to get them back into those gunfights. And I love that for Barksdale. It's just the tenacity and the ruthlessness of these engagements where they're just continuing to layer on that pressure. And for Andrews, yes, they put on an excellent defensive hold to get them into that round 4. And they had a chance in towards the offense, but it just didn't seem like they were able to adapt to those curveballs that were thrown at them. And, you know, in the Search and Destroy, they show great prowess when it comes down to, this is our strat, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna lock it down. But in the respawns for Joint Base Andrews, they just cannot hit those adaptations in real time, and that's where Barksdale has their edge.
Yeah, I think that a lot of what you break down there is absolutely spot on. Absolutely love it. I think I go back to one very specific moment, and that is just how poor Joint Base Andrews were off the start. Like, immediately, we're talking about potential Neslos, better teamwork, and all of a sudden, it just felt like Andrews came out cold on that defensive round in round 1 and just allowed Barksdale to seize that initiative back. Because, I mean, you and me have been in series, we've played in tournaments and whatnot. You know what it's like when you win a hard point and you suddenly get smoked in the S&D. You're suddenly very worried. Okay, we have to make this control ours, otherwise we are seeing another search guaranteed, and we could well be in trouble if we get there. If we are going to get there, now we need to see Joint Base Andrews come on top in a hard point. And my question to you, Seymour, is that something that they have in their locker?
It's something to think about for this Joint Base Andrews team, is that their nature to this game is completely different than Barksdale, is that they're very tame, they're very controlled, and Barksdale are head fast, and they want to sting these points as fast as they can. And we saw that in the invasion control. That is kind of what got away from Joint Base Andrews at the start of it. They wanted to really control those defenses, where Barksdale, they throw their hat at A, they break through A, and that's that. They get that capture, they get the control, and it just seems like at some point Andrews, as soon as they get blown up, they cannot come back together. So, like, for this next hard point, they need to look into it and say, if you're going to play controlled Call of Duty, you have to play controlled Call of Duty from start to finish. If it breaks off the start, you have to just group up again and hit it together. I think for the Vista hardpoint, towards the end of it, they started to break within 20 seconds and hold for 30 to 40 of that time. And for this Rio hardpoint coming up next, you can see that again for this team, there is potential for Joint Base Andrews to break hills and set up, especially when you talk about those money hills in hills 2 and 4.
Yeah, well, let's talk about it then, because it's exactly where I wanted to take this. The last time that we got to watch Barksdale play on Rio Hardpoint, which is where we're headed to next. They immediately came undone with a P2 hold. If I remember right, I think it was Bruce who managed to get in around the back and just completely split that defensive hold apart. When I look at this Joint Base Andrews squad, they're very teamwork focused, very fundamentally focused, play control Call of Duty, as you said. If you've been watching that series, if you've had any chance to pay attention to how Barksdale played this out previously, surely that's something that you look to exploit, and as well that lack of mid-map control that Barksdale showed pretty much throughout every rotation.
Yeah, and for Barksdale, I'm sure that they're going to be learning from those mistakes that they made back in the last series, but I'm not too sure that it's going to be flawless. And the fact that Vista wasn't as flawless as you would have thought heading into this series as well. So you expect those mistakes to continue to happen. And I think the question off of that would be for us to kind of find out is which player on Joint Base Andrews is going to take it into their own right to make those flanking plays like what Bruce was doing to blow it up, because I don't think we have seen one of those individuals really break through in these games so far for Andrews. And maybe at times you've had Mott really turn up, Burt or Gare Bear, but you haven't had one of those takeover players like your Chewies or your Bruce to be seen.
Well, all the talk, the hypotheticals, the will these, they won't these, it won't matter anymore because we're already going here with Rio Hardpoint, and Silent is going to open up with 2 here to push his squad onto the first and finds the third as well. Beautiful stuff from Silent, coming in from that bridge side and just opening up Andrews straight away there as we start what is a pinstripe feed. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if Barksdale win this, they will go into the grand finals to rematch against Minot. But whoever loses, and if it's Andrews that fall here, then their tournament run is done. They take 3rd seed on through to our CONUS Championships.
Yeah, Mott's going to find 3 to break back in, and you will see the lead change for a short moment here after P1 is done, but full setup for Barksdale over towards P2. They're really putting some heavy advantages over towards information. They don't want to allow these flanks to happen, but Crazy's going to get caught out. And now Burt looking to run some routes in towards the back line. He can have a chance to maybe slip through.
That's indeed going to be the player to watch. Silent, the man that exploded at the start, will get coverage from teammates. So is able to just hunker down on the point. What I will say is that Chewy's pushed on through, but might not be aware that Magic Mott's also coming in through the back. Gare Bear's also slipped on through. Bad Bear finds one. Chewy does find Mott in the back, but Gare Bear's going to be here to try and trade that out. It's a huge fight, and Chewy comes out on top of it to lock down those spawns, fixing the errors that they made last time.
You can just trust Chewy to win his ones, and that's what happens. He hops onto this time. The players off the respawns will be able to reinforce this hard points, and Barksdale, they have grown their lead after just narrowly losing it after P1 was finished. But you can take a look at the minimap and you can see that Bad Bird, he is going to take some looks, see if you can find some exit kills over towards Old. But I like this from Joint Base Andrews, that Mott is trying to work some control through the middle of the map and really make it tough for Barksdale to set up for a break early on.
Yeah, this feels like one of the best holds that we've seen out of these two teams when it comes to the respawns. I like the rotation that came in. They were set up correctly. However, the gunfights are not going the way of Andrews at all. Gare Bear needs to come out on top of this, get support from Mott, who finds 2 on the outside. Gare Bear's going to have to check back in because Silence come in through boxes and will eventually be cleaned up. Chewy's still alive there, though. We know what he can do. Tyler has to find him. Chewy puts himself onto a 5, wants to play for the Cruise. Will get caught by the stun, but it won't matter. He puts himself onto 6, absolutely explodes to not only find the Cruise, but continue the pressure on the hill.
And you see the way that he beats the sun there. The timing is fantastic. Off the respawns, though, you're able to battle back here if you're Joint Base Andrews, and not only that, you flip the lead, Andy, on this P3 hill. So not a lot of teams can lock it down the way that we just saw Andrews lock it down, and that was just great map control through mid and some fantastic gunfights won. Over towards the new, you are going to have some presence over towards boxes. Gare Bear does slip across, but is he going to be caught here? He has Bad Bear watching over him, and Gare Bear is just living. He is living on point.
I mean, he's doing a great job here. Teammates also providing cover over. Tyler was going to be that cover at distance up on Flowers. It is eventually found. Gare Bear's still up. Magic Mott just holding over by boxes. Watching this Barksdale squad line up through the middle. And actually, it's unfortunate because Mott takes a lot of damage in the back from Burt. So that's eventually what's going to slow him down. Silent picks up a big 2-piece to finally break this on open and give Barksdale a little bit of momentum here to kind of bully themselves back in on the hill. That's one of the weirdest trophy positionings I've witnessed in my entire life. Chewy's going to go on out, doesn't finish up the first, and then Mott goes big for 2.
I've never seen a trophy do something like that.
Never. That was bizarre.
That is MW3 towards the end of the year. But 168 now heading into P5 of our first rotation. Tyler through the middle of the map should be able to catch some of these rotations out, but early presence at the hill for Barksdale. Will it matter? So far, no. Chewy, 14 and 5, gonna have to fend off every member of Joint Base Andrews. That is too tall of an ask to make. And you look at the mini map and you can see that Barksdale, they're spawning all the way on the opposite side of the map. Will you recognize this if you're Joint Base Andrews?
And what I will say, that sets up almost a pinch play, but unfortunately, Silent isn't actually able to do anything from the other side. So the correct play from Andrews, bully out one side, give them a back to fight from. Crazy. Oh, it turns away. The worst timing, and actually gets found by Burt. Andrews, all of a sudden here, doubling up on Barksdale's scores, sending into a lovely lead. Rat's just tucked in the corner, finds one, has time to pop down, hit the reload, but Gare Bear will immediately trade it on out. So continuing to make magic happen. What I will say, Barksdale have struggled again here for mid-map control. Looks like they're finally playing for that as we look towards our next rotation.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit of a sleeper highlight here, but the way that Tyler has been playing through the middle of the map has just been flawless for Joint Base Andrews. On a lot of these hills, the support he just cuts off from Barksdale is allowing Magic Mod to run these routes. He might be 10 and 15, but those are 10 very important kills. So Joint Base Andrews, this teamwork, it's working.
Indeed, Tyler gonna slip on out. He probably gets a little bit over aggressive with that AR in hand. Silent will find one. Crazy explodes into two. So an opportunity for Barksdale to pick up a couple of kills, but let's assess whether or not Andrews just decides to play around P2 instead. Gare Bear's gonna take one more swing at it. Semtex comes on over. Rival 9 in hand, pushes up close, but won't be enough for Silent. Hits the drop shot. Tyler's in behind Fridges, just trying to contest. Just trying to bleed down the timer and ensure that his team are not forced to bleed here. Chewy with 2 might well get out, and yes, you could well start to see Barksdale push on through for these back spots.
And you're looking for the flip here, but Tyler with a shutdown. Chewy flanking out, reads the push from Gare Bear. Tyler on the hunt, but Chewy's still alive. Finally shut down, but look at the way it's impacted the spawns in the back for Barksdale. They're going to be able to jump at this hill as fast as possible. With the reactions from Andrew, they read this to a T, and they're going to be able to turn around and shut down these players, keep their lead by 50.
Oh, and his bullets in the bag. Mott gonna try and squeeze up here. It might well have been mostly the spawns for Barksdale, but they managed to amount it to naught. Andrews continued to spike, continued to scrap, take a hold again. There's still 30 seconds to play for it here, and Barksdale are trailing by a lot, so they gotta chase after this. Shots under the car hit true. Burt will trade out, and the thing is, right now, it just feels like Andrews, every time they get a hold of a hill, they just lock it down so well, doing a much better job of setting up the defensive cordons than their opposition.
It's the differences that I was talking about back at Vista. When Barksdale were holding onto hills, it was scrap time. It was 20 seconds. They were getting broken within the first initials, and even though they lost that or won that hard point, it was not a clean win at the end of things. And this time for Andrews, sometimes they're getting 40 to 60 seconds on these hills, and that has just got them a 183 to 107 lead. They're just cruising through this map number 4, and they want to push it all the way to another S&D.
What it would be to witness a map 5 finally. In this here in losers finals, winner obviously goes on to grands and meets Minot. Crazy with 2 in the back. Feels like I've said that about 19 times through this map. Gare Bear will, with the help of Tyler, assume control of the hill. Surely Andrews to push on out over 200. Rat will contest for a moment. Tries to find an angle, but Gare Bear's there on the flank. Gare Bear there managing to get the cleanup. And Crazy again. It just feels like it's individual gunfights. Barksdale arriving in ones, Andrews shutting it down.
It's just ants marching to the hill, and if you're Joint Base Andrews, you're happy to just stomp all over them. For that moment, you amass the 200-point marker. Now looking to find yourself in shutting down this map number 4 in a triumphant effort. You lose the rotation to P4, but for Joint Base Andrews, you have a chance at grouping up and hitting this together, and you have a flank from Gare Bear.
Yeah, what I will say, Barksdale not only... Oh, okay, fair enough. Cruise missile. Hadn't heard that come on through. Couple of shots. Everyone's missing everything, but Crazy eventually cleans it on up. The thing is, what Barksdale have to do here is be willing to push out and establish map control. We've seen them struggle this with their defensive holds, and that presence there from Chewy means that Andrews get a spawn on the opposite side of the map. It's going to take them time to hit this again.
And I asked who is going to be the one to step toe-to-toe against Chewy. It's been Magic Mod, 27 and 17. Really putting in some work, starting to slow down into these last couple of hard points, but And that's okay when you're up 211 to 146. You can take your gas. You can take your foot off the gas for a moment. You just have to make sure you keep your eyes on the prize, and that is the rotation over towards P5. Big one-on-one for Bad Bird. He's going to be sent packing crazy, trying to find a few kills on rotation. He needs to stay alive for his team.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do up top. Mock goes for the top rope play, but doesn't make it happen. Crazy slams him into the dirt, and I just love that Bert's staying alive here because it means Crazy can't squeeze up on this. The reinforcements are given just about enough time to arrive. Sure, Barksdale get in, but because of how long Bert stays alive, they have no defensive cordon in place. Tyler finds one over the top. Coming in through the back is going to be found. However, Chewy and Rat answer back, and all of a sudden feels like Barksdale have the momentum. The pendulum swung in their favor. They're approaching that 200-point marker.
And this is where you're okay with hunkering down on the point. You have a streak for Chewy if you need space, if you need to breathe, but is it going to be called in here? It doesn't look like it. Bert's going to jump on down. The breaks in for JB Andrews. Barksdale trying to grasp at straws here at holding on to this hard point. You're not going to give up the game, but you would have loved to get that scrap time. You even lose the rotation over towards New. Nobody with middle map control.
Yeah, this is the thing now. No one can win it there, so you got to force the rotate. And both teams are going to set themselves up for mid-fights. Chewy with 3. Badbird, though, on the flank could make himself a nuisance. Will pick up Rat. However, the fact that Rat spawns in means that the information is gained. So Chewy checks on out over towards the bridge. Bert will get up behind him. Beautiful stuff from him. Up to a 5. Potentially going to find another cruise. And oh my, Silent gets absolutely run over. Andrews here with just 15 seconds to finish this off.
You got to group up together. You're hitting this from one angle. You have to use the cruise missile, and you do. Chewy gonna invest the streak to this one. Battle back in for the team. Will it be able to hold on?
Barksdale have to do absolutely everything here. 11 seconds needed for Andrews. You've got 13 left on the hill clock, and Magic Smart and Bear push on forward. You've 8 seconds left in this, and that contest will mean that the tick doesn't happen, so you can play for 2. Now watch these Andrews players explode out through the front. They've got to contest these back spawns, but right now you've got Barksdale players spawning all the way across the back there, and they're gonna miss Tyler playing for that backside.
Yeah, Tyler on the flank. Tyler is gonna look for this chance. Gare Bear from the front. Everybody's turning up the feed. Barksdale holding strong. Tyler, though. Tyler with 2. Bert now for a chance. He's gonna be in. 3 seconds left, and nobody touches. Barksdale go down, and Andrews by the skin of their teeth stay alive here.
Goodness me. What a set of games we are being treated to today, Seymour. We will see a map 5. You asked, you said, who would it be from Andrews that would go toe-to-toe with Crazy and with Chewy? Chewy still drops that 36 and 22, the kind of scoreline we're seeing him put up regularly in that hard point. However, Magic Mott with 31 and 23 does enough to push this to a decider.
Yeah, but my MVP really goes to somebody like Tyler and the plays that he made throughout the middle portions of this game, consistently setting up on those power positions, finding those important kills on rotation, getting that time in the hill as well, and allowing your submachine guns to roam freely throughout this map. Tyler also putting away the game at the end with that massive flank all the way through the spawn of Barksdale. Nobody saw it coming, and I think Tyler really turning up at the most important moments. Separate Tyler from a player like Silent on the side of Barksdale, and if you see Tyler turn up more than Silent, you're going to see that success for that team. These two are neck and neck. However, Andy, coming up next, I mean, this is the bane of the existence of Barksdale.
I gotta say that this is exactly where I want the conversation to head next. We spoke about a potential Neslo picking up that maps 2, 3, 5, winning it via, well, it's just not being great on hardpoint. Well, when that map 3 went the way of Barksdale, that was no longer in the equation. Surely we were going to finish this up on hardpoint. Joint Base Andrews said that they have something different to say, and you're right to talk about how S&D is just absolutely not where Barksdale want to head here. We've seen them play 2 maps so far it has been a 6-1 loss in Rio S&D against Minot, and then a 6-0 loss in Rio S&D against Joint Base Andrews. So at this point, what is it that Barksdale need to do in order to at least make this an interesting Game 5, let alone go on to win it?
It's just a way to compartmentalize just what to do in those moments when you have not a lot of resources to get the job done in that time frame. Like a respawn, you have to play your life, and you need to, if you have Chewie finding a first blood or somebody finding first blood, that's okay. Take that first blood and run with it, especially now heading in towards invasion. Those 4 first bloods are going to make it really tough to set up a post-plant situation or a retake situation if you are Joint Base Andros. And Barksdale are great at drawing those opening duels into their favor. It's just the follow-up on it is not there. You need to go into this last game knowing that you are toe-to-toe when it comes down to firepower. It is just knowing when to go and when to stop right now for Barksdale, for this team, because a lot of the time it is nothing but forward for their brains, and they need to find a time to just sit amongst each other and talk about what to do next.
I think that one of the things as well to talk about when it comes to this Barksdale side that kind of factors into what you just said and what you just broke down is that their poor post-plant positions. It seems that they're often getting the bomb down and then just immediately get swallowed up by the opposing team. I don't think we've witnessed them get the bomb down and actually succeed from that so far. So if you're on this Barksdale team and you're thinking, okay, we just need to get, you know, the bomb down and then figure it out from there, what is it that you're doing if you're the IGL of this team trying to figure out a weakness like that?
You're saying, okay, guys, we're going to go plant this bomb. We need one of you to stand back. Watch the flank. Watch any angle you can. Just spread out on the map and have some size to your existence. You want to make sure you have that gusto in your setups, and you need to make sure that you show that presence as well as individuals. You cannot allow Joint Base Andrews to walk all over you. But a team kill nade onto Mott, he's going to die to his own car bomb, and that's go time now to drop the bomb on A.
That is the absolute worst, but Chewie survives by the skin of his teeth as every single bit of utility connects with him. I think that was 2 stuns and a nade. And, well, Tyler's kill there makes it a 3v2, makes it a little bit more manageable. However, bomb down, 30 seconds to go.
Yeah.
You got to figure your way through this defensive hold.
These are 2 of the nasty shooters from the east. The only thing is breaking into this post plan. This is a flawless setup from Barksdale. You have everybody doing exactly what you need.
Tyler just being toyed with, eventually cleaned on up. I will say it's hard to read into that round a little bit because of the fact that Magic Mott manages to car bomb himself, which I'm not sure which way that first blood is actually going to go. I think I'll actually give it to Barksdale, but it's
me too.
Unfortunate if you're Joint Base Andrews, really, after all the work you've done to force yourself to a Game 5, it's frustrating to then give up the initiative so early on your S&D.
I'm going to mark that 1 first blood for Barksdale off the start of that round. But yeah, no, I think the one thing for Barksdale that I really liked is as soon as those kills came through, they didn't wait. They got that bomb down right away. They dropped that smoke and they set up their post plans without even asking what to do next. So I love the tempo being set here. Chewie trying to make a play. He's going to be caught. Care Bear opens up this round with a first.
I think one of the things with Andrews, especially when it comes to their search, is you can see the playbook coming out executing exactly what they want to make happen. Burt using that top blue to lock down the flank. Crazy found 2v4, rats in a world of pain, and is eventually cleaned up by the nade. Tyler finds him a 1v3. Silent's got a whole lot of work to do. Bomb will surely go down. Tyler puts bullets in. Information gained. Bomb down. 40 seconds. Surely this is a tying of up.
I'm just getting giddy looking at the way that Joint Base Andrews are playing this one. Air Bear, you don't need to challenge this. You hop the bomb, you plant it, and you take control of the map here. You just set up in positions where Silent can't do anything. Except hope to find these kills. He's going to get a little bit of a freebie there with the wallbang. I don't know if he saw him through the window or what happened there. Some nice shots coming out from Silent, but there's 20 seconds left to retake this. And Tyler's giving you nothing. I mean, he is a reptile on this wall.
Yeah, I love the way that Tyler played that out. You called him out in the previous map for some of the heads-up plays that he's making happen, and just there, buying time. I'm not sure exactly what Gare Bear gives up so that Silent finds him, but other than that, executed beautifully here by Joint Base Andrews. They Knew exactly how they wanted to push out. Bert locked down the flank just in case so that there was no pinch play coming on through. And from there, once bomb was down, it was all the best of luck to you, Silent. One apiece. Felt much more like an Andrews S&D round. We head into 3, and surely we're not going to get a free first blood if you're Barksdale this time.
Surely. You have to think. Tied up, though. This is already a lot better from Barksdale. As they're grouping up over towards this B side. It seems like they want to execute onto it, but don't know that Joint Base Andrews totally called for this to be an A play, and they are grouped up in through the middle of the map. So if Barksdale can recognize this and start to work through this B lane, they might be able to catch Tyler for free here if they can isolate him together.
Yeah, I love the changing of the pace by Barksdale, by the way. Just slowly moving on through, checking everything this time rather than headstrong. We've spoken about that being one of their weaknesses thus far, and Crazy will get that first blood onto Tyler. So an opportunity here to potentially get the bomb down. However, Mott has managed to get round on the flank and finds Chewy. The difference in the two setups coming on through there. And the bomb is still not down. And as they try and make it work, Bert has now managed to reposition it somewhere where he can cover over.
I mean, you're trapped right now. The issue is that your bomb carrier was Chewy, and he was the first blood all the way back in your spawn. Now for Crazy, 20 seconds to clutch up here. Bomb not collected. There's no time to work this objective. You have to hope for the kill, and Crazy's going to take his hand for this one. Bert just has to hide. And that is exactly what happens. Unless he gets here in time. 4 seconds left. Swings around. Bert's going to be seen, and the kill comes through. A buzzer beater.
A dagger in the back of Andrews. Honestly, I was ready to sit here and talk about how Barksdale's post-plant setup, again, I mean, they don't even get the bomb down in the end, but the setup isn't enough. We saw how last time when Joint Base Andrews played around that site, they had Bert cover over to watch the flank. There was none of that from Barksdale. They slowly play on through, sure, but they spend so much time and don't have anything covering over their back or mid areas of the map that they end up being pinched in. They do just about enough.
Just saying.
And then Andrews just getting shot in the back against the timer is heartbreaking.
For Barksdale, that round is a million times better if Chewy did not have the bomb. Period.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. We are being treated to some great Call of Duty today.
Yes, we are.
I like the slower approach again. Trying to find a bit of information and do exactly that. Bert, this time, finding Rat. Trying to get, again, set up around the flank maybe. Play for a pinch. What I will say, neither team have sent anyone hard down A Street to go for a long wrap yet when it comes to these B defenses. So, see if that comes out of the playbook at some point. But for now, Bear shifts his attention. Gets the bomb down onto A. And it is a 3v4 for Barksdale. This is going to be difficult to unpick.
I don't think Chewy spots any of the crosses here, so it'll map control for free at the moment, but numbers for the side of Joint Base Andrew, you have to be worried about the players playing over towards Rugs. That's going to be your biggest issue for Barksdale.
Bert picks another. That's 2 to 4 in favor of Joint Base Andrews, and that will make things even worse. Chewy by himself in a 1v4. That's obviously going to go just one way. And Andrews tie things back up here. Feels like both teams have just slowed things down a bit, tried to assess, gain the information as they go. Doesn't surprise me with Joint Base Andrews, but it is better from Barksdale.
It's really unfortunate for Barksdale how passive Chewy was playing in that round, that he doesn't spot the cross back over towards the A bomb. But even more, it's Joint Base Andrews just making a good heads-up call. You get the first blood over towards B, it's going to draw all the attention to that side of the map, and why not just wrap it for a free plan at A? They play their numbers, they play the objective really well, and that's just what gives this team in JB Andrews a chance at winning this map 5.
All right, now as well, if my tracking is correct, both teams even when it comes to the first bloods. So, both squads very aware of how important that would be. Nate should miss Bert in the middle unless he gets the worst timing in the world. Player slams out the back of DVDs. Mott will find 2. Is eventually traded. You're going to be happy with the amount of damage you've dished out. Burt somehow wins a gunfight there. Thought for sure he'd gotten a little bit over-aggressive and was going to be cleaned up nice and easy. Will be a 1v2. Crazy has to back off. Honestly, I like it. Try and get a little bit of information. Is this side at least clear so I can focus on my front?
I don't think
have to retrieve the bomb.
I don't think Crazy kind of realizes he doesn't have the bomb in some of these moments, so he's gonna have to go to A. There's no chance, and he's walking into a complete crossfire. Garrett Bear should have been able to see him, but it's a 1v1. Tyler on point. Crazy may have got the communication, and now he knows. Crazy's gonna go on the hunt. 14 seconds. It's a game of cat and mouse. Tyler's gonna wrap back around.
Oh my god! But he can dip away. Tyler can dip away. It's in his right, and he will slide to safety. Oh my lord, Andrews making it interesting there. I'm not exactly sure what happens to the timing mid-map. That's Call of Duty at its absolute finest. Andrews coming on through, and as we get a player cam there, we can see some frustrated looks coming through on some of these players as they go over exactly how to fix the problems. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, whoever loses this, it's 3rd seed going on through. You finish 3rd in your Eastern Regional Esports Invitational.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. That's the good old set up on a crossfire, but nobody watched the cross. Somebody walks right through, and it's a little too close for comfort. But hats off to Tyler for that moment there. He did not have to go back and check the bomb, but he read that perfectly to the objective play of Andrews that is carrying through this search and destroy.
Mott manages to dish out some damage. It's first blood for Andrews, who, again, I love how they do this. Kind of everything explodes into life, and then what they do is just lie, watch a couple of crosses, maybe gain some information, maybe gain a free kill. Crazy's actually going to be trapped up against the bulldozer.
Oh, Care Bear wants to flank.
Working the flank.
Nobody's going to be ready for this one. Nobody's watching to the middle of the map, and that's a free kill onto Rat. Now Crazy in trouble. 4 members just bearing their eyes down on this sole player. Joint base Andrew is going to be able to get that bomb down. 1v4. This should be them taking their lead to 2.
Chewy will maybe consider the dark play. Problem is you step out here, you've got Burt up towards your right, Tyler slightly off towards your left. They know where he's coming from. It's a couple of beautiful shots out of Chewy, but Andrew's gonna do the right thing. They don't overchild, they don't send any players after him. Okay, you're great with your gun. Can you run through 3 of us lined up? We highly doubt it. 15 seconds on the clock. Chewy's going to try and push on forward. Tyler's just buying time, and we've seen him do this multiple times this afternoon. Beautiful work. Mott will slam Chewy down. Joint base Andrews. 2 rounds to the good here in our map 5.
Yeah, this is an underdog story to say the least from Joint Base Andrews, from winners round 1 to losers round 1. And they have battled their way into the losers final for their chance at the grand finals, where Minot are waiting for them. So Andrews, only 2 rounds needed to complete the full losers round 1 run into the grands and have that chance at a better seed.
Actually insane to think that Andrews dropped into losers round 1 after playing against Joint Base MDL, who Barksdale handedly beat, by the way, in winners round 2. Shows how much Andrews must have improved through this tournament. But it isn't done just yet. Crazy trying to use Rubble here to gain some sort of vantage point. Tyler won't have that angle. Burt is checked away from Dark at the wrong time potentially here, so Mott may well be isolated over by construction. It just depends on whether or not Barksdale decide to activate on this.
Yeah, Chewy's going to cross. Mott should see that. Lovely shots coming out from Chewy. That's going to open up B. But take a look at the flank there. Player number 7, Gare Bear, trying to find some timings in behind. The timing just does not work out. How Crazy looking to work a plan here. You got 2 members of JB Andrews. You just need to bide their time and look for an opening.
Burt is going to probably run straight past Rat here. I mean, it won't happen in the end. Burt actually manages to get around the back. It will be a 1v4 attempt. You've realistically got 20 seconds to make it happen. Barksdale, well aware of where you're coming from. And Chewy does enough to send Bert packing, buying more time. Bert's going to step forward. Bert is going to lose because, of course, Chewy on the other end of an MCW keeps his team within 1 round.
Yeah, and I think that's Barksdale just kind of saying, yeah, we'll put our foot down. We're saying it's not done yet. This is the best performance on S&D that we've seen from Barksdale so far, at least today. 6-1 at first versus the likes of Minot. 6-0 versus JB Andrews earlier on the Rio S&D. And I hear just 1 round away from evening us up. And it all comes down to those first bloods, those opening duels. If they can get that first blood and stay alive. I mean, this Barksdale team, they have relatively been shooting a little bit better than Andrews over the course of the series. So they can trust towards their guns. But look at this cheeky angle from Mott, almost catching Crazy. I have never seen that. I am writing that down right now.
Oh, dude, like, spotted it in a CDL. I'm trying to remember who played in the CDL. Potentially, it feels like a Celium kind of thing, right?
Feels like
little
so long
cheeky
ago.
angle off to the side. But yeah, no, it's a beauty. Unfortunately, though, Mott doesn't get the kill. So the first blood actually goes towards Barksdale. Gonna be frustrating if you're Andrews there getting the initial damage in. Bomb's been felled mid-map. Bert, oh, that's a beautiful angle, but Chewy actually answers. So 1v3, and all of a sudden, Barksdale's S&D has sprung into life.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Mott on for 0 kills, but about 400 damage in that round. We've all been there. That's a frustrating one, but Barksdale, importantly, will tie us up here, Seymour.
Yeah, I mean, you're just throwing shoulders at that point if you're anybody from Barksdale in that moment. And this is kind of what I was worried about for Andrews, is that when you go toe-to-toe, pound for pound with this Barksdale team, you're going to lose. You need to start throwing some strategy at Barksdale. That's where you shined the best, and you cannot just gauge yourself at taking these one-on-ones and getting away with murder, because that is not going to happen. Barksdale have completely pumped the brakes, and they are waiting for this Andrews team to make some mistakes, which they have been.
Oh, and Tyler with the first blood onto Silence. And it feels like right now both of these teams are executing those first bloods really well, working on them.
Yeah.
And you can see what this gives now to Andrews, 2 players in Bad Bert and Magic Mott squeezed up together, and Bert will find Chewy. That feels like a huge chess piece removed from the board.
Oh, Crazy's found some timing. Bert's not going to be ready for this one, so a trade from Crazy, but that gives his positioning away, and Mott is long gone. He's already re-wrapped over towards blue. He is in behind enemy lines. He's pitched a 10. He wants to stay. He is going absolutely nowhere. Joint base Andrews. Losers round 1 to match point for a chance at grand finals.
Something, a script that everyone wants to write up at some point, but never really believes can happen. So rare to see a squad demoted into losers round 1 and find it within themselves to make this run past some juggernaut teams again. Barksdale beat the squad that knocked Andrews into losers bracket, and Andrews sit on the precipice of putting themselves into the grand finals against that very team. The nades go on out. This feels like an executed play. Getting aggressive up towards B. There will only be Silent covering over. Can he gain the information? Chewy is going to check Dark. Chewy finds Bert, and that's a huge gunfight to come on top
and
of.
he stays alive, so joint base Andrews, they have no choice but to go forward, and they do. Mott, though, continuing to draw lives in favor of Barksdale, handing them over to Chewy. You need some heroics out of Tyler and Bear if you want to win this here. And Tyler watching the flank. Crazy puts him down 1v3. This time Bear has maybe slipped a net, but not gonna get past Barksdale.
Brother, we are seeing a game 5, round 11 here in our losers finals. We've spoken about it multiple times, Seymour. We've been treated to some wonderful Call of Duty this afternoon. For day 1, this is quite frankly ridiculous. Ladies and gentlemen, Barksdale take this round. They go on to play a rematch of winners finals in Grands against Minot. Andrews come out on top here. They've run from losers round 1 all the way through. S&D should be Andrews' game, but Barksdale are matching them pound for pound.
Yeah, trophies are out for Chewy. Nade's gonna connect with nothing, but So it comes down to that first blood. And look how spread out JB Andrews are. Joint Base Andrews have to find that first blood, and it's going to be tough enough to crack this nut without anybody from Barksdale really stepping up. Everybody is playing down that line of scrimmage through the B side of the map.
Oh, and Tyler comes out on top in the first fight, and it feels like we've spoken about him so many times this afternoon. Silent will watch on, praying that his teammates can do something. Chewy dishes out a lot of damage. Honestly, that was the right check to make. Tyler, is you... Chewy manages to get support from Crazy as well and finds two here in the mid-map to suddenly split Andrews completely apart. Bomb going down on A, but it's a 2v3.
Yeah, they get the bomb down. They stay alive. Gear Bear has to be careful for the presence through mid. He has the player towards the bus stop, but Chewy looking to do everything. It's Bad Bird in the 1v3, and that's going to be it. Barksdale barely staying alive here. Round 11, game 5. And Barksdale push us all the way back into a rematch for that grand finals.
I mean, fist bumps coming on out. Also, some dejected faces there. But I think absolutely everyone involved can be very proud of the performances that they've put on. Treated us to some wonderful Call of Duty in this series. I tell you what, sometimes we wonder about what the script has set for us. We had no idea that we would get ourselves to a game 5, let alone a round 11, but also the way in which it unfolds here, Seymour, right? Because we end up with, we're thinking that Andrews are going to Neslo this. They then lose that control to Barksdale, but then answer back in the hard point, which should have been Barksdale's map, and then we get to S&D, where Andrews have looked so good, Barksdale have looked so poor, and Barksdale clutch it up to send themselves back for that rematch.
Yeah, I mean, Andrews cracking under the pressure. My voice cracking under the pressure of this game. It's just so back and forth right now.
I was gonna leave it
from these teams. And I think for Barksdale, the real thing you can take away is that, you know, you had that adversity to hop into a search and destroy, which you've looked abysmal today in, and you walk away with that round 11. And who can you thank? The entire team stepped up there in the last. I mean, yes, you give up that first blood in the round 11, but you have Chewy and Crazy on the crossfire, just pumping through team shots to get rid of these members of Joint Base Andrew and really hold on to that advantage throughout it. I mean, it was a mixy battle between both of these squads. I think you can really look back at this one and guarantee that you roll the dice every single time you match these two up against each other. And if you run it back, maybe it's Joint Base Andrew winning the search and destroy in game 5. Maybe Barksdale do it again, but there is no distinct advantage out of these two teams after leaving this best of 5.
I think that the interesting thing, and one of the things that I really tip my hat to towards both of these teams, is how much they learned about each other as they went on and countered each other. We saw, for example, Barksdale slow on down in their S&D to try and find their way through that game 5. We saw that map 4, in which Andrews suddenly had a much better look about themselves when it came to hardpoint, because after map 1, especially after map 2, where, you know, map 1 had been dominated by Barksdale, map 2 dominated by Andrews, we've been there a million times before where we're like, okay, this team could Neslo, but they don't have a chance in the respawn, otherwise in the hard point. Otherwise, didn't work out that way because of how both teams continue to adapt to the other.
Yeah, I think towards the end there, you saw JB Joint Base Andrews in that Rio hard point really look at some of their individuals that's stepping up. Magic Mod had a great time. Tyler had a fantastic map 4 and map 5. I think it really came down to those last couple of rounds of invasion when you kind of take away the possibilities of having those quick wraps, those fast plays, and those strategies that will get you onto site and get you into a winnable position right away. Invasion does not give that to you for free. You have to work for those bomb plants and that map control. And I just think that when Barksdale wants to get scrappy, they look a little bit better in the mix. And we saw that a lot from the individuals there, Chewy especially, throughout this game alongside Crazy. Fantastic map 5 out of the two of them.
Yeah, 100%. And it feels like we've been speaking about them all afternoon, right? And ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, as we build on up towards our grand finals, before that, we will have an interview coming with, I believe it will be Crazy of Barksdale. So that's all getting worked on. We will get there very shortly. However, coming back to your point about individuals, it felt as well that it wasn't just a Chewy and Crazy series this time, right? It felt like against Minot, we were looking at them two to just make it happen. It felt like we suddenly started to see their teammates be more involved as well, especially when we're talking in that S&D.
Yeah, no, I think that a big player to talk about is Silent. Through a lot of these series versus Minot, Silent was kind of, to his namesake, silent, and he didn't really make many plays, Andy. But throughout this series versus Joint Base Andrews, I think Silent had a big part to play with it, and I kind of made that comparison over towards the real hard point is that, you know, between Silent and Tyler, who's going to have bigger impact in some of those rounds might split the difference, and I think he really found his own when it came down to it. I think that Silent really, towards that game, round 11, was finding those double kills, was being a part of the kill feed, was just slaying as best as he can and holding his life rather than throwing it away, was really allowing for kind of his team, to Barksdale, to control a lot of that position of the map.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the big thing that sometimes comes from these teams, we've witnessed it multiple times, you can't all be superstars, you can't all be the Slayers, as we get a look back here on screen at a ridiculous series, quite frankly. But it's also, you know, you need a couple of those players that are just able to be the glue, able to clutch on up. And speaking of clutching on up, I believe that we do have an interview with Crazy of Barksdale. I mean, how are you feeling after that one, young man? It looked like a hell of a series to be playing it.
Oh, I think your mic's muted.
I mean, very quickly, while they work on that, I gotta go back to the mustaches. That is gorgeous.
Y'all good?
There you are. Welcome
we can
back.
hear you. We can hear you. Yeah, so how are you feeling after that series? It looked like an absolute grueler to play in from this side of things.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. We played pretty well. I know we had our hiccups, but it wound up clutching up.
Oh, I mean, you did in round 11 fashion. Let's talk about the search and destroys for your team, Crazy. You know, what about that invasion did you guys talk about? What was the changes to kind of get yourselves back in that series?
Me and Chewy kind of just told everybody to just slow down, play for a pick, and don't let them plant the bomb, because their setups are good after they plant. So we had to stop that from happening.
Okay, and it really looked like that. I mean, that translates well to kind of what we saw visualizing that game. It's very slow. You're drawing those first bloods, controlling the map a lot better. And it was fantastic to see those changes come out in the search and destroys. But now you're looking forward into your next match, back into the finals of this tournament, and looking for seeding for CONUS especially. What kind of changes do you guys think you're going to have to make going up against Minot now?
We know they're a good team. We're going to have to just play our game, make them come to us, make it mixy.
I think that as well as looking forward to these grand finals, I think that one other thing to look forward to here is, of course, the CONUS Championships that you will be playing in. Obviously, seed is going to be decided by these grand finals. Is there anyone in the CONUS Championships already that you're looking forward to either playing against, or you would really rather avoid in that next step?
We're looking forward to play anybody. We feel great. I think we can make everything work out if we just play as a team and make it mixy. Like I said, we just need to slow down our searches and pick up our rotations on hardpoint, especially Rio. So it's really mixy, so we really got to slow down and take our time.
Okay, well, taking your time. I mean, we will see you again very shortly under the bright lights, as we will get a third chance to watch over you here on the desk as you go into the grand finals for that rematch against Minot to settle the Erie Cup. And I just want to say thank you very much for coming into the interview. Best of luck for the grand finals.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Crazy. Feeling good and happy to play absolutely anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, after you lose against Minot in the winners finals, you go into that losers. We've seen it happen before, Seymour. You make your adjustments, you suddenly find yourself playing much better when you come up against them in grands.
I think my favorite thing, that was a fantastic interview from Crazy first off. I mean, he said every single point that you and I brought up on the desk. You have to fix your rotations, make sure that you're beating your opponents there, set up on those holds as well a little bit stronger, and in the search and destroy, slow down, player picks, and adapt to their playstyle. Everything that we were kind of talking about this team is already in Crazy's mind about fixing it going into the next match. So it's really good to hear that translate, that they're already thinking about that, and some respect shown to Minot and calling them, you know, they are a good team. It's going to be a tough game. They got to take it one step at a time.
Yeah, well, we will see about if they can make the adjustments from that winners finals into grand finals, because after this coming break, we will have Minot against Barksdale to decide who will be your Eastern Invitational Esports Regional Champion.
The Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USO and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility. Just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization, it's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where like we all got to the airport, we all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, you meet new people all the time, so meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. It's been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden. Some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Erie Invitational. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma, and we've been carrying on through a couple of these matches, from the winners finals matches into the losers finals matches, and that's going to bring us now back into the grand finals now for a chance at that #1 seeding out of the Eastern region into the CONUS Cup. Let's take a look at that bracket, Enigma, and let's run through what we have seen so far.
Well, I mean, it was nearly an absolute fairy tale out of Joint Base Andrews as they go all the way from losers 1 to fall in a round 11 game 5 there in losers finals. However, Barksdale, they won't care as they get an opportunity at revenge. They hadn't dropped a single map until they came across Minot in your winners finals, but then lose 3-1 to then eventually set up that losers finals with Andrews, but they'll be happy to go back in. And we had that conversation, that interview with Crazy, and he says they're feeling good about making those adaptations that they need to come on through.
And let's take a look back at this Barksdale Air Force Base team. For anybody who's just tuning in, who has not been watching, they've been on stream all day long. Crazy, Silent, Chewy, and Rat, and everybody, or at least you and I, we've just been nonstop chatting about Chewy, but we gotta talk about a couple of the others because, you know, somebody like Silent really turned up towards the end of that series, especially alongside Crazy and Rat.
Yeah, agreed. I think that we've correctly given the flowers to Crazy and Chewy, talked about everything that they can do, but it does feel like we're suddenly talking a lot about Silent and Rat as well, and the kind of impact that they can have on the map. And also, having that kind of impact on the map in that last series will no doubt give them confidence that they believe that they can hang with Minot this time out.
Well, let's reintroduce their opponents, the team that made it first to the grand finals, who have been waiting up here for their challenge. Minot, Air Force Base, Nick Sterox, Bruce, Cryptic, and Shay. We got a chance to talk to Bruce in the interview after their win, and he said, we're from Minot. We love being in Florida. The vibes are immaculate for this team. And he had some choice words for Barksdale. He was ready to take them down again.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a team brimming with confidence. I spoke a little bit before about how they were seen as the favorites for this Eastern Regional Invitational. So we then start to talk about how they're going to perform when it comes to, you know, that replay. And I think an important part of that, Seymour, is going to be the maps, because last time out, I mean, we've basically seen 2 of the same series thus far, and I believe we're going to get a little bit of a change this time round.
Yeah, we got Rio instead of the Vista for map #1, so we get to see that rematch for the hard point. But looking at the rest of the series, Invasion, Search and Destroy, which Barksdale were happy enough to bring back into this one, which they just took in a game 5 round 11 that we just saw on stream. But then we get the Karachi Control from map #3, a map that really tends towards that offensive side for that map 3 game mode. And then Subbase Hardpoint makes its debut if it does go to a map #4, and then Rio Search and Destroy coming into play, which if you're Barksdale, you really don't want to make this go the distance.
No, absolutely no. I think that we got to look back at how these two teams played on these previously. The Rio Hardpoint was something that they played, and it was a 250 to 190 victory for the sake of Minot. And in particular, big plays that comes on through were things like Bruce playing for P2 spawns nice and early, and a complete lack of mid control out of Barksdale. So it's whether or not they can fix that up as we head then into map 1 of our grand finals.
Yeah, this is everything laid on the line between these two to finish the Eastern Regional Esports Invitational as that #1 seed, heading into the CONUS Cup and receive that nice trophy at the end of this tournament. So Minot going to start off with initial time. Nick Sterox and Bruce starting to run their routes, and they want to push the margin forward as well. Shay's going to spawn up onto the better sides. They're looking to see if they can hunt down Chewy. And Barksdale, they need to retake this one from the one half of it. Bruce holding things down inside the hill. He's on 4 in a row, on his way to try to get those streaks.
Well, one of the things is that not only did Minot beat Barksdale here last time, Minot will also have had an opportunity to watch Barksdale play against Joint Base Andrews on this and pick apart potentially some of the weaknesses that Barksdale have here. And well, all of a sudden, 3 fall for Barksdale. It'll be Chewy up by himself. We know he can make magic happen. But honestly, I agree with that play. Back on off, consider the flank for the P2 spawns.
Yeah, maybe try to overextend with the rest of your team. Chewy wants to set this pinch up. It has been unanswered success for Minot. 47-2-0. Team kill coming out onto Shay. That's going to spell some trouble. This is go time now for his teammate to start to work this one. Chewy going to work the spawns. He's going to spawn out for Shay. He's giving the communication over to the rest of the team that there is a flank player, but it doesn't seem like Cryptic's going to be ready for it. Chewy with the free kill, and Barksdale find their way into the time.
They will. We've spoken multiple times about Barksdale's poor holds. Doesn't seem to be something they're struggling with right now. As 3 more kills light on up. Very surprised that Minot have decided to single hit this. There was nothing coming through mid, nothing potentially playing for the spawns. And now we're just down to our final 15 seconds. Barksdale, if they wrap this on up, we'll make it a little bit more interesting. But look at the rotation already starting to come in. A huge mid-map fight between Crazy and Cryptic.
Yeah. This is some big fights happening off screen, and that's going to be Bruce taking down Crazy to solidify that rotation over towards P3. So Minot are going to have a fantastic setup at this one, and you look at Barksdale to see if they can rally together to find that quick break like we've seen this team do in the past. Nyx is going to find the opening kill. Traded by Chewy. Rat now through mid. Has to play his life and back down. You really need Chewy to activate here, and that's exactly what we're getting for Barksdale. Chewy with a chance to make the plays. He's going to post up, wait for the rest of the team. Rat finds Nick. In the back, it's Crazy. 3, make it 4. Go down clean, and you break with 30 seconds.
Beautiful stuff there from Barksdale, reminding Minot they are here to play. Minot will be very confident that they've made it all the way through to grand finals relatively comfortably. However, they could be caught cold by a Barksdale squad coming off the back of a Game 5 Round 11 victory and continuing to fry, all of a sudden hanging toe-to-toe with the Minot squad.
And suddenly you have Chewy and Crazy looking at rotations. Crazy gets tagged on the rotation, though. He's going to be found on Nick, and Crazy actually translates into 2, so that's going to put some pressure onto Minot not to overextend, and Bruce jumps up top. He's going to pay in blood. 3 in a row for Crazy. On rotation, they have completely tied up this game. Now looking to flip this lead here on the 4th hill of Rio. But can they survive the next stand of Onslaught? No, they cannot. Minot, they force their way back in.
They do, and one of the things that Barksdale can be guilty of with this hill is false sending through the front. I like the idea to change things up for Crazy, and actually I think that Bruce is going to miss him entirely, so boxes could be open to play with. No one on the hill here for a moment, and everyone just trying to reassess some sort of point of interest on the map. Nyx Rocks will have control here. Chewy is eventually bullied off the hill, and that will give Minot the hill back, but the rotation fight is already on, and that's massive from Bruce.
Yeah, you see the trust from Nick to allow the rest of the team to fight back in for that scrap time, just holding control of boxes. And now for the rotations, Minot in control, 105 to 85, a 20-point lead, and you still have players from Minot all over the place. Nick, beautiful shots at range. Not going to be able to finish off Chewy. Cryptic hoping to find that kill, but he does not. You still have members alive from Barksdale, and they're just trying to play distraction for the rest of it. Nick on the hunt, finally cutting down Chewy. You lose your member on the hard point, and this is now a chance for Barksdale to kind of turn things around here in the hard point. Bruce, though, and Nick not wanting to give this one up for free. They are still fighting for it.
I gotta say, Chewy might not get many of the kills, but he's done the Lord's work there to just give his teammates time to reinforce the point, but take it back from Minot, just ensuring that Minot were always looking for him, always worried about him, and therefore couldn't begin to fight back for the couple of points that remain. Scrap will go to Minot. However, this feels so much closer than the last time we saw these two teams fight each other on Real Hard Point. Just 30 points between the two squads as we consider our next set of rotations.
That's because it is a lot closer into the second set. Bruce turns around. Oh, Bruce finding 3. Can you make it 4? You can't, but what a moment there from Bruce. Is going to allow his teammates to set up now. And Enigma, that is not the way you want to start your second set.
It absolutely isn't. Bruce, though, will continue to be one of the players that we talk about here. 15-8 with 54 seconds in the hill. Mr. Do-It-All has not only made huge plays fundamentally, but also superstar moments happen just like that. Finds one at the bottom of... I don't know what that... just as I'm complimenting you, you try and hit that. I gotta say, that was overambitious.
That is what we in the industry like to call you overheated, bud. And you paid for it. So, all things considered here for Minot versus Barksdale. Barksdale are keeping this one close. Even after losing majority of the time on rotation there, they still battle back. They get a lot of time onto P1. This is still only a 20-point game. So, you find these kills on rotation, and this is not a safe lead for Minot.
Not at all. And actually... Silent might have slipped the net here. Could well flip the spawns, or at the very least set up a pinch play. No one from Minot paying attention to the back here. And here, as he activates his kills in the front. So Silent picks up 2, Silent picks up 3, explodes. Huge work to get in through the back. The spawns, however, have not flipped. So all of a sudden, Barksdale need information to find where Minot are coming from, and, well, Rap gets it straight to the face.
I mean, this is actually something that can come back to bite you. If you're Minot, you see the spawn still there. You get a parallel with player number 6. Rat in behind. Bruce just barely missing him. The information of the players, Minot, they're going to give up the time. You get a little bit of a lead change if you're Barksdale, but you're going to lose the rotation to New. It's Chewy hoping to spell spoiler to a couple of these players and see if you can buy time.
Chewy does great work there, by the way. Yes, he gets to 2. Yes, he eventually falls, but it's just that buying of time, meaning that Minot struggling to get themselves set up for anything, and Barksdale just going to continue to apply pressure, have the lead. Honestly, despite how good Barksdale did look in the losers finals when it came to hardpoint, I didn't see this coming. Minot looked far superior. Bruce, the main man so far for Minot, finds 1, finds 2, pops through the front of the point, and will be backed up by his teammates who get the trade.
Well, you saw the spawn to the back, so they're going to be able to hit this one right away. If you're Barksdale, you get a stray from Crazy, but the rest of them are here to play. Shay with a big shutdown, and Zig turns around. Bruce reading the stray spawn from Crazy. It's another set of kills from Minot, and you get the safe rotation over towards P4. So you're looking at Barksdale to maybe wait things out, see if he can hit through old where Chewy is going to be sitting. Chewy is going to have to be that player to draw these spawns and do some damage.
Better though that he's taking up mid-map presence. We've spoken about how that has been a weakness in Barksdale so far on their showings with Rio hardpoint. As much as it's a lot closer from Barksdale, and Chewy being a big part of that, 22 and 15, and oh my god, Crazy there just gets the worst timing with his utility. Cryptic onto 5, Cryptic onto, doesn't get it. So an important one there for potential cruise missiles. Minot over the 200. Barksdale could join them shortly.
You're still playing for a tie game right now. If you're Barksdale, you cannot allow this time to go over towards Minot. Nice shots from Crazy, but there is still pressure to deal with. Cryptic gonna cut them apart and get back into this one. So you're looking at a 220 to about 197. If Barksdale cannot break back into this one, they do. So they're going to be able to mitigate this with a little bit of scrap time, keep things even heading into a neck-and-neck P5. It's a 3v2 on the point.
Oh, and the first kill goes to Bruce, and Bruce finds the second as well. Explodes. It feels like every time we see him, the kills are so impactful. Has 27 of them, and also over a minute on the timer. God, what a superstar we have on our screens. And he's also going to push on out, trying to find the information, trying to stop this Barksdale onslaught. Is eventually cut down, but it might well buy enough time for Cryptic to get some support. Cryptic needs that support. He finds one, gets enough damage into the second, and all of a sudden it's gone back towards Barksdale. Barksdale can't win it here. Minot certainly can. So for now, it's all about keeping them off the point.
That's what they do. Barksdale on time. 24 seconds. Bruce trying to wait things out for the perfect timing. He's going to find it. Slides out from the bridge. Bruce with another double kill. And Bruce now opening things up for the rest of the team to follow up to that. 12 seconds that you're happy to get if you're Minot.
You are indeed. 7 seconds, though. You've all got to fight for P1. Honestly, you just get off the point and you get on with it. Nick Storox finds one. Cryptic finds another. Crazy will trade onto Cryptic. So a fight here. 2v3 in favor of Minot. Chewy, though, going to play bridge side. And I love this redirect. But of course, Bruce finds another massive one to hit 30 and seal the deal. Minot will take the victory. It was so much better from Barksdale Seymour. It looked like they were in the fight, but it will be the same scoreline at the end of the day. Minot taking that hard point.
I mean, you reach the clouds there if you're Barksdale, but you need to raise it to the heavens right now because Minot are looking down on you. And they are reading some of these plays very, very well. Very telegraphed towards the end there from Minot. You have somebody like Bruce who could just open up a lane the way he does over towards P5 and off of the respawners. You have someone like Cryptic or even Nick Strox who can reinforce those setups that Bruce is providing for you. It is a very well-oiled machine on that Minot side of things. And although it is a close game, you still feel like there are so many moments where Minot just really turn the dial up to 11 and put Barksdale into the blender for some of these rotations. It's the scrappiness, the mixiness of Barksdale that keep them alive.
Absolutely. I gotta go back to him. I gotta speak about Bruce. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be seeing him as Zig on your screen, but it's Bruce in actuality. Just felt like every single time we spoke about him, huge two-piece, huge three-piece, rotational fights, picking up a lot of time on the hill, just doing it all out there. We've spoken several times about the kind of superstars that we have in the various matchups, none more than that man there, well and truly dragged aside through a very scrappy real hard point.
And that's just making things a little bit tougher for the likes of Barksdale. You were hoping to come out, steal away the respawn to open up this best of 5 and head in towards the search and destroy with at least some comfort in knowing that if you lose it, you're not totally on death's doorstep for this grand finals. But now you're going into a search and destroy, an invasion search and destroy, which, you know, against Joint Base Andrews, yes, you win it, but it was around 11. It was not comfortable, and it was a very narrow margin to walk away with that search and destroy. Minot, it's a step up. It is a class above the rest right now when you're playing against this team of Minot, and you have to deal with the constant pressure that someone like Bruce is going to be putting onto this map. So you have to look at these players from the side of Barksdale heading into this map number 2, and you go back to what we were told by Crazy in that interview, that you need that early guidance from those veterans to say, let's slow things down, play the map, find that pick, and then work what we're going to work. You have to make those adaptations onto what is given to you at the start of these rounds.
Well, we go back to the last time that these two played S&T against each other. It was on Rio. It was 6-1 to Minot. And there was two big things that we saw that Barksdale were doing wrong. One, the post-plant positions were awful. We did see them improve that when it came to the invasion S&D.
Yeah, we did.
Against Joint Base Andrews. So it's okay, can you replicate that here? Also, one of the things is that we spoke about Bruce a lot in that match. He was very much so popping off. Has an absolute heater here in Grand Finals Map 1. Can you shut him down? Very much so about that first blood situation. I'm expecting Bruce to be right up in it or playing those really difficult off angles. This time, if you're Barksdale, you gotta find him. You gotta remove him off the map. You and me have been there. When there's a big player up against you, you're specifically coming, I've killed this guy.
Yeah.
And that is what they need to be doing.
And as soon as Chewy goes down, for Barksdale, it's kind of the same. For Minot, it's just send it forward to the rest of the team. So it's kind of that battle of titans right now between the two. And look at this attack from Minot. They're just going to be grouped up over towards blue, already giving up Cafe. And all alone over towards that B site. It's going to be Crazy. You have to know, Crazy isn't going to have a trophy. It's just round 1, so he's going to be totally susceptible to nades and stuns.
And speaking of which, could not have timed it better. He gets caught. Smoke goes out. Will actually let Bruce through. And of course, Bruce with the first blood. What a performance that man is having thus far. I kind of liked Silent's position for a moment. It felt like he could have flanked, but Chewy will do some work to ensure this goes back to 2v2. Huge fight, and it will be Cryptic coming out on top.
And now if you're Minot, it's that realization that you have Chewy trapped on B, so that A site is wide open for a plant. Chewy's not going to give away that information off the nade, so that's going to make some of these players question, where did that nade actually land? Is Chewy going to be back on B, or has he wrapped? So it's going to give Chewy now some space. Cryptic opens up the lane, and he should be able to spot this on the cross. Chewy's going to be spotted. Cryptic's going to relay that information over towards his teammate. His teammate turns around, but Chewy wins the fight. Still alive, 12 seconds left. Cryptic, he's got to go, but it's going to be nothing but Chewy. What just happened? The breakdown. Yeah, look at Nick.
Ah, man.
Look at Nick. He's got his hands up. He's like, what just happened? What did we do?
Brother, I'm not even playing and my hands are up. What did we just watch? That seemed all too straightforward for Minot to come out on top. Rotate the bomb, plant it, or push up together on the player. You know exactly where he is. They do neither. They decide, okay, we rotate this late. They don't squeeze up, so then Chewy's got to root out. I mean, fair play to Chewy. You pick up 3, you seal the deal 1v2, but what? That was a breakdown.
Shoot him up, spit him out. Oh my goodness. And Chewy wins his ones. Chewy wins his ones. On to the attack, though, for Barksdale. Into Cafe. A site seems to be on the mind, and Chewy's going to get the information over towards mid-tank. Nick Starks is going to be spotted. The stun lands, but Nick safely backs up. So what Minot are doing well here is they're not giving up this A presence for free. They are battling for this map presence. Fortunately, though, Jay's going to go down. The cross is going to be there. Bomb has reached the site. And a potential plant on the board here, but they want to ramp things up. Chewy's going to run right into the face. He finds a second one onto Bruce. Now looking for Nick as well. Chewy running through the opposition into a 1 versus 2. Cryptic goes.
Chewy putting his whole team on his back. I mean, fair play. I was about to say you really don't need to challenge that, but if you're feeling it, Silent checks back out and delivers a killer blow. Honestly, you got to go back to Chewy. Not only a huge map 1, but ridiculous run through there in map 2. Feels like we've spoken so much about whether or not Boxer would be coming about where Bruce is, what Bruce is up to. Might not have suddenly got to start doing that about Chewy.
Yeah.
He is the queen on the board right now.
There's no reason that Chewy needed to get that kill, but he wanted to get that kill. He doesn't get the streak. I think, you know, if there's anything to take away from that round, is that you don't give up a cruise missile to Chewy. Oh, Minot need to start finding some value in this one. They're going to go to a more default 2-2 split. See if you can draw the map. Rat just gives his life away to Shay, and that's going to leave Chewy on an island.
That's pretty poor.
It's a great stun.
As easy as you like from Shay, and yeah, you're right. Stun comes out, get the information. Cryptic's going to float over and use the information gained to pick off Chewy. Great teamwork there. Oh, Cryptic. I was about to say you're just stepping out across 2 players holding that angle, but I think somehow Crazy and Silent both miss him.
And there's a kill, too, from Silent, and taking down Nick Strox is at least going to bring things into a 3 versus 2. But as this plant comes through, and I think Shay got the information onto the crossover towards Crazy, you have an idea here for Minot on what's your win condition for this round. It's just post up again in this post-plant situation and allow these players of Barksdale to walk into this trap of crossfires that you have laid out.
Crazy's instantly found. And I love the decision from Bruce to push on out and squeeze it. Don't give an inch. And although Silent will answer back by finding Shay, that gives up information, which allows Bruce to back off. Takes damage, but does have Cryptic covering if required and doesn't need a damn thing. Bruce makes sure of it and puts Minot on the board.
Yeah, it's just a very sound round of search and destroy from Minot. It all comes down to that first blood. Rat just giving it away for free, crossing over towards Treehouse. I think that's just a miscommunication onto maybe they didn't expect anybody there from Minot, but feeding into the numbers of Minot, and then you leave somebody like Chewy on an island like that. You hope Chewy can make the play, but the stun gets the information. Cryptic pinches the play. They catch Chewy in the alley, and as soon as Chewy goes down, it felt like that was Minot's round to lose.
100%. A rain of fire comes on through that mid corridor. Everyone connects a little bit, and then Bruce gets an easy one onto Crazy. Oh, the nade, I think, sticks and lands directly onto Chewy. I'd love to credit Bruce with a major play, but honestly, I think even he'll be smirking away at that one.
Yes, I just got away with something that I maybe should not have. So, Bruce is on 4 in a row. This battle of titans ensues. You're talking and singing the praise of Chewy. Now Bruce has swung that momentum back into his favor. Rat in a 1 versus 4. We saw Chewy time and time again back on that Rio Search and Destroy versus Joint Base Andrews in 1v4s. It did not pan out in his favor. And for Rat, it will not do anything of the sort. And Zig finds that final kill. So you know what that means? That's a cruise missile for Minot after 4 rounds of play.
And we've seen how effective that they can be here on Invasion. I mean, you are happy to give up early stages of a round, right? Let a team plant, set up a post position, use that cruise, gain the information, and an easy blood. There's so many things that you can do with it. So on a player like Bruce as well, I mean, considering how he's playing, you got to assume he's going to use it damn well.
These Eastern teams have been giving us quite a show so far through this Erie Invitational. I mean, even the third seed coming out of this is nothing to scoff at. So expect these two to be neck and neck when it comes down to it. Barksdale have come to play, but might not easily battle their way back to a 2-2 standing. It's going to be Crazy trying first blood onto Cryptics. That is going to leave the backline open to a flank. Now Chewy is looking to run things down and see if you can pinch out these players.
And you feel like Shay here could get the worst timing. Nick Strux decides to push forward. Bruce joins him, and that's the perfect counterplay to potentially being pinched. You decide, okay, we're just going to push out one way. We'll do it together, and we'll just bully whichever poor soul has tried to squeeze us in here. And they do a wonderful job. And of course, who is a big part of it? Yes, Nick Strux does his work, but Bruce refusing to ever be downed. Massive, up to 10 and 2.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you have to recognize as a player in Search and Destroy is when you're getting pinched, when you're losing your backline, you need that front line to go above and beyond, and you need that breathing room to kind of deliberate what you want to do next. And that's exactly what you do. Fighting for that ice cream control is you at least clear one side. You have that battle to your back, and you can focus on it. And I think Minot do a really good job at compartmentalizing that round into what they need to do to win, what's going to lose them that side. So big round there from Minot. That's 3 unanswered, taking them back into the lead now of this series inside Invasion Search. And Bruce, not to mention, he's on 9 in a row, looking for double digits here in map 2.
Guys playing for Juggernauts in grand finals. Hell of a performance. Nick Strux will get a first blood, meaning that Minot currently leading in the first blood race 4-2. Not that they've all necessarily been cleaned up. Both teams have dropped a few, but right now, feels like Minot are in the ascendancy. It looks like it'll be difficult for Barksdale to shift this bomb around. Nick Strux then gets all the information. Lots of damage. Stun goes on out. Also connects and will have teammate support. The thing is, Silent, can you get on over and support here? Can you isolate one of these players? And apparently it looks like no. Minot just buying all the time.
Yeah, it's so annoying when you want to battle for a part of the map and you cannot. Impossible to get through Nick. That's going to funnel them in towards Shay. He's repositioned, dancing around the finesse. Shay is dancing in the freezer. 1 versus 3. Chewy going to have to make it happen in 10 seconds of time. Slides on out. Kill's not there. Players are toying with them, and you have the flank for Minot. What a round there. What a round. And you give that to Nick Strux for just delaying the push in towards Shay.
Yeah. Felt like the first blood was very important there. Just allowed then Minot to do what they do best, which is lock things down, take your time, force Barksdale to play through you, and just, you're right to call out Nick Strux. Takes his time, gets a lot of damage in, but also doesn't overextend. I was a little bit worried potentially he could step on out, get isolated in the fight, but he just does enough. Puts the stun out as well, which delays time even further, forces Barksdale's hand, gives Minot the round.
Round number 7. Barksdale, they need an answer. They need it now. Stun finds nothing, but Nick throws a shoulder, and that's the information. Now it's Silent to take the mantle of watching this B lane from God Tank. Chewy wraps it all the way through mid. He takes down Shay. And now they have control of Cafe for free. And this goes back to a couple rounds ago. When you lose your backline, you front on the front line. And Nick Strux, he's going to look for just that, trying to battle through this B zone.
Also got to say here, Minot used their cruise missile. So you really want to take this round considering what you've invested at this point. It would be a huge momentum swinger if Barksdale was to come out on top. They do have the numbers advantage. They also have a player trapped, and although Bruce manages to find Rat, Chewy is in coverage. Oh, and Nick Strux actually answers back. 1v1.
1v1 for Nick, and no, Barksdale take it. A chance for Minot to go all the way on to map points inside of map 2 of this series, the grand finals of our Erie Invitational. Well, Barksdale say no, crazy. He has been a pillar of this Barksdale team, a real reason why they find success. And you look at the importance of that round and how calm and collected the side of Barksdale is on the right side of that stage. They have not moved there since 9:30 Eastern time, and they want to end there as victors.
Cryptic gets one of those free first bloods through the middle. That always feels like a dagger. Barksdale worked so hard to take that previous round, and then to watch them lose the first blood just like that, frustrating, surely. By the way, I'm just about to say, I think that if you're Barksdale here, if you end up with Bruce coming in through the flank, as we've seen him do so often, you are in big trouble.
I mean, Barksdale just trapped and broken, nowhere to go. They are deer in the headlights right now. They don't know what to do at this moment. And they're hoping that might not make a mistake, but might not are making no mistakes. They're waiting. They are waiting patiently for that 40 seconds to just drain on down. They know exactly where their opponents are.
Fundamental search at its absolute finest. Forcing Barksdale to come forward. Sure, come and fight us. Come and play around us. You've currently got Cryptic on the bomb site. Bruce is holding down mid, and Bruce knows exactly what to do. Finds one, snaps for the second, leaves a couple of extra bullets to let them know, and plays for the third as well. Bruce, you disgusting human being, explodes to take them to one map away from 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, Renetti, best gun of the game. You see it in the kill cam, the 2 kills, the body shots, and the finish. All you need with the Renetti is 2 bursts to find a kill up close. And that is all Bruce needs to find that 3K in the round. Minot now climbing up to 5-3 in the invasion search and destroy. And look at this scoreline from Bruce. 15-3. At one point was on 9 kills in a row. And he has put the team on his back here in Invasion. They want to take this to a 2-0 lead in the series. They want to find themselves on match point of this grand finals. Nick Strux, he's looking to deliver.
First blood yet again going to Minot. That will be 6-3. Likely at the end of this map, we'll be able to see if that rings a bell. It's crazy. Gets found by Shay. And there is a rap coming in by Rat, but I think Bruce potentially reads this. And yes, they do. And Bruce can have his fun because Silence by himself in a 1v4.
And Silence getting a shot in the back, and that is it for map number 2. Player standing up. You look at how excited Bruce is from that game. He's having a field day out there, and he can't even believe what he just did to them. Just an incredible map number 2. A one-man army for Minot Air Force Base. That takes them to a 2-0 lead here in this grand finals for our Erie Invitational. 16-3 at the end. 10 non-traded kills. The guy had 2,300 damage, Enigma.
In a search and destroy, that is quite frankly just outrageous. And it felt like as well, it's not just about the kills, because we see it so often in search where you can go out and get a lot of kills, you know, maybe get 2 or 3 in a round and do that consecutively, but they're just not necessarily impactful. I think we actually saw it in the previous series these two played, where Chewie got a lot of kills, for example, but it was always in 1v4 situations. And it's like, well, sure, you've racked up a lot of kills, but you're not having an impact. Bruce involved in the firsts. Bruce, as you see here in your highlights, picking up 3 pieces, picking up big kills in big moments, making huge plays, such as that one, for example, where Barksdale had them surrounded, setting up a pinch play, and he and Nick Strops decided, okay, you know what, we're just going to punch through this side. Whoever's there is going to get walked over, and that lets us have an escape route, doing absolutely everything on the map.
Yeah, doing everything above and beyond there for Minot Air Force Base. 2-0 in the grand finals of our Erie Invitational. And coming up next, we got a Karachi control as we head for the first time to a Karachi throughout our day. You and I, Enigma, this has been a blast. But we still got lots more action after this break. Map number 3 is going to have to be the start of a reverse sweep from Barksdale.
We're with Liam after his 4th military move. When being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays, when she misses home the most. Thanks to generous supporters, we're with all service members and their families who need connection comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today. We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. Thanks to your donations, we're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at USO.org today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals of our Erie Invitational. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma. Andy, it has been a pleasure to cast through these games, but we are nowhere close to being finished just yet. We are heading into our map number 3 for this series between Minot and Barksdale. And, you know, Minot, after a disgusting performance from Bruce in that Invasion Search and Destroy, let's talk about what we are heading into.
Yeah, so we're going to head into Invasion for the first time here. Sorry, Karachi, my bad. Over on Control. And the thing is, like, this is one that we've seen a lot of through this competitive year. It's definitely one that we, you know, all of these players should feel like they've got strategies for. It is an extremely defensive sided map. It's offensive compared to the others, which are more defensive. My apologies for getting that the wrong way around. You know, expected to take over half of your offensive rounds, and that leans towards a team that can really slay out.
Yeah,
that's why I'm a little bit concerned here for Barksdale, because Minot in the respawns thus far, let's not talk about the search and destroys for a moment. In the respawns, every single time these teams have played, have come out on top when it comes to those big gunfights.
Yeah, and for Karachi, I mean, kind of what you're leading into is that B zone, and the fact that if you're an offensive team and you're looking at B, get 4 down, it's so easy to set up a trap there on that B zone control from the offensive side. So if you can set up that trap, if you're either of these teams, and you're going to be giving yourself a good go at Karachi. But we did hear from Bruce on that interview, and he said that he owns Karachi. He's the guy that runs routes all day long on this map. So I'm looking to see if Bruce can keep up that pacing.
I mean, it's terrifying. Oh, God. Terrifying to think that Bruce can get any better after the performance he has put on so far through this series. And, oh, gets shut down, though, in red by Chewy. Matt here playing out through bottom green. And already one tick in for A. Not a surprise, really. A is definitely expected to fall in this. The big moment always when it comes to a control here on Karachi is that transition over towards B. You like that. You get a lot of kills all of a sudden for Minot. Do you suddenly rotate on over to B? And the answer is yes. Can Barksdale respond? They must very quickly.
All day long, you got presence on B, you got presence on A. That second tick getting work done. And players from Barksdale, they really need to decide what are they going to do, because you cannot lose anything at that B zone. You take the player off of it, and you know that there's going to be one more. So it's kind of that job where Barksdale, you have to recognize and hunt down Bruce wherever he is, but they're just going to double back over towards this B zone, neutralize the progression there as Bruce does end up going down. And I like this. Barksdale, they actually managed to stabilize.
Yeah, very good passage of play from Barksdale. Very impressive, because I was worried for a second there. You're 2-0 down. and all of a sudden might not have complete control over A, plus 2 players over towards B. It's a great restabilization. I say that, you've now got players on A and B again. They will be answered back when it comes to the kills. Nixdrox onto a 5. Cryptic has found another. B is still making progress. A will surely be seen off soon. So if you're Barksdale, you're being held through back dumpster. Cryptic is doing a lot of work. Doesn't necessarily have the support, but he's picking up kills. And you've also got Bruce arriving, finally. A moment again for Barksdale where you're stabilizing. Yes, they are managing to, but the fact that you've had to twice already is terrifying.
And back into the control we saw versus both of these teams. The one thing that Barksdale, they struggled with was map positioning. They are trapped in the back of Cafe, and look at this. The tension is constricting alongside this team. Minot with 2 members alive at the end of these engagements. The nades, the stuns, you have to funnel through 1 point of contact, and that is what is so tough about Karachi. It is impossible to get over that half wall.
It is so punishing, and I just think that it happens to you twice, and you get away with it the first time. That is usually so rare for Barksdale. Like you end up with a spot where Minot have managed to not only kill you at A, they've rotated in freely for B. When you shut that down, you have to just learn your lesson. Cut while you're behind. Just give up A, set yourself up for a lovely position on B, and they don't really do that, and it just lets Minot walk straight back in. And you and me have both been there in a ranked game, buddy. Whenever you're trying to get over that half wall, you are dead to rights.
I mean, so my first thing I think about for Karachi is if I see anything at B, I'm like, okay, forget about A. We need B.
Yeah.
And I don't think we really saw that urgency from Barksdale to do the same thing. Cryptic on the B side. He's going to be traded. Chewy now going to try to distract some of these blue arrows. You can already see them turning around. You have player number 3 in Nixdrox aware of the crossfire, and he's going to actually provide some fire there. Bruce and Nick both combined for a quick double kill. That's going to allow Minot to start to gain some space here. You can see one of the members pushing back over towards red, but the kills come through for Barksdale. You're going to be able to hop on towards this A zone, stop the clock at 52. And start to put some pressure over towards B as well.
Honestly, big plays out of 2 players in particular. Nixdrox holds fire there to pick up that cross. You spoke about it. It was absolutely the best play to make. But then Rat goes huge in red, in through fire. Just great movement in order to split that Minot team apart. And gives them A control for a moment if you're Barksdale, but also just stops Minot putting you in an absolute chokehold. Rat will turn. Rat will fall to Cryptic. So it's only 1 tick of progress thus far. And if you consider the 2 rounds and where we're at, this is not good for Barksdale.
If you're thinking that, hey, we got rid of the cruise missile from Nixdrox, but Nick is already on 3 in a row again. And Cryptic still has a cruise missile in his back pocket if need be. So, I mean, Barksdale, they're really fighting from the bottom of this mountain. Crazy with a big win over towards A. He's continuing to keep that time stocked at 24 seconds. You need the stack here, and A has to get collected as quick as possible. A is going to be gone. No, it's not captured just yet. Just barely minuscule moments there. And there's only 15 seconds. You gotta go. A is still not captain. I don't think they recognize it. Everybody off spawn dies. Nick's on 4 again. You get to B at least, but this is not a winnable battle, it seems. Nixdrox fighting another cruise missile. He's on 7, 20, and 5, having a heyday on Karachi.
I mean, I think you fall by a pixel. If you are Barksdale, more salt into the wound. And with that, Nixdrox going on to 20 and 5, spawn killing you as well. This feels as good as done. We've seen Barksdale do huge things. We saw them make a massive comeback in the control last time these 2 teams played. But this would need to be something for the record books, because right now Minot just look incredibly comfortable. 6-2 when we talk about ticks, when we talk about progress here. And just look at that scoreboard. It is reading only one way.
Yeah, that's one thing that Bruce also touched on, was that invasion control that they lost in a reverse sweep fashion. It's just, it got away from them. They got a little ahead of themselves, and they made mistakes. And you don't expect this Minot team to do that twice here. So back onto the attack. Zig opens up Church. He's going to now look towards below that and finds one in. Church caught. It's going to be silent, cut down, and Crazy not even reacting to the rotation over towards the B side of the map. Everybody is still focused on getting rid of A.
Yeah, and Bruce is just making a nuisance of himself. Rat's going to tuck into this corner. Will do absolutely nothing to stem the bleeding as a tick of progress comes on through for A. More surely as Cryptic picks up a 2-piece. The thing is, what Bruce has decided not to do is play out over for B. He's just going to wrap back around, ensure that A fully belongs to Minot, doesn't split the push, but forces Barksdale to move on over towards B. They have no choice but to assess that situation and give up reinforcements today.
And the kills keep coming. Nick Starks 21-7. Shay's going to give up his life, but the A-zone still captured Bruce. Body shots non-stop since this began. A cruise missile for Nick. A cruise missile for Cryptic. A cruise missile for Nick Starks. That has the full arsenal of the U.S. military in their back pocket to rain down hellfire on this Karachi if they wanted to. And Shay's going to be the first one to touch down in towards B. Contest not there, and the kill's not there either. So Barksdale, a moment to breathe. Minute 30, 19 playing 19. It's not over yet.
It's not, but the one thing we'll be critical of when it comes to Barksdale is how you push out, and it's not like that. Cryptic gets caught. Bruce now coming in from the top rope. Will fall, so 2 quick kills. And the one thing is, I look at the positioning of some of these players. You're right on top of the point. That's my worrying thing. You fall here, you have no time to let your teammates get back in. It takes a lot of damage, but Silent does enough. And for now, it's fine. You're 3 lives up. But what I will say is it feels like it's just waiting for a sudden explosion from either Nick Starox or Bruce.
Yeah, Chewy, top fire. Unaware of this position. Chewy ends up going down, though. Bruce is going to hunt that down, and answer is 3. So Barksdale still holding on just narrowly. 47 seconds, a 4-life lead for Barksdale. And you know Bruce is starting to put some pressure on that back line. Crazy, going to be spotted out. Ratting towards the back alley. He finds one. Can he stay alive? Nick Strox now on the hunt. Slides out. Not going to be ready for it. So Rat the second one. Crazy as well, getting back to the team. Do they recognize Bruce is hitting that back half wall? They have to get Bruce down, and they do. 25 seconds left.
On 1 cruise missile invested, and Nick Strox finds 2. Can his teammates now push up on this? Jay looking to open the door. Peekaboo, someone on the inside. That'll be Chewy. Finds 1, but immediately traded out by Bruce. Nick Strox also looking to activate. Finds 1 here, and just looking to hold on the half wall. Finds yet another. And all of a sudden, you have presence, and this is where it becomes terrifying. However, it is 2v6. Gotta be perfect.
Good route there from Rat, but he's going to drop. Nick Strox still alive. 11 seconds, and Shay's just soaking up this time. 2v3. It's a good old search and destroy. Chewy at range just needs to stay alive.
Oh no.
Second ticketing worked on. Nick Strox gonna slide on now, taking damage from so many different angles. Shay's on his own. Crazy's gonna clear out the zone. 10 seconds. Nick Strox 1v3 takes down Chewy, looking to get to the site. And can he reach it? 1v1 has to touch, but he can't. Barksdale keep going into a round 4.
I think, honestly, half a second more there. Nick Starox pulls it off. I actually think Barksdale did really well to manage to hold on. They didn't really get pushed out very far, but just one important gunfight. Continuing to struggle when it comes to those setups, but at least showing that they can match when it comes to gun skill. And right there at the end, it's a 2v3, as you said, a good old-fashioned S&D. Everyone's on their last lives. I thought that the Barksdale players that were alive did a great job of just moving Nick Starox out of the path so they could isolate the player on the point. That there is the difference maker between us all being done and dusted here and us seeing a round 4.
It is 9 segments, though. 2-2. So for Barksdale, you can't get a defensive round 5 at all. No chances. Gonna have to go back-to-back in offense here.
I mean, at this point, you just got to get one offense, and we saw how much they struggled last time out, and when 3 of your players make that 4 of your players get absolutely rinsed. Make that 5, dear God. I mean, Bruce has even got time to shoot bodies, scoop a weapon, and go again. Absolutely in free flow, and the problem for Barksdale is you are now pushing out of your spawn. I like the idea of a split push here. Try and make Minot shift their defense.
Up top next, still fending players off. Another double kill from Minot. And it looks like Barksdale want to overextend over towards the red part of the map. Need some heroics there. But Nick, that's a rifle 9. You just cannot be letting that happen. If you're Silent, you need to turn up here. If you're Barksdale, this is your last chance.
Bruce, I mean, I back him in any 1v1 gunfight, but that was ridiculous. Wait for your teammates to arrive. Set up this retake. This is one of those moments that can suddenly spiral. At the end of the day, Rat's going to hold the half wall. Chewy's going to have long control. So this could be a good passage to play if Barksdale can execute correctly. Cryptic trying to find a way in up over the top. But look at that swarm from Minot. Sorry, they're finding different routes. They're finding their way into the point.
They do. They break. Over towards A now for Barksdale. Here's the cruise missile from Cryptic. Lots of time to invest these streaks. Dropping the hammer down, you find Chewy in red. That's the first opening. Nick Strauss for the follow-up. Traded out, but the kills keep flowing. Bruce is going to find one. It's all up to Silent. 15 seconds. Has to stay alive. Going to hit the deck back up. Cryptic in the 1v1. Slides around with the net. Renetti, the beatdown, not going to land, but the kill still comes through. On to B. Minot, they just cannot keep giving this up. 14 seconds left. Chewy trying to fend things off on the B side of the map.
He's going to be squeezed from one side, and of course, Nixterox, 39. Make that 40. A 40 bomb out of a man who has been so damn good all the way through this tournament. I mean, it's sure held on to for a moment. Yet another cruise missile comes in. 17-5. One last push. 17-4.
And you give up so much across this game. You give up so much across this series. 2.3 seconds, 15v2. Chewy and Crazy against the quite literal world that is Minot right now. They're not going to give up without a fight. The third tech coming through, and suddenly it's an 11v2. 1 minute left. Surely there's no way.
I think not. The thing is, you have one player who is trapped on the B point. Nixterox will be backed off by the stun. The thing is, if it was two players that were going to do it, it would be Chewy and Crazy. And as Crazy dares step on out of the cafe to try and reunite with Chewy, you just gotta hope and pray if you're a Barksdale fan.
Nixterox gonna spot out Chewy. 1v11 would be one of the most insane things I've ever seen in competitive Call of Duty, and it will not be. So that's gonna be it for the grand finals of our Erie Invitational. Minot Air Force Base taking the #1 seed from the Eastern region, heading into the CONUS Cup.
And I think dropping grand total of one map throughout the whole process, which was actually a control by Barksdale in the winners finals that, quite frankly, Minot should have seen off. So showing their complete dominance here. We've seen so much quality come out of this Barksdale side. Up against Joint Base Andrews, they looked great. They've done so many good things through this tournament, but Minot a step above, a complete class, especially when you've got players like Bruce, like Nixterox, dropping 30 and 40 bombs consistently throughout series.
You think back to the series in general, it was not a clean series from Minot. A lot closer than we saw the first time that these two matched up. You can see that Barksdale, they improved from series 1 into the rematch that we had, and I think it was time to kind of shake off that rust back in that series versus Joint Base Andrews. And you saw a couple players really do their due diligence in this matchup if you're Barksdale, but I mean, ultimately, it's not enough. This Minot team, they come different in the server.
Yeah, they do indeed. And they will need to continue to be different as we look towards our CONUS Championships. They will get Seed 1. But, I mean, let's face it, we're all eyes go forward now to seeing exactly how, exactly how these guys are going to play once we start mixing Eastern and Western, once we start talking about, sure, you've beaten out the teams in your region, but you've got those guys over on the West who could bring a lot more firepower to play. In particular, I'm looking at you when it comes to Buckley. They are the squad that I think a lot of people have their eyes on for this tournament, and Minot, although they've run out champions here, they will no doubt be looking at them to fight in this next one.
No doubt at all. So that's going to top off our top 4 going into the CONUS Cup. and that's going to add, I think, Minot into the standings for that as well. So for the side of things we had from Group A, it looks like Hill and Cannon just waiting on that Eastern 1 for Minot, and Eastern 3, which will be Joint Base Andrews. Group B going to be topped off with Buckley, Luke, alongside Barksdale, as well as Seymour Johnson. So it looks like our CONUS Cup is decided on what our groups are going to be looking like. And realistically, if you're the West and you're talking about, hey, we just watched these guys play, so maybe we know these strats, I would be watching this and be like, okay, wait a second. Everybody from the East can put up a good fight.
Absolutely. I think that speaks volumes to, for example, Barksdale, who showed that they can learn through a series as they did against Joint Base Andrews in order to overcome their S&D concerns. Also, Minot and how they just look absolutely ridiculous. But then the resiliency as well that we see out of Joint Base Andrews, making that run from losers round 1 all the way to losers final. So plenty of positives for all the teams we've seen up here on main stage. And I think that, yes, if you are those teams that have been waiting from Western, your Hills, your Buckleys, your Cannons, you're sitting there and thinking, okay, yep, there's plenty that we can learn here, but also there's plenty to be concerned about as well. There's some firepower still coming into this tournament.
And let's talk a little bit about this Barksdale team, because albeit you come into the series for the grand finals of Erie, it's not your last series of the day. You're going to have a lot more COD to still play throughout the CONUS Cup. But you have a lot of things that you worked on heading into this grand final, and it showed, especially back in that hard point. Yes, the control doesn't go your way. I think it was a bad veto bringing that Karachi into it. I didn't really like changing things up from that invasion, but you get that Karachi instead of, a high rise or an invasion, and you really get punished. But back on that hard point in Rio, you saw that team in Barksdale really make those changes, especially like throughout that second set of rotations where they were winning rotations, winning their battles, and setting up really good holds.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that, again, like if you are one of these teams over on the West, like you're feeling good because you yourself managed to get on through, the top 4 from your region. You're every right to believe that you should be here as the other teams. But I mean, yeah, we talk about some of our individual players in particular. If you're one of these Western sides, you're thinking, God damn, we got to shut down Bruce. We got to find a way of making sure that he's not very loud, because as soon as he gets going, he absolutely tears teams apart. So going to be very interesting to watch, of course, as we look forward to our CONUS Cup. But of course, a massive congratulations there to sorry, forgetting the team's name. Oh my god, I'm forgetting the team's name. Who just won? Minot. Yeah, that's the one.
It says at the bottom of our screen.
Massive congratulations to Minot for coming out on top there.
Oh, Eddie, I'm gonna need you to go get some glasses after this one is done, my friends. But we got our next matches coming up for the CONUS Cup Championships. They begin in the group stages after this break. Thank you for tuning in to the Erie Invitational. We are done and we move on. We'll see you on the other side with more Call of Duty. Welcome back, everybody, to the stream. We got our CONUS Cup Championships starting off now with our group stages. After getting finished with our Erie Invitational, we got to see some of the best over in the East play things out to see what our seeding is going to look like heading into the group stages now for CONUS. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma and Andy. As you and I head into the second half of things, how are you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling great. I'm very much so looking forward to seeing what the West can bring to the conversation, because we've just seen some of the brightest stars from the East, and at this point it becomes a group format, so we start to finally see exactly where those Eastern teams are going to land. Those 4 teams were playing for seeding, playing around where they want to be, and we get to see them here. So in Group A, Minot, which was our seed 1, as well as Joint Base Andrews, which was our seed 3, will be joining Hill Air Force Base and Cannon Air Force Base there in Group A. Meanwhile, in Group B, it will be Seymour Johnson Air Force Base and Barksdale Air Force Base that we just got to witness, playing against Luke Air Force Base, and then the team that I am told is the favorites for this, and that will be Buckley over there in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there down to the stats as well. It was down to the wins, losses too for tiebreakers. But let's introduce Buckley, Space Force Base, Aitama, Karase, Revenge, Hale. Some guys have been casted around for a long time from this Space Force. This is a nasty tag team group of a bunch, and I'm excited to see them finally take the stage.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like, you know a lot of this community stronger than I do, and I've been looking forward to finally getting to see these guys in action. I've heard so much about them, not just from yourself, from multiple people. Even coming into today, you want to keep an eye on Buckley, you want to see what they can do. They're incredible. So there's no better time to shine than under the bright lights of main stage. Very much so looking forward to seeing how these 4 put on and whether or not they suit that kind of title, whether they suit that kind of dominant reputation that they possess.
Well, we got a second to sit down with Buckley, Space Force Base. Let's go take a look at their team video for the CONUS Esports Championships.
So we met through another Air Force gaming event. It was the first ever ForceCon. I didn't know that Hale played COD at all. We were just in the break room watching COD, and then he kind of came in and just started talking about it, and that's how we found out.
I played a qualifier for AFG for Code Bowl 22, I believe, and that's how I met these 2. They weren't on my team, but kind of through that competition, I met them.
All of us are pretty surprised that we're even here, honestly, so.
Yeah, we didn't even think after ForceCon that we'd be together as a team at another event. The fact that our leadership were actually pretty gung-ho about us going, especially winning it, it's pretty nice.
I think my commander is almost as competitive as us. Every time he comes on the floor and talks to me, he's like, "So I heard y'all lost to Army at ForceCon." And I was like, "Yeah, my bad, sir."
In terms of preparation, a majority of it's gonna come from ForceCon. Bink and Mochilla, they both played a big role in teaching us the game.
A lot of us play individually. I still play with some of the coaches from ForceCon. Considering that the Space Force team is all at the same base, surprised a lot of people. We were getting a little bit accused during online qualifiers because my ping specifically is 20 times higher than theirs, so yeah. we were getting some looks for sure, but we're all at the same base. Just want to point that out. It's all Buckley. It's all Buckley.
In terms of who we want to play and who we want to beat, definitely just Cannon.
Specifically hate or height. He's a cool guy, but he can talk. It's always interesting after that.
He's a yapper. He's a troll. He's like a D1 troll.
Cannon, your only shooter is hate or height, and even he plays with T128 players, so he's not a shooter either.
Hill Air Force Base, I mean, your only shooter is slang, and even that, come on, I don't know.
For Minot, they don't have a single shooter. Not worried about them whatsoever. They're probably the freest team at this LAN.
Joint Base Andrews, Mott, you're a dirty onliner, so I mean, everybody's gonna see it at this LAN that you're awful on LAN, so good luck.
Thanks for coming out!
I mean, Buckley Space Force Base came out and said, all right, we're the best, and everybody else, they suck. And I mean, they even said that Minot has 0 people shooting back at them too. We just saw them shoot back. It was insane.
I've just been watching these guys from Minot go absolutely massive on the map, and then Buckley come out and say, you're the freest team in the competition, and we don't see a single shooter on your team. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm all for talking smack, but that, quite frankly, is terrifying.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can see right now from them, Buckley versus SJ. It's going to be our map set of our day. It's going to be Vista, Invasion, Rio, Rio. And this best of 5, a little less back and forth as we were used to before, but it is going to be Seymour Johnson's chance to finally shine on the main stage, as we didn't get to see them as they lost to the 4th seed coming out from the Eastern side.
Yeah, so this is the team that we missed while we were watching winners finals, and they fell, as you said, into 4th, and it'll be Fluffy, Toke, Better, and Sleek. But this Buckley side, again, this is who I wanted to watch come on through, and they will get the early points here on P1, and a couple of nice shots there coming out of Revenge.
Yeah, 31 seconds still here. Better looking to hit the flank for Buckley. He hops in for the contestation, but Dante snapping around. Seymour Johnson holding on to the, not able to break through just yet. Dante doing a great job at locking down that time for Buckley. Space for space. You see the last chance for maybe Seymour Johnson to get a little bit of scrap time here, and they will. They force the spawns out for Buckley over towards the burger side.
So okay, putting on his finest reptile replication, and we'll take bullets from multiple directions as it's a squeeze that comes in from Revenge and Hale, doing a great job to just clear them on out, making sure that they can try and set up a rotation. But actually a couple nice kills coming back from Seymour Johnson, not making this as easy as Buckley would probably like. And Buckley had words for literally everybody that they came up against. So right now, if you are Seymour Johnson, you want to answer by means of kills, and they're getting a couple here. Again, not clean for your Buckley Space Force base. Sleek Spider gets another to bully onto the point.
Yeah, not as clean as you'd like after their team video that we heard. The trash talk not being backed up just yet. Got to respawn Dante. Let me see if you can track down some of these players. Fluffy has been in behind it. Dante is chasing shadows right now. They just cannot track them down. Fluffy's going to wrap through mid, take down Revenge. Finally, Dante spots him, but that has been Seymour Johnson finding a complete 40-point swing their way.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, if I had a whole video dedicated to me talking smack about everyone else, I'd be able to come out a little bit stronger here in our first group game. But Cabase picks up 2, picks up 3. Beautiful stuff. That's what you want to see when you're the favorite. Fluffy gonna have more company, gonna have to try and answer back, and does indeed finish him on off. And well, that won't do much though for the rotation, as Buckley currently have complete control of those backside spawns, and even did have a bit of presence out front.
Seymour Johnson now with the lead. It's Buckley into P3. They have the setup. Can they hold? We watched all throughout the eastern side of things as teammates struggled to get a lock on a lot of these hills. But for Seymour Johnson, now for the break, Better leading the charge in. The free fire's good, but not able to find that kill. Hale gonna be able to at least shut that one member down. Hale now looking to lock down these back staircases, but a couple of members spawn up for Seymour Johnson, and now they're gonna have a chance at locking down P4.
Revenge. Gonna dive on out through the back, hit this rotation. I feel like one thing that Buckley certainly do have is the movement speed. They seem to be very much playing at a breakneck pace. Hasn't necessarily been the key ingredient for them so far, but whether or not Seymour Johnson can stand against that presence, that pressure. Oh, I think Fluffy actually gets a stick there, but then the trophy that was coming out deals with it. So a bit of bad luck. Hale pushes forward, finds 1. Cabase finds 2 in the back. And just feels a little bit pinstripe feedy. Not necessarily dominant from either team, but one thing for sure, Buckley have managed to pull themselves back into this.
And Buckley have been walking away with the better of the trade, so they've been able to battle back, even flip the lead back their way. 3 kills in a row for Buckley Space Force base, and now battling off of this P4, you can see a split spawn from Seymour Johnson, a race over towards this new hill. Kabase is going to be able to catch Uncle Toke as he's racing towards that next hill. And Seymour Johnson, this is the blender that you're finding yourself in. You're spawning way far away all over the map, and you needed Better to stay alive there. Buckley now going to be able to set up for new and look to get some of this initial time.
Kabase here just going to try and hold the mid-map. And honestly, I think that right now that's the perfect play to make, and he finds one support in from Hale and Revenge as well. It's eventually shut down, but it won't matter because the trade comes in through. And this is one of the things we talked about when it comes to this map. Once you start to rotate over towards this bridge hill, if you can lock down the mid map, if you can get yourself posted up here and avoid a push on through, you not only can throttle the opposing team and squeeze them into a bottleneck, but you also put yourself into a spot where you can then easily rotate into the next one.
Hale on 4 in a row. Don't want to let that get out of your way here. Buckley, they've had quite the swing ever since that second hill didn't go their way, but not able to put that streak on board as Hale. He's shut down just before the cruise missile is acquired. The last little bit of time for Buckley means that heading into the second set of rotations, you're looking at about a 130 to 65 point lead in favor of Buckley Space Force Base. And for Seymour Johnson, that is over double the points that you have acquired so far throughout this Vista. You need to turn things around soon.
Yeah, it feels like it just Buckley, if anything, have taken almost the entirety of the last 100 points. Capacé doing the madness in the middle of P1 there, picking up 2, eventually shut down, but just about going to be up here if you're Toke. Eventually, Revenge pushes you, cleans you on out. Revenge finds 2. Revenge is playing for 3. It's actually a teammate, and Revenge deals with all of 4. Yes, he has teammate support, but a beautiful individual moment there as he goes 19-9.
Yeah, 19-9 is impressive from Revenge. 3 kills to hold on to that P1. 160, still 15 seconds. Seymour Johnson reeling over towards that P2 side of the map. Fluffy gonna overextend, catches Kavase on the rotation. Trophies out, but the cruise missiles invested, finds absolutely nothing though. Fluffy not expecting Hale to be around the corner. Burger control for better. Can he find control of this point as well as Revenge on 4 in a row, hunting for this cruise missile? He won't be able to get it, but Kavase jumping into the hard point. He's got things on lock.
Honestly, this is looking more and more like the team that everyone was talking about. Seymour Johnson came out trying to match that pace that Buckley possessed, eventually wilting under the pressure here. Better is just going to try and lock down this right-hand side, just trying to pre-fire, if anything, and that's a play of desperation that this Buckley Space Force base will just not care for. Kavase gonna get aggressive here, try and take control, try and ensure that you've got all sides covered, and there might even be a flipped out spawn here. It's actually going to be split, so all of a sudden this could get messy.
Trophies out for Revenge. 4 in a row again, looking for that cruise missile still alive. He's going to be on 5. Pushing through, players off spawn, not expecting Revenge to be there, but no cruise missile just yet. You can see it's a split spawn from the side of Seymour Johnson, and Sleek Spider is actually going to be caught, so numbers advantage for Buckley, trying to put some pressure over towards this next hard point. Fluffy not going to expect the pressure from the back, and it's Kavase and Dante to clear things out over towards P3, and now Buckley Space Force looking for a triumphant finish to this Vista.
Yeah, just looking to put style points onto the end of this. You're pushed up through the mid. Although you do lose 2 players, you will have spawns coming in that will mean that you should have Dante at least able to help Revenge here pick up over this mid corridor. And Dante does indeed find that kill. So Seymour Johnson just going to have to run onto the end of rifles as Buckley look to see this off.
7 seconds left. It's desperation for Seymour Johnson. Revenge on 7 in a row. And it just does not seem like anybody's going to be able to touch with that last kill. That should be it. All said and done for the Vista hard points. And I'm not sure who that is that just laid back in their chair from Buckley, but he looks like he is comfortable after that map.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I suddenly see why you're all talking about Buckley as being a, quite frankly, ridiculous team. Felt like over the first 100 points, it was slow coming out the blocks, but look at that stat line. Hale, 31-19, Revenge, 28-10, Kavase, not to be outdone, 24-16 with 14 assists. Every player playing at breakneck pace and just made it so that Seymour Johnson couldn't stand the heat.
We saw, I mean, that flip switch from Buckley, and that was quite impressive. It was slow at the gates, and I think that says more about Seymour Johnson as they just had a electric beginning to this map, and as soon as Buckley got a little bit warm on the station, you start to see them take control slowly and slowly more and more across the rest of this series. And I think it's something to say that these Eastern teams, they've been playing. I mean, they had their time on the stage. They've had their time on the sticks. And, you know, this Buckley team, they've been sitting. They've been waiting for this chance to play Enigma. So now that they've reached that stage, we get to see them playing as well. It may have taken them a little bit to get going, but once they did, I mean, we saw what was about a 120 points to 1 swing.
Yeah, that's exactly it, because it felt like initially I was like, okay, we might get a little bit of a contested game here. This is going to be interesting. And then it wasn't even remotely close after that. I think it suddenly becomes like 200 to 10 or something. Obviously, someone's going to have to track that math, but it's a case of the second and third set of rotations were entirely dominant by Buckley. It felt like Seymour Johnson just didn't even have an arm in the fight. They were totally pushed aside. The concerning thing for me, obviously, the thing is with this, obviously this is the 4th seed coming out of the East, top seed coming out of the West. So, you know, we start talking about, well, you know, this is potentially a big mismatch, but it was the pace that you saw Buckley bring. There was never a moment where it looked like they were unsure of where they needed to be, how they wanted to play around the map, and that is different to what we've seen out of a lot of these teams so far.
And you start to see why they were so confident against even your Minots as well. I mean, there was not a time that I questioned Buckley holding on to those rotations, holding those hard points down. They looked incredible from when it was the break into the hill to the holding of the hill. Even the streak usage of them was very methodical in trying to keep their opponents away from that time, keep them inside the lines of sight of those individual gunfights. And I think Buckley played that to a T, which leads us into the search and destroy. Coming up next, Invasion is where we go. And I think for Seymour Johnson, you have to really go into the idea of this Buckley team obviously wants to play fast. They want to get in your face, take those battles, and heading into this Invasion search and destroy, you need to cut that pace. You play it slow, draw that first blood, and keep everything controlled.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, if the tracking here is true, then Seymour Johnson in their game where they end up picking up the 4th seed, lost to Joint Base Andrews, they lost the search as well. So of what we've seen, Seymour Johnson not necessarily bringing too much to search, especially considering that Joint Base Andrews lost the search on Invasion that we saw. So it's one of those where it's kind of like I'm struggling to find ways to talk Seymour Johnson into this one. What they've got to do is come out straight away out the gates with, you know, executable playbook kind of plays. You know, this is exactly what we want to do. We want to make our opposing team react in this way and control the map in thus fashion. If they're aiming to play reactively, I don't see a way in which they can come out on top here.
No, I agree with you. They need to start getting creative with this, trying to level up if you're on the roster of Seymour Johnson, hit that next level and try to really isolate some of these players from the opposite side. I mean, we saw at the start of that hard point that they gave them a run for their money, so you know that Seymour Johnson can fight back, but Buckley just outlasts them and at some point outpaced them. And look at this play from Hale. It's exactly what I expect. Smoked right down the middle. He wants to look for that first blood. He draws it onto Better, and he is already looking to rotate around chasing Hale, but nobody's finding anything into the backline. He finds 2. Hale's getting away with it all. Hale, oh my goodness! Literally not doing anything wrong.
Oh my god! Uncle Toke is not going to want to watch that one back. Fluffy finds Dante elsewhere, but in a 1v3, squeezed into construction. Hale gets the ace. I mean, straight away, off the rip, the fact that you saw the smoke coming out over, lands mid-map to cover Hale's approach, and he just sprints straight through DVD, know exactly what he wants to cut off. That's what I'm talking about. That's the difference maker between a good team and a really damn good team. All of a sudden, I can't wait to watch everything that this Buckley team are going to throw out here.
Yeah, I mean, it was impressive from Hale there. You just get to see the superstar performance that he can apply to this game, and really nothing that Seymour Johnson could expect off of that one. Better gets caught, then, you know, Fluffy gets through. You're chasing Hale. You just can't find him. He escapes under your nose. And he's not going to stop just yet. Pedal to the metal. Right through DVD. Sleek Spider dropping on back down to the dumpster. Fluffy's here on the cross, so he's going to be able to give that information, but will it be enough?
And this is fine for Seymour Johnson. Just continues to... and the thing is, there's a cross. Hale managed to get around Dark. So Fluffy's missed one, and that information likely won't be transpired. So Hale might get the angle here. Spider will find one. Actually, the fact that he gets that blood means that Hale has to push this, but Hale gets it right. Fluffy tries to cover on over, but his teammates have all died. What can you do in a 1v3?
It's the big question. Fluffy. 1-1 so far. KD. And you look at that post-plant Revenge sitting over towards blue. You have the flank being watched. He's going to spot this one. Revenge takes the shots. He's going to back off. No need to give up your life right now. And I mean, if you're Fluffy, technically no need to give away your life. You know Hale's going to be on 5 in a row, so you don't want to feed into that streak.
I think that's exactly what they're trying to do here. Revenge takes the shots, backs off, and just lets Hale push on forward. Fluffy's going to try and play out a top tree house. Does Hale get the information? He will now. But yeah, I think that's exactly what they're trying to do. Even nice and early, even when you're completely steamrolling a team, watching them trying to be so clinical about this. Well, Revenge does eventually get fouled by Fluffy. Bomb goes off. That'll be 2-0. But yeah, it felt like immediately you're seeing the difference there. Buckley are like, okay, we're one off for Cruz. Let's get Hale involved here and make this happen. Trying to be absolutely brutal about the way they go about this S&D.
Yeah, this is clinical from Buckley, as expected, for the number 1 seed versus the number 4 seed. There's Seymour Johnson out to play for this matchup. Not an easy one to take up, but see what they have to offer. Somebody's left the bomb back, so Uncle Toke's got to go back and collect it. You don't want to leave spawn without it, because then you're going to be running into other issues. But Hale's pushed up into DVD. First blood as well. This time Fluffy's going to be caught. Sleek Spider, can he track down this player? He is hunting, but not finding anything. The trade's there onto Hale. But you've already let some of these members from Buckley into your enemy line there. Revenge is seen, but you just cannot get a handle on it.
None. At this point, chasing shadows. If you are Seymour Johnson, at least a moment to stabilize. Not that they might fully be aware, but you are at least not getting flanked and pushed out. Dante's just holding middle. Cabase checking that entire A street. So right now, just buying time. Again, you are totally in your element to do this as a defensive team. Drag it down to 30 seconds. Life up. Seymour Johnson have got to make something happen here.
Dante's going to find Uncle Toke. Bomb is down now. 1v3 again. 20 seconds. And it doesn't look like Sleek Spider really wants to go anywhere. Sitting nice and pretty in the corner. Hunted down. Buckley, 3 rounds in a row here in the search. Absolutely clinical things. They are running over their opposition.
Yeah, I don't blame them. This is giving me old school CWL vibes. Remember when you get that team that would qualify in to come up against some of your pro teams? It gives me that kind of feeling right now. That's how damn good Buckley look. Because we know Seymour Johnson are a good team. We've seen them before. We've cast over them before. We've watched what they can do. You don't get top 4 in your region without being a good team. But Buckley, clearly a class above at this point.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of it off the back of this man. Ace in the first round, involved in all the first bloods. And he wants to get aggressive again.
Hale. Shots there with Rival. Connects on a bit, but nothing really to write home about just yet. Full setup on a counterattack over towards B. So they have the members here to back up their teammates. And soon enough, Kabase should recognize he doesn't see anything over towards A. Maybe call for an audible to rotate. Revenge first blooded. This time it's Toke finally putting a first on the board. Hale's looking to trade it, but Fluffy putting his foot down. Finally, some signs of life out of Seymour Johnson.
Yeah, this is much more like it. Dante and Cabase also very split, by the way. So Dante into a 1v4. Better stun goes out. Connects with nothing. I actually think it ends up falling into the middle of the street. So will provide absolutely nothing in terms of intel. Try and bring the bomb forward. Oh, some straight shots, but betters were indeed better. So answer back onto the board there. I mean, feels like a rare step in the wrong direction for Buckley. I go back to that fight by Fluffy in the middle of the map. I think that goes the other way. It's a totally different round. Does well enough to snap onto Hale.
Finally, two on the board. I think that's the biggest thing for this team is you've cut the bleeding. At least cauterize that wound for now. It's just the question is, now that you move over to the attacking side, Andy, it's just where do you go from here? How do you find that second one in a row? Maybe it's just ramping up the pressure here. You spot Revenge on the cross, and for Fluffy, you pump the brakes. You see Hale on the cross as well. Moving over towards the back line of your spawn. I'd like to see Seymour just put the pedal to the metal and just push over towards B.
Either that or decide to completely back off through your own spawn, right? Isolate Hale. Do something with bravery, because at this point, you're just getting bullied into one corner of the map. And that's exactly where Buckley want you to be. So even if it all goes wrong, just try and force back a little bit. Make Buckley question whether or not they want to make these plays going forward. But right now, it is playing totally into their playbook. It's exactly where they want you to be. And this is going to be awful as Hale gets the high ground.
Yeah, Hale. I mean, we've seen this before. Do they turn around? They do, but he still gets in and out, and no trades just yet to be seen. Damage onto the second one. Sleek Spider's gonna drop. Uncle Toki is trying to find this kill, but it is so dang tough to take him down. Kabase finds the trade, and Buckley bounced back after a lost round.
I mean, the most difficult damn kill on the map, Hale, right now, right? He is ridiculous. Even when he goes down, getting shot in the back, he turns, puts a couple of bullets into his opposition number. That just makes it an easy cleanup for his teammate, an easy trade. The impact of just a couple of bullets coming on through there. But again, Seymour Johnson, even if it doesn't work, even if you get absolutely rolled over, you're already getting rolled over. Let's see a couple of different plays come out on those offensive rounds. You aren't going to get many more, maybe just the one. So try something different. Make Buckley question themselves a little bit.
Here we go. Quarter one for Buckley. Out the gates. Hale's caught by the stun, so at least that's going to put a leash on him for now. Not many things are going to stop that. But Buckley completely back up. Hale's not going to be spotted. Fluffy hits the deck. Try to stay alive, and the help comes through. Lovely support there from Uncle Toke.
Yeah, definitely. I thought for sure Hale had yet another first blood in this, but Uncle Toke provides support, and Fluffy actually has managed to make his way down A Street, so could cause quite a bit of damage there if he decides to get in around the back. And we'll have Kabase above him, top blue, and this could be beautiful.
This is a strat right into the play of Hale. Kabase gonna drop there. Fluffy. Timing works out. 3 versus 2 as Revenge was able to manage a kill of his own. Now he's trying to play control over to there, and bam, bomb goes down at A. Well, Revenge is gonna even us into a 2-on-2, and now this is the tough part. Haven't really seen the best out of Sleek Spider, nor better just yet in this search and destroy. And they're going to have to make some quick work here with 30 seconds on the clock for the retake. 2 versus 2. Revenge in a perfect spot to watch this cross. Feed the information over towards Dante, and all Dante really has to do is watch this bomb. Make sure that nobody hops that defuse just yet. The time's draining down. Dante's going to know that they have this round in the palm of their hands. Seymour Johnson, they take a little bit too long to get it done. And Buckley, I mean, they sail into a 5-1 lead.
Man, we playing for KD here? What was that? That was the slowest attempt at a retake I've ever seen in my life. I understand that Buckley are really good, but no matter what happens, if you play that slowly, you're just never going to get to the bomb in time. I think that even Buckley were caught by surprise at the little amount of resistance that came their way. Very straightforward. The beautiful stuff out of Buckley. Again, they look like they should be in a spot where it's difficult for them, but then drag it back to a 2v2. I thought that Fluffy had done great work to split the lines and get in around the back, especially when he then gets that kill onto Kabase. But will not be capitalized on, and Buckley just one map away from going 2-up in the series.
Revenge looking for another first blood. I mean, he is in a perfect spot here to sniff one out. Just laying prone on Rubble. Spots the information at least, and he ducks away. Gonna reposition towards the top of Broken. Cruise missile getting called in from Hale. That's all the way deep into the back. Nobody gonna be dropped, and Fluffy actually draws a blood there. Hale's gonna rush forward. Fluffy ready for it. 2 kills from Fluffy to open up this round.
Beautiful work. Now, don't give your lives up. Just play together. Don't let that happen. Revenge finds better, and that's as free as you like to make it from a difficult 4v2 to a very manageable 3v2 for this Buckley side. The bomb will be in hand for Seymour Johnson, so they can rotate it over towards A, and actually beautiful reposition there from Fluffy. Makes it a 1v3.
If there is one thing for Fluffy that has really turned up, it is the fact that he has really elevated this level for Seymour Johnson. What a fantastic round from himself. Not only getting that first blood onto Kabase, but reading Hale's forward pressure. And then hitting the full wrap around. Dante has so much work to be done. 26 seconds. He's got to pick up the pace here. Spots out Fluffy, but there's only 20 seconds. You do not have time to waste, and that is Fluffy taking down the ace to keep his team alive.
Honestly, as well, like that puts Fluffy into a position where he could start to talk about a cruise missile. So Great work out of him. Doubles up on the kills throughout the entire map. A huge round indeed. And I think the most impressive one is that reposition in through back palace, right? You play around the back of that wall, and it just takes it from a... Because when it was 2v3 in favor of Seymour Johnson, I was thinking, okay, well, Buckley could still come back here. They could still make something happen. But it's the fact that Fluffy is brave and decides to make that numerical advantage work by simply playing a wider route. More information gained, and then even a kill on top.
Fluffy on 4. I mean, can he be the catalyst to this team? Working his way around, holding on to that A site. Trophy shot out there from Kavase, so now you have a little less control to the middle of the map. You have to be careful for that oncoming utility, and Fluffy now trapped in behind. Doors gets open. Fluffy's in trouble. I don't know if they actually spotted him. They did. The communication for Hale to draw that kill, and Uncle Toke falls as well. This could be it.
Looking likely, right? 2 dead. The other 2 players for Seymour Johnson on the opposite side of the map. The bomb is going down. Dante's putting bullets into the back of Better. And as that comes up on your screen, a dagger to the heart of Better and Sleek Spider hemmed in. Dante finds one Sleek Spider by himself.
Nowhere to go but down. And Buckley Space Force base. What a hell of a start to the series. A 100-point club in the hard point. A 6-2 in the search and destroy. And they are paving their way to a 3-0 against Seymour Johnson. Not much to be said on the opposite side of things. I mean, shout out to Fluffy for his 7 non-traded kills. Really putting on a performance for Seymour Johnson, but that was a tough battle to match up against.
Yeah, and I think as well, one of the concerning thing is it's actually even when we come to first bloods. It's 4 each for the 2 teams. So it's a case of, I mean, Buckley were perhaps a bit lazy when it came to the openings of rounds. We saw Hale get very aggressive at points. But when Buckley got their first bloods, they made sure to see them on off. For Seymour Johnson, they were being easily countered, unfortunately, on most occasions. I think as well, other than, as we said, the Fluffy play where he picks up the ace, it's, yeah, not much to write home about for Seymour Johnson. But Buckley, I want to focus on them and how, you know, coming into this, I don't know the community as well as you do, my friend, but everyone was talking about how good this Buckley side are and why they're the guys to watch. I'm seeing it. I'm very impressed thus far. It's been one hell of a series to introduce themselves to me. Not necessarily that I matter, but, you know, impressive stuff.
Yeah, you and me both, my friend. 6-2 in the search, 250-71 in the hard point. Buckley have been on fire, and this is what kind of you expect, Enigma, with the number 1 seed versus the number 4 seed. We were kind of talking about it.
Yeah.
We knew it was going to be an uphill battle for Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, and heading in towards this invasion control, you don't want to go out without a little bit of a fight here. And you saw Fluffy was giving that fight over in the invasion search and destroy. Control's a little bit different from that. You can kind of bank on the fact that you do have that comfort of defense. You can set up on those power positions with those MCWs, get aggressive off of your 4 down, and really punish some of those errors that you might be getting out of the other side of Buckley's Space Force base. I think this is where Seymour Johnson at least can give us a little bit more of a fight here, like we saw in that Vista at the start here. Just want to see them not go out easily here.
Yeah, exactly. Don't make it a whimper. I understand that, you know, you are 4th seed, you're coming up against 1st seed, and overwhelming favorites to win the whole thing here at the CONUS Championships. But I do want to stress that, you know, you go and play with some pride. Be brave at the very least.
Yeah.
Go and try and make something happen. If it doesn't, then so be it. You know, you were expected to lose anyway. You've lost absolutely nothing when it comes to it. Just don't let yourself get bullied into a corner by this Buckley team. Come out fighting with it, even if your back's against that wall. So, I mean, right now, Buckley looking likely to 3-0 this, but I would love to see a little bit spice to the script, a little bit of something in the storyline here as we kick off our control.
Yeah, a little bit of the sweet old Seymour Johnson invasion control. Let's get it going. Fluffy out the gates here. Going to be tracking down that member over towards B. And Kawase happy enough to play on this crossfire and make sure that all's well that ends well onto the A side of things. The kills come through. Now Kawase looking to punish off his spawn. Taking down Sleek Spider. Fluffy's still alive, but that's okay for Buckley. Now they're pushing those margins up.
Yeah, and Hale actually gets the information that Fluff is attempting to play around Treehouse here, but Toke finds Dante, Better finds Revenge. It's only the fact that Hale has managed to get on through. So Better with the 2-piece, that suddenly opens B up. You will have company in Carvasay, but he might be wise to take his time here as more Seymour Johnson players arrive. And I like the position that comes on through, but Carvasay at least gets one, and that'll be enough for his teammates to arrive in support.
The big issue is nobody's been hopping onto the objectives, so there's only 30 seconds left. Fluffy's gonna drop to Revenge, sitting inside Broken, and Toke is in trouble. Surrounded by a couple members, the kill's at least there, but you still need to jump on this time. Stop the clock, 20 seconds left, and Carvasay wants to continue to keep this ball rolling. He's gonna drop on 16 seconds. Buckley, they just look like they're ready to sweep this round.
Yeah, and Sleek Spider's actually going to miss Carvasay coming on out as well. 3 more kills go red in the feed. Fluffy at least answers back with 1, but it's going to be a whisper of life rather than the whole shout that they need. Carvasay ends the round 6-2. Buckley on top and as dominant as you like.
Dominant as could be. Yeah, and you see this is something you didn't really get to see from any of the members on the Eastern region, but you look at the forward pressure from Dante in that positioning, spawning out Seymour Johnson to the back of Palace. You have somebody over towards Concrete as well, just next to that P2 God Tank, and there's really not much you can do there if you're Seymour Johnson other than isolate some of those members working out of your spawn. You really have to make sure that that spawn trap is broken immediately, or else you're going to get punished 10 times out of 10 times of the day.
Oh yeah, especially against a side as good as this. Toke will actually open onto Hale, finds him one of those nice little aggressive routes that we've seen that he likes to play. Nearly catches onto Revenge as well, but right now that'll be a full hold on the B zone. Fluffy's going to try and do something coming out the back of DVDs. At least finds 1, but I don't know if you caught the amount of trophies that are on this point right now. Revenge and Hale answer with 2, and actually that's going to send a trigger through for Revenge to push on out. Fluffy will continue to contest this, but well, you'd expect your teammates to deal with it, and they don't.
Fluffy's quite the breath of fresh air for this team on Seymour Johnson. I mean, he is putting a battle against some of these individuals, and you just need to see a little bit out from the rest of them as well. You know what you're going to get from Fluffy, and he has been fantastic. The B zone going to get captured. 2 minutes for Buckley to work over towards A. As here's Carvasay clearing out blue. He's just trying to locate some of these members, the information onto Fluffy, but he needs to time this right with the rest of the team. And Hale goes down, so that's going to give a little bit extra time for Carvasay to waste.
And that's a big fight through the middle. Revenge actually manages to find 2 there. Ridiculous stuff to take control of the middle of the map. Fluffy answers back with 2 of his own, but that kill then brings Fluffy down and allows Carvasay in through gas station. So all of a sudden, Buckley then trying to set up something here. Do you need to wait if you're Carvasay? You need to let your teammates push on up, try and get Cafe control. And, well, right now, you're just trading back and forth, but that's much more like it. And this should allow you now to squeeze on the point.
And hop on. The stack is going to be in shortly. They want a little bit more kills. It looks like they're getting greedy now, Enigma, and you do not want this to come back and bite you. You had a chance to jump on towards A, and you are letting it go for kills. So you're looking at Buckley, Space Force Base. Now work this objective as you got the double stack.
Yeah, I'm all for confidence, but we've seen it far too many times in our careers, right? You shoot some bodies, you get a little bit loud, a little bit cocky too early, it comes back to bite you. But 3 kills come on through. If you are a fan of Buckley, Space Force Base, and surely see this round off 2-0, and again, pretty damn dominant. There's a moment there where they step off the point. There's a little bit of a difficulty transitioning over from A to B, a little bit of resistance out of Seymour Johnson, in particular from Fluffy. But otherwise, it is smooth runnings for Buckley. It felt like once Carvasay gets that kill in mid from Fluffy, rotates in through back gas station, just lets his teammates try and fight for some sort of control over Cafe in the middle of the map where they can then pressure on the point. Felt like Seymour Johnson didn't have long left.
Well, this could be it for Seymour Johnson's game against Buckley. Last potential round. Unless they can extend this to a 4th and a 5th. It's going to be a full frontal attack over towards B. They stack it, but Revenge lines them all up. Carvasay takes the first one. It's a set spike combo that you just love to see if you're a fan of Buckley. Fluffy's not going to be able to get anything done. And oh no, Enigma, this is spawn trap potential.
It is. Buckley going to try and play out through bridge side. The thing is, you are relatively exposed to that A-bomb plant position. And that's exactly where you can see Dante and Revenge set up. And that just watching the cross. And you're just catching the players rotating on over. Seymour Johnson have 1 kill at this point. And we have only 45 seconds left.
Make that 2. Make that 3. Fluffy paving way over towards B. So signs of life towards this round. 34 seconds to make something happen here at the B zone. Hale's going to be in towards DVD Alley. Forces better up top, waiting for the headshot. And it's a team cruise missile onto Hale. As Buckley have no chill at the moment. They're full confidence, full steam ahead into this round. Kabase sliding in with the MCW. He's going to clear off the B zone. 18 seconds. Everybody is racing for desperation on the side of Seymour Johnson, and they are grasping at straws.
There will be a tick of progress that at least comes through, so it won't be a complete whitewash, but Hale is here to apply pressure. He's found one and the second, trying to line up a couple more, gets aggressive with the Renetti, finds the third with the help of Dante, who then cleans up literally everybody else. It's return to sender. If you're Seymour Johnson, it's a clean sweep. If you're Buckley, and what a start to group stage for this time.
Couple of shots there from Better. Not sure if they're warranted, but not sure if they care. That is a clean sweep from the side of Buckley Space Force base as they get the job done and they make it look good as well. The #1 seed from the West, making them look like they're the best.
I mean, just to recap there, that was a 250 to 71. Actually, we got a scoreboard in front of us. Let's stick with that first of all. I mean, it's a great effort out of Fluffy and Toke. They go even when it comes to KD, but they just couldn't do much really to answer on back. It's just straightforward for that Buckley lineup. But yeah, as we get a look out here over the replays, a quick recap there, 250 to 71 for Buckley in the hard point. The thing is, Seymour raced out into a lead initially, managed to get themselves over that 50 points. So from there, it was like 200 and something to like 10. Absolutely ridiculous run of play. Moments like that from Kabase showing exactly why. Revenge also nearly picking up a 4-piece in this passage. Just truly beautiful stuff. It was then 6-2 in the search and destroy. Really straightforward on invasion. The first blood's actually quite even. Said to me maybe Buckley were taking the opening phases quite lightly, trying out a couple of new things, but still able to clutch up and discount any sort of numerical disadvantage that they were up against. And then control, I don't think I've seen many simpler controls in my life. Just the 1 tick into offensive rounds for Seymour Johnson, and then a straight run over in their offensive round.
And it's just like the Seymour Johnson, or sorry, this Buckley Space Force based team. They just hit a gauge of Call of Duty that we just have yet to see on the stage today. Even between the Eastern Regional Esports Invitational, we didn't see Monette really put in the work like this Buckley team did. All 4 members finding their individual value and stepping up to blow Seymour Johnson out of the water with this matchup. But I think for Buckley, this is just the beginning for them, as you've been talking about how they are the favorites heading into this tournament. They are the team that you expect to be into that final. So I like to see that they're coming out with a little bit of a punch to pack into these matches as well. But we do have one of the members in the interview booth ready to go. So let's bring Kabase in after a swift 3-0 sweep, my friend. How you feeling?
We're feeling good. First match of the event, so it's good to get the guns going and see that we're still as dominant as we think we are.
Yeah, that was indeed very dominant. Congratulations on that. A hell of a way to introduce yourselves. We got to watch your video just before you guys were playing the game. Quite a bit of smack talking in there. Do you truly believe that you have no rivals in this competition?
I think Buckley, I think we're too far ahead of everybody here. I don't think it's going to be close. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to stand on it.
I mean, fair enough. After a performance like that, I can absolutely see why. I'm not gonna lie, I was sitting there thinking first 50 points went the way of Seymour Johnson. I was like, all right, goddamn, maybe they're not that. Never mind, you absolutely ran over it from there. As part of coming into your first game, being that you've been able to watch some of these other sides and see exactly what they're bringing to this tournament.
Can you repeat the question? I'm so sorry.
So you said that you just come into your first game here today, but there's been a lot of other games ongoing. Have you been watching those other teams play and learning, or are you just coming in with your own game plan?
I mean, yeah, like we're pulling up the streams whenever we can, and we're just watching like little side games and taking like minor notes on certain things. But for the most part, we're just coming in with our game.
I mean, it looks like your game's been good enough so far for you guys, and you know, to be at CONUS, to kind of be representing your base as well. How does it feel to be at a tournament like this? What's it like there?
I mean, it's really cool bringing the 4 best teams from the East and the Western regionals to one place to play it out and see who's the best base stateside. It's a pretty cool environment. A lot of great talent here. I think everybody's having a great time, and yeah.
I mean, I can tell you one thing is certain, Kawase, we're having a great time watching you guys play as well, and I can't wait to see you guys take the stage again later on. So I'm going to say thank you for coming out to the interview booth, and see you next time.
Appreciate y'all.
Enigma, confidence, to say the least, from Buckley Space Force Base, and I think I will say it is warranted from them as well. They looked lights out versus Seymour Johnson. They said that there's nobody that is ready to kind of battle against them just yet, and it's their championship to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, again, I've spoken about it. You know, coming into this, people were saying, keep an eye out for Buckley, keep an eye out for what they're going to do here. No, can totally understand why, and why they're smack talking everyone in their video. So yeah, very much impressed. Just difference in terms of strategy, how brutal and clinical they were around set plays, and also obviously individual brilliance.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Ruthless killers on the side of Buckley Space Force Base, and that's going to be all said and done for our first match here in the CONUS Cup Championships. We're going to head to a break while we get set up with match 2 of the tournament. We'll see you on the other side with more Call of Duty.
The Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USO and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility, just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization. It's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where like we all got to the airport, we all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, you meet new people all the time, so meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. It's been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden, some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for the CONUS Championships, and it is day one. It is group stages, and we just got to witness Buckley go absolutely massive and assert dominance there, taking a clean 3-0 sweep. So we move on then, Seymour. We start to talk about Barksdale, the side who was second in our Eastern Regionals, coming up against Luke. And what is it that you're maybe looking forward to see that these teams can bring nice and early here in our group stages?
I think the big thing is that this is going to be a little bit closer of a matchup because you're taking the number 2 from the East and matching them against the number 3 from the East. And we saw that Barksdale, they struggled against the number 3 from the East as well. So you really do not want to count Luke out of the play style or out of this play either. So I think for Barksdale, the one big thing is that, yes, they're the number 2 seed, but I don't expect this one to be as one-sided as our last game that we just saw.
Yeah, I think one of the things as well when you start talking about Luke is obviously they've got to face Buckley in their run, so God knows how that all went down when they played against each other. And we do get a look here at our screen, currently being updated as Hill Air Force Base currently playing against Joint Base Andrews, and that is currently one a piece there in terms of maps. And we obviously take a look at Group B, which is where we're sticking for this one after Buckley wiped Seymour Johnson off the map. Barksdale against Luke playing in here for that spot. You got to assume that maybe as a duo, as two teams here looking to see, you know, okay, well, can we set ourselves up with some momentum to get into a matchup with Buckley and feel a bit better about our chances?
No, I think that this is going to be fun. And like I said, it's the number 2 seed against the number 3 seed. It's not as big of a disparity as the number 1 seed versus the number 4 seed. So I expect Barksdale to still struggle against Luke Air Force Base a little bit. I mean, nothing was perfect on their side of the field, but we can take a look back at these members as well. Crazy, Silent, Chewy, and Rat. These 4, not a squad that you want to scoff at whatsoever. I mean, they are dangerous when it comes down to playing the game.
Yeah, they are indeed. We've seen the kind of things that they can bring. You know, Crazy Chewy, but also we ended up getting a little bit of time there with Silent and Rat showing exactly what they can bring. So, you know, they're potentially not their superstars, but definitely showing that they're the type to, you know, at least contribute and carry their weight through this. And I think that that's going to be important here because we look from Seed 2 going up against Seed 3 on the western side. Crazy and Chewy, they can't be expected to do it all. They need the rest of their teammates to step on up. And I think that they can well look over their shoulders and be glad that they've got Silent Rat on their side.
Yeah.
As for the other team, which is going to be Luke, we will actually have a video to watch to see what they're bringing to this tournament.
We played in the last year WREI, and then we had some players PCS, so I was reaching out trying to put together a team for this year. Hit up Prometheus and Rishi. I haven't even been in Air Force gaming as long as a lot of people, but in the short time that I've been in it, it's been growing like crazy. Just more people getting involved, more people finding out, and it's just more players, so it's been really awesome to see.
People can't believe that like we're here on TDY.
Normal TDY, you're working your butt off, you know. We're very fortunate to have something like this, so I'm really happy about it.
I'm gonna be honest, we didn't really do that much review or anything. It was just more like getting reps in, getting practice, and with having a new member too, it's kind of hard to see how we're gonna mesh. So it's gonna take it day by day, and whatever we need to fix, we'll fix it then.
I have never played ranked before in my life. I have 48 hours of ranked play for this. So I think that when asked, like, what do I need to improve on specifically? Everything. Literally everything.
Obviously, we're going to go back. We're going to do some scrims, so that'll be a good time to kind of get a feel for things, get used to the setups, get comfortable, and then, like he said, address any issues that we identify. Playing a lot with a lot of the teams here. All these guys, I feel like I've played against all of them at some point in 8, so it's good practice.
Buckley, their chemistry, their knowledge, skill is insane. So the more I play them, I think the better I'll get.
And we also haven't played them yet. We didn't get to play them at the Western.
It'll be a wipe. It'll be a wash.
You want to bet on
it?
Well, no parlays. We haven't seen the Eastern play at all, so we don't really know about the East that well.
Nobody even talked about us being a top 4 team, and we beat Cannon and we got 3rd. So I want everyone to think we're terrible, right? Like everyone has huge egos, so they're like, oh yeah, they're gonna be. We're gonna beat them. We're gonna beat them. They lose the first match. They're like, oh shit, we shouldn't be losing this, and then they start getting in their own heads, which I think happened with Cannon a lot. Cannon's like, oh yeah, we'll beat
Mind
Luke.
games for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Buckley, y'all were buddy before the military, but we're gonna destroy you.
Cannon, don't sleep on us again.
Andrews, you're the only team I want to come here to beat.
Hill, you suck.
Fly game win!
is not Luke AFB on your screen right now. Wolfgang, Prometheus, Rishi, Bobby, and Tones. And what are you taking away from that video there, Seymour?
I mean, there's a couple things to really dissect there. Wolfgang, aka like 48 hours, buddy. You got to get that time up right now, especially if you want to be a champion. Those are rookie numbers here when it comes down to this tournament. And they know that it's going to be a tough match ahead of them, no matter which one they do. Lots of learning to do. It seems like they're headstrong and just improving. And that is what I like about Luke Air Force Base, is that this is a team that, you know, might not be the choice of winning, but they still want to make a run here in the tournament. And you heard them too. They said, we didn't have a chance in the Western Regional to play against Buckley, so we really don't know how we play against that Buckley team. And I think that just leaves so much to still be unlocked from this roster.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things as well that they mentioned is they don't really know the teams from the East. And obviously this is where you come up against Barksdale, which is the number 2 seed out of the East. And I think that starts to open question marks to me because, you know, have you managed to do any homework on this team? Have you managed to do any VOD review in the meantime? Have you managed to potentially watch some of the games that have been played through the day and see exactly how Barksdale play? Because we've had a lot of tape on Barksdale, right? 3 full series to watch on through. So, you know, maybe at this point, you and me are basically at a spot where we feel a lot more comfortable about what we know about Barksdale than Luke are. But moving on forward, we're going to take a quick look at the map set that will be coming on up. And we've seen quite a bit of Rio and Vista, and we will be getting a Rio straight away off the start here, Seymour.
I said, you know, Vista was one of my favorite maps in the game. I think 6 Star is right next to it, especially the 6 Star hardpoint. So I really hope that we get to see that map 4 come in play between these two teams. But for the side of Barksdale, we've seen them play Rio Hardpoint and Invasion Search Destroy all day long, especially that invasion control that they stole away from Minot Air Force Base. We know that this team is strong in all 3 of these maps. So it really seems like when it comes down to the vetoes, you look at Barksdale and the way that they have vetoed things out. They got rid of the sub base, the 6 Star, and the high rise. They know they don't want to go to those maps that might be uncertain to them. They go to maps that they're used to, and that's setting themselves up for victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree. I think one of the things that can be said about Barksdale is that they were, you know, a little bit unsure of themselves in regards to some of the plays around Rio and Invasion. But generally speaking, I think one of the things is that you've played a lot on these over today. So you have it, you should be able to at least turn around and say to each other, look, this is what we need to do to improve. This is how, you know, we need to get better in order to make sure that through this tournament we can continue to progress and become a stronger side. I look at this Luke lineup. I don't know very many of the players on there. There's a concern, obviously, we cracked a joke about it a minute ago, a lack of time playing together. They do actually come in as the number 3 seed from the West. So maybe there's just some raw individual talent and gun skill, even if they lack those fundamentals.
Well, they said themselves is that they want everybody to underestimate this team because this is a sleeper team that you want to kind of look at in the light of, you know, they might not be the most practiced, but still they have that challenge within them where they want to do better. They want to be better. And we saw that when they were talking about versus Cannon. Cannon underestimated them and they got costed because of that. So number 3 seed is because this is a team that you do not want to overlook whatsoever because they will punish you when you make those mistakes. So I think for Luke, they have the right idea heading into this one. Be humbled, show respect, play your game, and if they are looking at you in a negative light, make them pay for it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not wrong at all. I mean, the thing is, Luke saying that, you know, we don't know much about the Eastern teams. I imagine a lot of the Eastern teams also don't know much about Luke at this point. Probably not much on tape. Probably not much time against each other. I think Tones there was talking about, yeah, I've played these guys in 8s before, so maybe he knows some of the individual play styles, but a whole different ball game to understanding how a team plays. I want to also get to the point of these guys are in a group with Buckley, right? So I think that it's very important right now when we start to look at the 2 middle seeds in this group to start off with a victory.
No, I agree. I think for Barksdale, this is kind of a big game for them because you don't want to lose to that number 3 seed. Automatically, that's making it seem like you're going to forfeit that number 2 seed possibly. This is not a game where you can overlook the fact of if you lose to Luke Air Force Base, Barkside is probably going to give up that top side of this bracket. And I think for Luke, they know that, you know, they're they're the team that's looked at to lose this matchup. And if they do win it, that's just going to put themselves up into a better showcase for tomorrow when they're into that bracket play, or even like future games where they might have a little bit of an easier run taking down a team like Barksdale. I think for when you're matching these two teams up against each other, especially heading into a Rio where it's going to be an absolute bloodbath, where Barksdale, sometimes is good, sometimes is bad today. It's just Luke, they have nothing to lose. Barksdale, this seems like their game to lose.
I like the assessment. It's kind of more pressure onto Barksdale, also being number 2 seed from their region. So I do think that there's that added pressure. They've done a lot of Call of Duty today. They've actually had plenty of time, so expecting them come out the gates pretty hot. But one of the things I do want to talk about is the 2 search and destroys that they've actually got in this map set, which is going to be Invasion and High Rise. Feels like 2 very polar opposite ways of playing search this map. I'd be curious to take your thoughts on it, especially when you consider that High Rise, you know, it's one of our lower maps when it comes to first blood win percentage, whereas Invasion, very high, very much so up there.
I think for a tournament like this, it's kind of one of the same. You have your AR players looking for that map control through the middle, trying to draw those first bloods, open up lanes for your subs to run routes, because especially on High Rise, you're going to be looking at those subs to get in towards blue, trying to work in towards the pits, look to see if you can be sneaky around that map. And on Invasion, you're trying to get those subs in towards Cafe or DVD to draw those first bloods. It's 2 different maps in terms of size, but realistically, I think High Rise and Invasion do play quite similar. The only issue is it's easier to get that bomb plant on Invasion than it is to get that bomb planted on High Rise. And I think that is not really something these teams are worried about, because we haven't seen too many bombs get planted at all.
No, true. That is very true indeed. And we're going to get a quick look in here at our players as they get themselves loaded into the lobby. Plenty of the beautiful mustaches on show yet again. But one of the things is around body language. It doesn't seem to be too many players that are, stressed right now. Seems to be quite relaxed. I'm looking in particular some of those Barksdale players, because obviously they've had a whole afternoon. But Luke, this is going to be their first time stepping up on the stage, their first game of the day. You come out in map 1 against a team that's probably pretty warmer than you anyway. How do you make sure that you just don't get run over here?
I mean, first things first is just kind of recognizing what you need to do to put a leash on these members over on the opposite side. And I think shutting down Chewy's a big one, but we've seen that even when Chewy underperforms, you then have somebody like Crazy who could really step up in a lot of these games. And it's not really going to be so cut dry of what to do and what not to do if you're playing against Barksdale. It's just kind of trying to keep laying down that pressure, not giving things up for free, and especially punishing the lack of rotations that we've seen from Barksdale on a map like Rio.
Yeah, I think one of the big things to look for here is going to be whether or not Barksdale have picked up on their mid-map weaknesses here. We saw them really lack control over it when they've lost previously. They did try and address it against Minot in the grand finals, and were better, but it wasn't enough. And however, that is a much better start. 3 and all 4 quickly off the bounce there. Luke, Air Force Base sent packing.
And there's Chewy doing Chewy things, just trying to add some pressure in speed and get into the face of these players from Luke immediately. So Luke's going to now post up, wait for the timing to go his way. Contesta is out, and that's going to be Chewy's time to activate. Tones turns around, but Chewy's got the assistance, and the congestion and the pressure still good from the side of Barksdale.
Tones makes a massive play there, by the way, just to keep it at least interesting, because I was very worried there. Tones dies. This allows an opportunity for Barksdale to push on out for the spawns. And actually, just as I say that, Rishi Bobby will fall, and this will provide ample opportunity for 2 of Barksdale's players to play out through this backside of P2. And we've seen already through this afternoon how damaging that can be.
Yeah, 3 points for Luke, finally getting some time here. 4 in a row for Crazy, as he's going to be looking to be the first to entry. Crazy finds 5, now trying to work in towards that streak. Not going to be able to take the fights just yet, but still working their way around this one is Barksdale. And Silence going to finally jump over the wall. Rishi Bobby going to be able to shut down that first one. Crazy does end up going down, but not before getting that cruise missile in. So this is a great way to bounce back if you're Luke Air Force Base.
Already feels like a tight game, as we predicted coming into this. Seed 2 from the Eastern region against Seed 3 from the Western, especially when you consider how strong Buckley are. You're essentially a pseudo Seed 2 at this point if you're going to be Luke Air Force Base. Silent will pick up the remaining bit of scrap time here to give Barksdale a little bit more presence. And this is better. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to that mid-map presence. We were lacking so much of this on rotation last time from Barksdale when we've seen them play on real hardpoint. Looks like they're learning from their mistakes as they progress through the afternoon.
Yeah, Rat now looking to get busy. Traded there by Prom. And I think Luke now on rotation. They have things under wraps. You see Prom now looking to push forward, add some pressure through the middle of the map. That is some great control now from Luke AFB to see if he can just try to back down Barksdale and send them so far packing. Rat goes down as well. And just look how much time Luke have been able to put on the board after this one. The West have come to play.
Yeah, I talk about the improvements that have been made, but it will not matter a damn thing to Luke because they are sending into a 50-point lead here. Specials, sorry, Silence, going to manage to pick up at least one kill to break things. I was trying to keep an eye on whether or not Tones picked up that cruise. I think fell just short, so won't come into play just yet. Prompt holding boxes. Got to consider where Chewy is because he slipped the net. Also, Rat has managed to get on out and is trying to set up some sort of flank. But Luke Air Force Base in prime position for Hill 4 here. Sorry, Hill 3. The thing is, they aren't pushed out necessarily on either side, and Barksdale aren't far away.
As P4 rotation is going to be important. This is a good money heal to find, and you know that if you're Barksdale, a 50-point lead after P3. And Member's going to drop its 3 in the feed. Chewy's going to completely open up the gates now with Barksdale looking to lock this time down. You still have the close spawns from Luke, so they're going to be able to battle back in. And it doesn't seem like you really know exactly what to look at if you're Barksdale right now. Rishi, Bobby, and Tones, they find their way through. They get into the hill. Chewy's the only one here to do some damage. He's on 5 in a row. If you could shut down these streaks, that would be incredible. It looks like they are tracking this player down. The pinch is out. He's going to get that 6-1. Drops just after. And we are heading into P5 with 106 to about 75 points.
Yeah, Luke just holding that advantage. Making sure that Barksdale are always trailing in their wake. But I like this setup from Barksdale. They're going to try and play for bridge control and then collapse around it. And 2 big kills from Chewy and Crazy to open things up. Rat also finds one. The spawn's actually going to flip on out. So Luke at Air Force Base might have a moment to surprise their opposition based on where they come on from. But that kill will tell them everything they need to know. And the fight for the middle of the map is as important as ever here. And Tones and Rishi Bobby are going to open up with 2.
Some nice shots there from Rishi. Stuns out, but he has to back up. Chewy through mid, punishing these members on Rap, and Barksdale have managed to battle back after P4 and P5 has been linked together. 106 to 106. 23 seconds now to flip this lead. If you're Barksdale, and Tones in the open gets shut down. So Barksdale in full flow now. After what was a slow start to this Rio, they have found their way back.
Chewy just holding the escalators, finds one, spins, and Wolfgang is read like a book. Chewy then turns, tries to find where the remaining player would be, doesn't manage to snap on, and actually that's a huge couple of kills out of Tones because he finds Crazy as well, who was only 1 away from a cruise missile, and we've seen how damn impactful they can be on this map. So all of a sudden, both teams trying to reassess from their various sides of the map and go again here for P1. We are neck and neck at this point. The one thing I will say, last time Luke Air Force Base had the spawns locked down for P2 before the hill broke. This time, Barksdale should be the ones in control.
Yeah, but that's a set of kills, and you can start to see the members push forward. 4 go down. And Barksdale, they get the spawns at the back of P2, but they have to be careful. Tones still finding value. And he gets traded out. Split spawns now from Barksdale, as it seems like there's a little bit of lag in the server. This is going to be ended. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the game was playing as it should be. So that's no bueno, if you ask me. No. But what is, I will say, Andy, before I let you take this over, it was an even game. So you know what that means? We can get a full reset.
What I will say is it did look like we were setting ourselves up for a little bit of a banger. Both teams trading back and forth a lot, right? It felt like there was a period of momentum for Luke Air Force Base. Instantly, Barksdale were back into it, and it was kind of answered. So, yeah, it feels like we've got ourselves a little bit of a series ahead. I just got to look on over at chat, and someone said Tones is booting the lobby. I doubt it. He was feeling himself a little bit out there. Picked up a nice little 2-piece there towards the mid part of that. So, yeah, I think both teams there showing plenty. What I will say, Barksdale seems to be improving at how they're playing real hardpoint, but it still wasn't enough to push Luke Air Force Base aside.
Yeah, no, I will say I think that Barksdale were able to do a good job at pinning together P3 or P4 and P5, the way that they were able to pull things back from what was about a 50-point game heading into that fourth rotation. But the only thing is that I think they're still trying to play that scrappy game that we saw back in those Eastern Regional Invitational, and that's not what's going to play fundamental COD for you if you're Barksdale. We didn't see that versus Buckley. Buckley, they played sound, they played controlled, they rotated good, they pushed up well, they didn't take fun fights that they really didn't need to, and they just controlled certain sections of the map that wasn't allowing players to get in behind and to wrap around. So I think for Barksdale, looking at this one, you're still trying to play at what you think is your fundamental COD, which is very scrappy, very high octane, and that is not playing well against a not really fundamental Luke team that is still learning.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think one of the things I was looking forward to seeing in the moment before we paused the game was whether or not you had Barksdale decide to set up for P2, or if they were going to continue to hit out P1 and play that scrappy game. Would have been an interesting moment to see. Sure, we'll get to watch it once we manage to get everything set back up. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we get our lobby loaded back and all ready to go again. We're going to take a quick break, so we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to go again when it comes to the first game of Barksdale v Luke. We did manage to get ourselves up to both teams being in the hundreds. So, Seymour, I want to press on you very quickly. What is it that you saw in the real hardpoint in the first exchange that could really matter here in the second go?
I mean, you have to find a way to shut down Chewy for Luke, and they did just that. I think I'm very impressed by the way that even though Luke came out a little bit flat in that first hill, they battled into P2 and they held it from the front. They were forcing those back spawns from Barksdale, and they were winning their engagements, which was impressive for a team that, you know, says they don't really have that much time in ranked play. They are just fundamentally solid gamers, and they are making it work even against one of the best teams from that eastern region. So heading into this one, I think for Luke, I like the idea of just play your game heading into this Rio. It seems like it is benefiting really well to you as a team.
Yeah, agreed. I think as well, going into it, I was a little bit worried for Luke because it was a case of Barksdale have been playing up on main stage all day. Luke haven't had any time to play. You know, practice and warm up and watching and VOD review and everything else only prepares you so much. I was a little bit worried about how Barksdale might come out and run over the start of things, but that just didn't happen. Do you think that that should be a cause of concern for Barksdale about how Luke could come out here in our second swing?
I think it's a little bit of a wake-up call, and that wake-up call is more so that if you're keeping scrappy games against a team like Luke, who doesn't have that many reps underneath their belt when it comes to competitive Call of Duty in a whole, you're going to struggle against your Minos, you're going to struggle, or Minots, you're going to be struggling against your Buckleys, and you need to change something if you're in the camp of Barksdale, because you have a strong team. You have very strong Slayers as well behind them. You just need to figure out how you can control these rotations and these hard points. And I'm not sure what kind of engages them to continue to play this scrappy Call of Duty, taking gunfights that you really shouldn't have. But it goes a long way when you just don't over challenge an angle and you play your life. It really pays off in dividends. And I think for Barksdale, they'd really benefit from kind of highlighting that and really reflecting on maybe that is what they need to do to turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about that, I'm thinking immediately of like a Bruce, right? Like we saw him put up big figures earlier on, but not just that, also being a difficult person to kill on the map. And it's exactly what you want to see out of some of these Barksdale players. But no more deliberations. We are off and away here with take two here in map one. Group stage game, Luke Air Force Base against Barksdale, and Barksdale are immediately going to pick up the early share of the points, but this time Luke Air Force Base aren't going away quietly.
Wolfgang going to be looking to battle and hold this one strong. Rat's going to be caught by a team nade. Crazy working his way through with Chewy, and they clear out that hard point. So Luke now off to spawn with the better side of things. They're going to hope to see if they can maybe do some damage control on the way out, and they do a little bit better than that. They find 3 kills to get in and contest. Rat's going to be taken down. This is neck and neck again right off the reset.
Yeah, this is looking like a beauty of a series. First time out, teams were pushing up close to one another, but this time we are seeing a repeat of the script. The one thing I will say is that although Luke Air Force Base are spawning in for P2 spawns, they don't seem to have complete control here. As Crazy just opens things up with 4, make it 5. Oh, actually, Chewy's going to clean that up, picking off from another angle. But the fact that Crazy finds his 4th and then immediately sets up for the crossfire is beautiful stuff. Now trying to hold down that back lane.
And this is kind of what Luke did to Barksdale back in that first go at Rio. The only thing is that Barksdale cannot hold Luke into that back spawn like they did to them just prior before on that P2. So Luke Air Force Base able to battle into this hill. Now flipping that lead back into their favor. Crazy's going to find some shots on the toes of Tones, and this might be go time for them to pick up the pace here with 2 down.
That might well be. And, well, actually, it just lets you squeeze up. I think actually everyone was caught surprise there. Special gets a moment to rotate into the point and pick up the scrap time. What I will say is it's worrying yet again the fact that Barksdale continue to play for that scrap time, right? Like we talked about how they're very scrappy with their playstyle, but sometimes it can be their undoing, and they've essentially allowed Luke Air Force Base a free rotation through the middle of the map. They will eventually be cut down, but worrying signs that Barksdale is still relying on picking up those scrappy fights.
And it was on rotation to P3 that Luke were able to really extend their lead. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get that one done again, as you see Rishi Bobby going to take a route around. Distracted is Barksdale, and they crumble all 3 members. Still with the spawns in the back, so they should be able to hit this right away yet again, Enigma. But will they be able to find the kills into the crossfire? It is a blender of kills coming from Luke Air Force Base, and they just continue to hold on. Another lead change back into their favor, and it just seems like Barksdale cannot find an answer to this hold.
No, nothing at all. Chewy picks up 2 to clean up the push, and you will get a Barksdale player jump on that for the remaining bit of scrap time and give them a lead in this, but it's going to be by the finest of margins. We look over to our next hill, and this is one of those where if you can get yourself a couple of early kills and push on out to the various points of the map, like push up towards those east and western flanks, you really can pick up a money hill here. However, if you don't get yourself pushed out, then you really can be put in the blender. Barksdale have a bad habit of that.
Yeah, and you see Silent going to be watching the cross. He goes down, and that's Wolfgang finding an opening into the contest. Can win out versus Rat, so it's still Barksdale in control. Got a 20-point lead, and it is growing with Chewy taking down Tones. You're struggling to find any set of momentum to break this hard point. Finally, a nade is going to land, but it is such a back and forth trade battle between these two. They need to find a set of kills, and it's just not happening. Another double kill from Barksdale, and Chewy wants to chase them off.
Chewy goes hunting. Chewy finds one. Chewy spins and finds, oh, nearly the second. Rishi Bobby will just about clean up with the most interesting Renetti setup I've seen in some time. Sure, we'll come back to that later. Rotation, though, has happened for Luke Air Force Base. They might be down by 50, but they're setting themselves up here for the final hill of this rotation. And if they can hold the middle of the map, if they can hold bridge, Rishi Bobby can keep the tide at bay, then they might well rack up a serious amount of points.
They might get that done. Rishi, this is a nice angle to hold through mid. Lots of information to be had, and the shots just don't hit there. Chewy's going to break some ankles, but still falling into the lion's den of Luke players. A set of kills gets it back into this hard point, only down by 40. You get the majority of this time. It is about an even game. So Barksdale, they're going to want to contest this again.
Yeah, and they are coming. Crazy. He gets a kill mid-map. Sees Wolfgang coming to push him out of the middle. And, oh, those are some beautiful shots. Tones will answer back for 2, but Chewy eventually cleans that up. Crazy's going to get on the hunt and finally feels like Barksdale have cleared this point off a little bit. They will pick up the scrap time, move themselves back into a bit of a 30-40 point lead. It's still scrappy, but it's still benefiting them to a degree.
Yeah.
It just feels like Luke Air Force Base are never far away.
No, it just doesn't. And there's another set of kills there from Barksdale to get their way back in over towards P1. Big wins coming out from Prom, and he's going to jump back out. Double kill coming out from Mr. Prom 17. Chewy battling back with him, making it tough for Luke to have really any presence here. But I like that Luke are still giving them a run for their money here. It's not as cut dry as you would have thought.
It is not. Rats gets up close and personal, finds one. All traded out though. Wolfgang with 2 will actually change the script just a little bit. Turns it the absolute worst time. Crazy will trade it on out. Finds Tones as well. Crazy. Oh, he looked like one of those moments where he likes to just explode into action. And as we enter the back portion of this P1, you got to start to look at those P2 spawns again. Luke Air Force Base will be spawning there, but do Barksdale get the wins and push on through? Could there be a flank coming in? There's got to be something different because we've seen how difficult P2 can be to break from the front.
Yeah, we have Wolfgang now looking to get in on things up front, and personal Chewy ready for it. 21-9 from Chewy, and is still just a 28-point game. Crazy nice shots is going to take Luke out of the hill. Everybody set up to watch the cross. Sliding in is Chewy. Tones not just ready for this one, and Chewy breaks it all open. Everybody spotting out now from Luke Air Force Base. They got to race to get back to this one.
Yeah, talk about how difficult it is to punch in, but Barksdale do not mind it. They'll take the fights all day. Chewy and Crazy are currently combining for 48 and 22. A ridiculous performance from those two. We've spoken so much this afternoon about superstars and how these two are the guys for Barksdale. Luke Air Force Base are feeling every single bit of that as they try and push out through the back. Final 20 seconds. This is one of those moments where Barksdale could send a player on the rotation. I love the fact that Chewy's already over towards 3.
And this is good scrap time to pick off. You can easily hit this one through the P4 side. Tone's going to swap to the MCW on the ground. Prom on the opposite side, just constricting this back setup from Barksdale. Prom's going to be seen. You get the spawn from Rishi Bobby. So now you have numbers for Luke Air Force Base, and Tones hits the pinch at just the right time. You take them out of the hard point, and now you have a potential setup here for your Luke Air Force Base. You just got to take it one step at a time.
2 clean kills, and all of a sudden the squeeze comes in. I like the fact that the players approach from all different angles and just collapse on the point. That pinch play coming on through. Crazy will clean up. There will be one more player from Luke here, and that will be Rishi Bobby, but he is dealt with. It might only be the second half of the hill that might come in for Barksdale, but it could give them a sizable advantage as we come on through the second set of our rotations. And if you have that lead looking towards the third, you could well be in a spot to take map 1.
And it's just a glimpse of what I was kind of talking about as play your life, play controlled hard points, and don't allow you to get traded as easily if you have in the past for Barksdale. And you get that with a bait and switch to break that hill. They break it, and they have a triple stack on it to reinforce that site. That is perfect from Barksdale into P3, 170 to 127. And now their lead is in such a good spot there. Fortunately for them, they're still going to fight for this rotation over towards P4. You still have members here just continuing to trade out. Chewy's not going to be able to jump on this just yet. You still have to find some kills.
I will say Chewy. They all line up in front of him. Chewy finds 2. Tones will answer back eventually, but the damage surely has been done. And surely, oh, never mind. Wolfgang finds himself a 2-piece. So doing enough to hold on just for now. Rat comes in through garage, finds 1 at least. We'll be able to push on forward and try and trade this, but you're just running into Rishi Bobby. And all of a sudden, this pinstripe feed gets all a bit messy. But if it's going to be scrappy, there's only one team that ever suits, and that will be Barksdale, who are back on the point.
Yeah, they just keep that winner's advantage on rotation. Chewy's going to beat them out. The shot's just not there. Tones tagged up, but he's going to stay alive. Through the middle of the map. Crazy stopped on 3 in a row. You get a chance to breathe here if you're Luke. Just nobody's going to be in that hill just yet. It's a cruise missile to force them out and give you some spots there. Though Rishi, big win there, is still going to give you numbers if you're Luke.
Well, Rat gets a little bit headstrong there, just running into players who are sitting and waiting. Crazy with yet another 2-piece. 37 and 18 is quite frankly an insane performance. There is a cruise missile available, I believe, so if you want to break this, then feel free at this point. But Tones gonna move himself to 5, 1 away from the cruise. Needs a teammate to look on over so he can clean that on up. And right now, it feels like Luke Air Force Base are actually finding their way back into this as we consider our third set of rotations. I thought the Barksdale were about to run away from it.
Yeah.
And well, Luke said not today.
I thought that as well. And if Tones gets this cruise missile, I mean, that's more than enough to start this comeback and completely dominate this second set of rotations. Tones playing it patiently over towards the next one. Seems like you have a set of players here from Barksdale really aware of the potential for that flank from Tones. And Crazy's going to take it into his own matter to pick up the pace over towards the other side. Tones gets shut down as well. It's 4 clean kills for Barksdale.
It is. And they still have 45 seconds. And I love the fact that you're pushed out here. Although Chewy falls, it's better. It's more information. He was aware of the Rat coming in from Prom, and that should mean that his teammate is able to pick it up. But Rat actually loses the fight. Prom slams him, and then Wolfgang will pick up another in the middle. The information's gained from where Crazy is, and that is a beautiful break. I was about to say, but all of a sudden it's just back, forth, and all over the place.
Yeah.
Luke Air Force Base will hold it for now. For me, Barksdale maybe send a player here on the flank for those second spawns. You can contest this, sure, but no one can win it at this point.
I mean, we are setting up for a photo finish. Enigma, Tones still battling for this P1 control. Rishi Bobby next up to bat. Chewy gonna break his ankles. In control of the rotation will be Luke Air Force Base, but Barksdale gonna be about 22 points away from putting this away. Make it 25 points away. That's just one simple break is all they need.
And I love this out of Rat and out of Special, who've come in. Sorry, Silent. I keep on calling him Special. They've come in round the side here and try and collapse in on the point. And it will also give you back spawns as well. Tones, however, refuses to lose a gunfight at the minute. Moves himself to 31 and 22. Not a gunfight, though. That is a teammate grenade. And that will be an unfortunate way to lose this if that's how it all unfolds.
And this might be the way that it unfolds. Just one more chance here on Luke. They need to break this from the front. They have no chance, no time to hit a flank.
Chewy. Standing from the front, 2 teammates fall, but he wants to draw a line, won't be given a chance. It is Tones yet again. Barksdale will get up towards that 240. And the thing is, Luke Air Force Base here, they have the dilemma of they have to keep pushing this, but also needing to consider the rotation because Chewy's already on his way there. Prom's going to give this up. You can no longer win this if you're Barksdale. You will pick up that little bit of scrap time to make it even ever closer. But honestly, I think you just get on your bike and don't give Luke an opportunity to set up a hold.
I love this play from Luke Air Force Base. It just has to pay off when it comes to the slaying. Crazy looking for a way in. He is paving it for the rest of the team. Tone still alive. Congestion should be through. Rat posts up and towards the corner, but this is about to get busy. Tones and Prom, they do not want to give this one up at all. And you still have members here from Luke fighting tooth and nail for a map win.
Oh my god, it's so back and forth, and it's so by the skin of their teeth. But Luke Air Force Base will continue to hold. They could well win it here. Both teams have to keep sending. Chewy's aiming to play through bridge side. He gets caught out. That'll be 2 more kills for Luke Air Force Base. It's traded yet again. Tones goes massive. Picks up a 3, nearly onto 40 points. Both teams can win it here. Oh no, wait, the tick won't come on through, so Luke Air Force Base have to rotate away. The contest was for long enough, and that allows Barksdale to continue to send. And although they get the bullies back in a couple of the kills, they're actually going to set up for the next kill, and I like it.
It is going to be an even game heading into this next rotation. 4 seconds to break this one. You have to go now. If you're Luke, Prom slides in the contest. The kills, they're here, but they're shut down in Barksdale, taking the map win. Unreal hardpoint. A 4-point difference at the end of it. Luke almost stealing that one away.
Honestly, it felt every bit as tight as it was before the reset. But the fact that it goes to, oh my god, crazy. With 54 to 28, him and Chewy have dropped 99 to 54. That is one of the most ridiculous stat lines I think I've ever seen in a Call of Duty map.
99 and 54, I mean, that'll do if you're Barksdale, but to drop 99 kills for it to be a 5-point game, that just shows that this is just way too scrappy for Barksdale's liking. I mean, they need to find that change in hardpoint when they're battling against those stronger teams where they can find that control, find those breaks smoothly. You had a chance there if you're the side of Luke Air Force Base, and it slipped away just at those last moments. But hats off to them for making that happen. That was quite a comeback from their team, and a 5-point game is going to give them a little bit of confidence heading into this next map, Invasion, Search, and Destroy.
Well, I think it was just those middle rotations, right? I think that you end up in a situation where Luke Air Force Base are trailing by quite a distance and they have to pick it up through the third. It's just a little bit too much for them. And I think a bit of a heroic play to actually continue to contest in lobby in order to ensure that it goes out towards parking. A wonderful map for us here on the desk, and no doubt for you guys in chat as well. You're right, we're going to look on forward towards this Invasion S&D. We've actually seen Barksdale on this already. And I mean, if you're Luke Air Force Base and you've got an opportunity to watch Barksdale, what is it that you're taking away in terms of maybe some of their strengths, some of their weaknesses that you're aiming to work around when it comes to the map?
I think the biggest strength for this Barksdale team is the availability to kind of pick up that first blood and take the space off of it. You see that you're not afraid, if you're Barksdale, to work the map and work forward and towards that enemy spawn. And I think that is something that Luke Air Force Base, if they can recognize from before, they can watch out for that. If you see a first blood against you, most often than not, you expect that Chewy's going to be trying to work in behind on that flank, so you can dedicate some players to either turning around and trading that, or try to beat it out and fight forward like we saw Minot do to them just previously in that Eastern Regional Finals. There's so much potential here for Luke on a map like Invasion, and it really comes down to the fact that this Luke team, they're an X factor. They're a wild card. You don't know what to expect for them whatsoever, just because of how much they are learning as they go. And I think that Luke, they have nothing to worry about heading into the Search and Destroy. Just keep playing your game. You will crack through at some point.
Yeah, the one thing I will say, and we've kind of spoken about it a little bit earlier on, is that you are in a group. Both of these teams are in Group B, which means that they have Buckley in their group, and they are the overwhelming favorites according to everybody on this. And it feels like a must-win for both teams in order to essentially give themselves a leg up going into that matchup. today we will actually see Luke Air Force Base take on Buckley. So I think that even more so for them, is there a mental pressure of we must win this because after this it's a very tough afternoon?
I think for both of these teams, this is a very important matchup for you. You win this one, you're most likely guaranteed second seed. I don't want to take it away from them that they can't take down Barkley, but that Barkley team just looked absolutely disgusting in the match that they played just previously on stream. So heading into this one, whether you're Luke Air Force Base or you're Barksdale, you would like to come away with this win to guarantee yourself strong standings at the end of this group.
Patient from both, and then all of a sudden Prom manages to find Rat in through the window. And one of the things is, and I didn't really get to ask you, but fully wanted to come to, is that Barksdale, they often rely on Crazy and Chewy. Luke, they feel a bit more of a balanced four, considering how we saw that first map play out.
Oh, yeah, I would agree with that. I think that the one thing that Luke Air Force Base kind of has is the same thing that Joint Base Andrews had to them, and that is that chemistry. That they can get through it if they do it together. It's Rishi Bobby going to be spotted. Chewy trades out, so 3-on-3. Prom looking to beat some timing here, but he is seen, and I'm trying to backpedal. Wolfgang going to take out Crazy, and Prom gets away with his life. You just see Chewy taking up shop inside DVD. And that could be what cracks this whole enigma.
Nice pun. Rishi Bobby, by the way, will be thanking his lucky stars that Prom finds the kill because he gave his life up so freely in that numbers advantage, and then Chewy will re-establish status quo. Tons backs off, looking to find the tank around Palace, and I was wondering if they could see each other. It turns out absolutely. Chewy is trying to spot out Wolfgang here in this 2v2, but you've only got about 20 seconds to make this happen, and those are the big kills that need to come on through. Barksdale will take map 1 despite losing the first blood, and we've touched on it when it comes to this Invasion S&D, how important first bloods can be. You're expected to win 72% of your maps if you take first blood, and Barksdale don't give a damn about those odds.
No, they do not. They want to fight against the odds. And you can trust a player like Chewy to kind of make those playmaking opportunities open up for the side of Barksdale. And we saw it over towards DVD. He's not afraid to take that space, get in behind, try to catch some timing. And when it does pay off, it looks so damn good for this Barksdale team. Luke, they have to keep their head on their shoulders and make sure that they're watching for those moments. It looks like it's going to be a full attack over towards Day as fast as possible.
A play that we've not really seen out of Barksdale so far. We've seen them multiple times on this map. I've spoken about how sometimes they lack seemingly executable plays, but this looks like one out of the book for sure. And they get the 2 first kills, the Barksdale, to suddenly bully Luke Air Force Base back. Silent, though, gonna give up his life a little bit freely. Could have just thrown a shoulder, perhaps gets over aggressive on it, and well, Chewy's trying to get into the top of Cafe. Rishi Bobby in a 1v3. Rishi Bobby falls, and that felt very smooth for a team whose S&D we've questioned a couple of times this afternoon.
It's hard enough to fight Chewy when he's in just a straight-up one-on-one fight, but when he's sitting on top of a position like this, that is a very difficult fight to take if you're Rishi Bobby. Even considering the high-low there that was set up between those Barksdale members. Just a great call heading into round number 2 to really pick up the pace and catch Luke Air Force Base off guard, which is exactly what happened. A really tough one out of Wolfgang to get blooded over onto that middle tank. He didn't need to fight against Rat in that doorway, but he chose to, and he chose wrong.
And a rare, I say rare, it's still exactly out of the question, but an offensive win here on an Invasion S&D is usually considered a really strong sign for a squad, but Luke Air Force Base will answer back with the first blood of their own here on an offense. And Rishi Bobby looking to play through top treehouse there. I hope that jump wasn't meant for Robbo because he completely missed it, and Prom will actually make it a 4v2, so Barksdale with all the work to do, and 2 players who were quite frankly nowhere near B.
And look at the way that they work forward, get that bomb down, they can flip the map here, and what flank from Barksdale? I don't know about a flank if I'm you. You just deny any presence from Chewy, who's on 4 in a row. And if you can win this out by killing these 2 members, that is a job well done from Luke at denying this kill streak to move forward.
And Crazy's found, and Chewy as well. And honestly, I was wondering if the fact that Chewy hadn't really engaged was in order to try and keep him alive, try and find a couple of kills, give him that cruise. I mean, you follow the end there. It's all for naught. I wouldn't have blamed Chewy at all if he was willing to just back on off and not engage. But it will all be reset then with Luke Air Force Base finally getting onto the board. Barksdale have an opportunity to go again on the offense. And last time out, they looked like they had a play come out from the book. So let's see if there's a couple more.
Reading up on their Invasion 101. Out to mid, they just post up. This is not a fight that you usually see majority of the players on a team take, but Barksdale, they're happy to go toe-to-toe with these long-range battles. I like the setup on Luke. You have one over towards Bridge and a player over through the middle of Tank. So if Wolfgang can hold on to this position, I think that Luke right now have a really sound defensive setup, especially if they need to retake one of these sites.
Yeah, no, totally. I think you got that whole B hold from God Tank. You always love this little play, and I think that actually, if you are Crazy here, you got to check it. He does check it, but for some reason doesn't shoot. I don't know what that was all about. Caught by a rogue stun, potentially. It seemed like he had the read, made the correct play, but loses the gunfight all the same. So it's another 2v4 for Barksdale. This time Rat and Chewy with all the work to do. And on offense, it's a big ask.
You hate to break it down to something so simple, but I think he just made a mistake there. Crazy. Forgot to hit the R trigger. And I mean, we've seen Chewy in these positions. He's not going to get anywhere past these members of Luke. And that is a fantastic back-to-back rounds from Luke Air Force Base. The Strat to hit out over towards B, get that bomb down, flip the map, worked out in their favor. And then the second time around, you play just a perfect default setup on the map with the crossfire through mid, a player over towards Bridge. Lots of information gathering that forces Barksdale to kind of go hunting for these kills. And as soon as those 1v1s come their way, some icy moments between Prom and Wolfgang.
Yeah, I will go back to wondering just how things would have unfolded on the map if Crazy had pulled his trigger, looking straight at Wolfgang up on the dumpsters there, but we will have to ponder as Chewy finds an opening blood onto Prom. Feels like Luke Air Force Base has been considerably more impressive in the defensive breakoffs. Offensively, still trying to find a footing here, but that will even the board when it comes to players.
And that might force Barksdale to make some adaptations here to their setup. You know that the A site is vulnerable for a potential plant. So you see that Chewy, he does not want to give up that mid-take position. And unfortunately, you lose Rat over towards B. That is just going to open up the cross. Chewy's going to catch it. He spots it. And that's going to draw the rotation out from Bridge out of Silent.
Rishi here. Could well be advised to play Ice Cream, and I think he was about to until he heard Chewy slam the door. He's going to cook the nade, opens it. The nade sails straight over Rishi's head, and actually there's no kill there, so...
Bomb
doesn't even get down. Oh my god, so Chewy here with an opportunity to continue to upset this. Will manage to pick up the kill, and even if the bomb does go down, you are trapped 1v2 on the site.
Rishi Bobby, 1v2, shots in, and what a play from Silent. 2 kills out of Silent and Chewy, 4v2 in the round. And you thought Luke Air Force Base had it dead to rights, but not a chance there when you're playing against this team. You got to show that respect as well, and you kind of see it in this matchup. Very, very close game between these two teams, but a player that we don't normally talk about really icing up in Silent. And when he is shooting like that, you know that this Barksdale team can level up.
We spoke a little bit about how Chewy and Crazy are the superstar duo for this team, but you can rely on their other two players to step on up sometimes, and you definitely got that there out of Silent. The thing is, Luke Air Force Base, that is going to be a dagger, considering how much of a strong position you were in. Rishi Bobby here finally gets the trophy out. I was a little bit worried that he hadn't put it down when trying to push up on God Tank. Stuns backed him on off. So it's not as good a setup as previously defensively, but still looks pretty strong here. But you've seen those blue arrows shift around just because of the fact that Rishi Bobby did not manage to get God Tank there.
Yeah, well, gang, nice big win there. Traded by Silent, and Tone stays alive. That's so important. Not only that, locking down over towards B. Crazy gets caught on timing there, and Rishi Bobby going to bring us into a 3v2. Bomb planted at A. And Rad not able to set up in the post plant. Prom was there to catch him on the exit. Everything going wrong right now for Barksdale.
I will say bomb is down at least. Special. Gonna check round and gets found by Rishi Bobby. So we will see an evening of the board. I will say I liked the attempt to play through middle there, right? You had a player in, I think it was Crazy, who checks around the corner, and he's actually got Special to look out over him in case he loses that fight, gets the instant trade. I think it's just unfortunate that after that, there's no phase 2 to that play. You aren't able to push on up and capitalize on having mid-map presence.
Yeah.
So I love the way that these two teams are countering each other at the minute. Just feels like we got two teams that understand the gravity of the situation. Feels like a must-win for both sides. And, well, it's number 2 and number 3 seeds from their respective region. A lot of pride in the line, too.
So much pride. And it's back-to-back rounds where Wolfgang, the member of this team that has the least amount of experience in ranked, really steps up in locking down that middle map. So having a good game there. Wolfgang good a position over towards the bus stop. So hoping to maybe catch some players flanking. And I don't mind this at all from Luke. Barksdale gonna eventually hope to make some plays. You know how fast they like to get. So just wait for that mistake to get drawn out.
We hear the stuns come out. I'm going to assume that was over by B Street. Because we see a reposition coming through from Special. Yeah, Crazy's going to see a lot in front of him, and Rat will get the first blood.
Traded.
And then is immediately traded out, so gives up mid-map, but Chewy will be there to trade. So a great position here, and Chewy's looking to wrap DVD.
And everybody gets shut down over towards the B side of things, so all down to Wolfgang on the opposite side of the map. 1 versus 3, bomb down. I want to give your odds in this one. Too much. Door's gonna slam wide open. Wolfgang at least gonna do some damage here. Pat those stats for the kills column, but that's a death up there as well. And Barksdale gonna be able to battle back into the lead. 4-3 they go. And a couple of big moments there. It really comes down to just Barksdale is set up there on the defense. Really catching some of these players from Luke Air Force Base wanting to battle into that B site, but holding down those irons on those long ranges. MCW is going to really, really shut you down.
It really feels like we've watched Barksdale's S&D evolve through this day. It's like
it does.
Quite a few things that we were calling them out on the start of the afternoon. Slowly feels like that list of improvements is being checked off. Obviously still far from flawless, but gotta respect the tenacity. And Crazy tries this push yet again, but is slammed down. And I admire the idea here. And no doubt when he manages to see it through, it will be invaluable to the team. But I also wonder about the importance of someone like Crazy. You continue to lose a man like that in your first blood engagements. It makes things so much more difficult for you.
I think for Luke, this is kind of exactly what you were hoping for off of First Blood. You now have control of DVD. Players watching at both Courtyard as well as Waterside. And Prom's going to give that information over. So Prom not able to escape his life. Chewy traded by Tones, and that's a major kill to pick up. Taking down the main slayer of this Barksdale team. Still going to try to work this bomb over towards A with 26 seconds. There's not a lot of time for Barksdale to turn this around.
There isn't. Well, that kill there from Silent will be one. And Rat loses that fight. I truly thought that that was going to be Tones' undoing. It slides out. Probably the worst timing in the world. And still somehow comes out on top. I feel like I've got to watch that one back. I'm not even sure how that happened.
Well, unfortunately, we won't be able to see that right away. But Tones with a major win there against Rat. I mean, you're right to call that out. He was a deer in the headlights in the middle of the road, and he still managed to get to cover. Just barely nicking the shoulder of his important opponent there, Rat. 4-4 ties back up, and this is giving me shades of the hard points. At this rate, I think it's going to be another photo finish inside of this mode. Back onto the attack for Barksdale. Do they give us a show over towards A? Seems like that might be the case. They're going to take up shop inside of Rugs. Maybe see if they can catch Rat here. And Rat is going to get shot in the back by Rishi Bobby. Players looking to stay alive, but Chewy trades out 3-on-3.
Different offensive strategy coming out of Luke here. There's a lot more a lot narrower, a lot more focused, but it will be their undoing, as actually that allows Barksdale to spread out, spread their wingspan, and collapse in on Luke Air Force Base. I gotta say, I admire the different play coming on out. Execution leaving a little bit wanting is crazy, and this is what I'm talking about. When he's not getting involved in those first blood fights, when he's actually staying alive, he's such an important tool on the map.
No, he is, and I think that it really goes overlooked sometimes with the major playmaking that Chewy finds. With Crazy allows him to make plays like this, because you can trust, if you're Chewy, that Crazy will be able to back up these rounds, and it has brought you to 5-4 in the scoreline. With a bomb carrier, Chewy, 10-5. Looks like this is going to be a B execute. Nobody here. Maybe Wolfgang can spot the cross, but I don't know if he's going to be able to spot the bomb from getting planted.
Prom takes a lot of damage. Bomb goes down. 4v4. Barksdale just need to buy time. They just need to hold. They don't need to get overextensive. And 2 kills come in from Luke Air Force Base.
Yeah, now for the collapse. Crazy inside of the bomb site. Turning around. Wolfgang making it a 2v1. Crazy. You just talked about his playmaking skills, but Wolfgang taking matters into his own hands. And he shreds through Cafe to bring us to a round 11.
Of course. Could it be anything else between these two teams than a round 11? 250 to 245 in the hard point. And you said it yourself, Blood. A photo finish was guaranteed with these two. I think, for me, both teams have looked better on the defensive side of things. Luke Air Force Base in particular have really looked impressive on the defense, and they will get Palace side. They will get the defensive side that they've been so proficient at throughout this.
Yeah, they've been fantastic, Luke, in drawing those first bloods, getting that space, and especially locking down the middle of the map. You see Wolfgang going to go right back into his position. Rishi needs to stay alive onto that God tank. He will. Backs all the way up towards that bulldozer. And I like this from Tones. Tones is going to post up on the cement block and see if you can watch this cross.
Love that stun check.
Look at this.
Out of Crazy.
Wolfgang working the flank.
Oh no. Wolfgang could truly be the difference maker here. And actually, I think he fires early and he does. Crazy ends up picking him off for it. Punishes that mistake. That's a brutal way for things to go here in round 11. Wolfgang has been so damn good for Luke Air Force Base, but missteps there. Perhaps a little bit itchy with the trigger finger. Perhaps a little bit nervous here in a round 11. And that will give Barksdale numbers advantage in a rotation to A.
Not as ice cold as you would like to. Prom almost finding the equalizer there. The bomb's going to get planted on A. This is not going to be an easy site to retake. You'd love to find a kill if your Tone's there, but it's Prom looking to make the move. Gets it behind. It's Prom for 2. All down to 1. Rat in a 1v3. And no way they make it happen. An explosive finish in round 11. Luke Air Force Base coming alive.
I gotta ask, I truly do not know why 2 players are facing the same direction on the bomb site. I felt like that they had a fine setup at one point. Sure, maybe you get a shoulder throw that's all off about timing, but there's just no forgiving 2 players turning and looking at the exact same location in a setup like that. I was worried that they hadn't pushed out. They had no one really controlling that street side, and it just meant that it was giving so much free map presence to Luke Air Force Base. But watching that one back is going to sting for Barksdale. They've done everything right up until that point.
I mean, just taking a look back at these replays, it's the narrow margins in every single round, like a first blood that maybe shouldn't have gone your way. Wolfgang winning his fights through the middle of the map, and players like Chewy just not able to extend into the enemy lines like he has in past performances. It's very, very controlled on both sides. Neither one of them wanted to give up these first bloods or really any of these engagements, but towards the end there, I mean, Luke really surprising us with the way that he played that, or the way that they played that. I think that you don't really expect a team to just explode on a site like that, especially for Prom to wrap the site that fast. Nobody was ready for it.
No one at all. It was indeed very aggressive. I think they recognized that there was a window of opportunity there if you are Luke Air Force Base, and they simply had to push on it. But as you said, another photo finish here. It's been super tight in map 1, super tight in map 2. feels like we're going game 5, round 11 kind of stuff here, Seymour. I mean, it's just that close all the way through this. But before we make any guesses, before we find out, we're going to head to a quick break.
We're with Liam after his 4th military move. When being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays when she misses home the most. Thanks to generous supporters, we're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today. We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. Thanks to your donations, we're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Championships here, and we have got a hell of a series in our second set of group games between Luke Air Force Base and Barksdale, with it being one apiece. And Seymour, we've had a good look at both sides now. It's been photo finishes with both maps, 250 to 245 map 1, and then a round 11 6-5 victory in map 2. What's your feeling so far? How do you think that Luke are building themselves in with the first look here being up on the lights?
I mean, I think that Luke are actually looking quite well. The composure that they showed in that round 11, even after losing that first blood with Wolfgang going down a little bit preemptively over through that push in towards DVD Alley, you were a little bit worried about them, and I was worried about them too, rightfully so. You give up that plant over towards A, but the composure for some of these members to really turn up in those small little moments for Prom to make that play, to flank in towards that A site and get that double kill. I think Luke Air Force Base, after a 5-point hard point and a round 11 search and destroy, this is a team that you just cannot count out.
No, absolutely. By the way, we're just going to take a quick look here at the groups because this is not the only game that is currently going on. We've already seen Buckley Space Force Base absolutely annihilate Seymour Johnson in a comfortable 3-0. But in Group A, there's still things ongoing as well. Hill Air Force Base has taken a 3-1 victory over Joint Base Andrews. And then currently Minot and Cannon are currently playing things out. It looks like they've both had they've currently played one map, Minot taking that first hard point. We've seen how good Minot can be.
Yeah.
I don't know much about Canon, but considering how good Minot be, not really a surprise. Looking back over towards Group B, this is where we currently are with Barksdale and Luke. Again, I come back to you about the way that these two teams have played. Luke, we said, okay, yes, this is a good first look at them under the lights. Anything from Barksdale that you feel has changed through this afternoon?
I think that they are just getting a little overeager in a lot of these plays. You're not getting the same Chewy that we saw at the start. Maybe they've run out of gas. Maybe they've reached their heights in performance. I'm not really sure exactly. I haven't been able to see the full extent of these players, but I think one thing is certain is that Chewy has slowed down. And that is a way back into the series. If you're Luke Air Force Base heading into the control, if Chewy is struggling to put those massive superstar numbers up for this Barksdale team, there is vulnerability to take control of.
Absolutely. If it bleeds, it can be killed, and it seems that way right now when it comes to Chewy and Crazy. We've seen the kind of numbers that they can put up, even in the first hard point, right? They combined like something like a 99 and 45 stat line. It was absolutely insane. But they have been quiet when it comes to the S&Ds, but we are on with the control, and it's a very early B capture out of Barksdale, out of Luke, and Crazy just holding down mid there.
Yeah, so B zone captains now for Luke working on in towards the backside. You look at the player number 5 though, Crazy flanking. Doesn't seem like anybody's going to be ready for this one at all. All eyes forward for Luke Air Force Base, and Tones off spawn might have a little bit of work to do to keep your eyes peeled for this member. But Wolfgang, chance to blow it all up, and he's going to find the first one of the silent. This is a chance to distract them and allow your teammates to just funnel through and collapse on these members.
Gang, it feels like a big fight here. Hold off pressure. Oh my god. Rat will not want to watch that one back. It is eventually traded out, but it should have been far cleaner. Rishi Bobby will get one. Feels like with a minute, Barksdale holding on by the skin of their teeth, being bullied all the way back to gas station. Luke Air Force Base just need 1 or 2 kills here, and they can fly at that point.
No space on the map. Here come the nades. Tones on the cross. Crazy goes down, and you do have a member who stretches over towards that A zone. It's going to be silent. Just post it up and in, but back and forth trades. Tones wins out a big one-on-one. Unfortunately for Tones, he's the last one standing, and it is just an impossible fight to win to even get that segment on.
We're gonna allow them, Barksdale, to step on out. Chewy, guy we've spoken about being a little bit quiet, pushes up through Cafe, finds one, but then is immediately traded, and that's actually 3 on the board if you Luke Air Force Base, which will mean that they can get aggressive. 2 players will push up into the Cafe, one's coming on down A Street, another trying to arrive into the courtyard. So you try and set the trap, and well, as you start to activate, it's actually going to be answered back by Barksdale with 3 of their own.
Yeah, Prom looks left. The opponent is right. It's just a typical 50-50 that does not go your way. And you still have Wolfgang alive in enemy spawn. It's going to be 25 seconds left, so you need this player to try to punch a hole in the defensive setup. Gonna spot out Rad. He slides out, tags up the second one, now sliding to extend into the hard point. Pre-fires onto Silent, but it is a major win for Silent now to leave last member alive on this point. Tones not long for the setup. He's going to go down, and as he does, I think that's going to be Luke Air Force Base's offense settling with just 3 segments into the round. Prom might make a chance over here, but he's not going to touch that.
Honestly, a weird performance out of Luke Air Force Base. Obviously, we come in at the back end of them capturing that first zone, so feels like, okay, we didn't really get to watch that, but it seemed pretty straightforward. And from there, the positions were quite advantageous, right? They were getting themselves up through the map, a lot of great positions, but then never really capitalized on it. Felt like Barksdale were holding on by a thread. The lives were relatively even, but no pressure at all on that side, really, for Luke Air Force Base. I think they'll look back at that one. I wish they picked up a tick or 2 more if we get into our round 5 here.
Yeah, you're totally right. It's just, I think for Luke Air Force Base, you're just never really certain where the positioning of these Barksdale players are. It seems too good to be true sometimes at this A zone, and I think they were way more cautious than they should have been, but it's hard to tell with this map. It is so hard to get a handle on it, especially on the offensive side. But you look at this break-off strategy for Barksdale. One member is going to stay alive over towards this A zone. He gets the segment in as well, and the kills to follow up. You have a chance to stack it.
This is exactly what Barksdale are hoping to execute here at the start of their offensive. It's exactly what you're looking to do every time you play it in ranked.
One left.
Just get over towards A. Can you stay alive? Just about. Crazy with the drop shots. Oh, by the skin of their teeth. Luke Air Force Base will manage to make things happen. Barksdale are going to continue to attack this, and honestly, I'm not 100% sure about that decision.
No, it's a split push right now from Barksdale, and this is kind of one of your situations. If you're Barksdale, you have a chance to capture that B zone easily. It's the easier of the two to take care of, and if you can, that's going to be a 5-3 segment control in your favor. So this moment is where Barksdale need to kind of wake up and realize the opportunity in front of them and stop trying to get a little greedy with this map control. They get 4 down, and now they face a chance at being spawn trapped here. Prawn with some nice shots, only going to be able to collect the first one. Tags onto Silent. He is running away, but cleaned up there, and Silent going to be able to touch down on B.
Yeah, poor split push there. Just a little bit worrying that Barksdale were thinking about trying to take that A point. Sometimes with control, think about the long game. Think about the fact that offensive wins are so low here. You already have 2 ticks on A. That's better than your opponents managed to just go over and capture B. And although they do eventually get a tick here, which will even us up when it comes to the ticks, you feel like this could have been done with a while ago. Only 30 seconds left. Feels like you need a Crazy moment and someone like Crazy to explode to make this happen.
I mean, what a treat has he been for this team. Sliding in, nobody's going to be watching Dark, and Rat's going to be blindsided. 10 and 8, and off spawn Rishi just punishing the reinforcements, trying to extend over towards this B zone. Prom gonna clear off Crazy. Silent's gonna be stunned up. Another wave of kills. Wolfgang is on 5 in a row. Enigma. And it seems like this might be the round all said and done. And if you're Barksdale, I mean, you are kicking yourself with the opportunity that you had. You had a triple stack on the A zone. You get those 2 ticks of progression, and you only finish it with 3 segments total. That is a major win for Luke.
Yeah, you can see some of the faces on the players there for Barksdale. They're disappointed, and as you should be. You get yourself 2 ticks off the start there when it comes to A. You're feeling pretty good about racking up a couple, especially when Luke Air Force Base hadn't managed to pick up a single tick on A before. You can just rotate on over, play for B, get yourself the 5 ticks. Totally fine. Yes, you don't win the round necessarily, but you're thinking about that round 5 when we eventually get there, which is where we often end up on invasion control. And they're just greedy. It comes back to bite them. Luke Air Force Base, brilliant from there, especially Wolfgang, who goes massive through the middle of the map.
Looks like he's going to be B attack. I like this from Luke. Just get it done and dusted. Triple trophy set up too. No tactical is going to reach this one, but Chewy, he doesn't need it. He's got bullets. And they are just disgustingly dangerous to play against. 2 segments over towards B. Chewy's going to hop on for the contest. The help arrives, and back to the respawns for Luke.
Beautiful work from Chewy there. Just allowed all that rotation to come in through mid. All of that support to come in through dark. And clean that up. This will delay Luke Air Force Base. And Crazy and Chewy, how many times we've spoken about that duo? They will find 2. And I think that already as well, Crazy actually does get the information. The Prom was on the rotation across. That will force a player or 2 to decide to consider the A rotation. But for now, I think you're pretty happy with how this is played out for Barksdale.
Oh, 100%. You give up those 2 segments, but you have dominated when it comes down to this round. 7 life lead. Zone on lock. Chewy's up top. He's on 5 in a row. Can he get that streak? Of course he can. It's Chewy. Cruise missile. Now in the back pocket. 35 seconds, and nobody can even smell this sight.
Makes you wonder if the rotation is coming in. Prom will open up with 1 kill to push on over. Oh, that's a beauty of a snap as well onto Rat. A couple of clean headshots coming on through. But it's traded out. Just 18 seconds to try and full send it somewhere. Chewy will get a kill. Tones, unfortunately, kills his teammate as well as picking one up. It will answer back, though. We'll get on to B with just 10 seconds remaining.
Okay. And this is kind of one of those moments, Enigma, where you are gasping for air if you're Luke Air Force Base, but you're not out of it just yet. 10 life lead for Barksdale. We've seen teams crumble, but Chewy still being quite the issue there. Another double kill, making it a triple kill. He is clearing out Luke, and he is making it near impossible for them to have a shot at this A zone.
Yes, but this position from Tones is going to make things interesting. He's managed to get himself top blue control. Wolfgang also gets a kill through the middle. Tones then finds another and is on to 5. This isn't done just yet. Rishi Bobby actually, oh, he's very unlucky not to get the information off the stun through Cafe. But all of a sudden, there's presence here on A, and that kill from Crazy was very much so needed.
Oh, Rishi getting aggressive. Not going to expect Rat to be right behind him. Chewy, another double kill. 22 and 18. 23 seconds, 5 lives left. And just look how far away Luke are spawning on the map. This one is going to be a Barksdale round. And that's going to bring our segment count to 6-3 in favor of Luke. But that is their offensive rounds all said and done. So Luke now looking for that round 5 defense. It is going to have to be a very pinpoint accurate defensive setup from the likes of Luke Air Force Base Enigma. They can only allow 2 segments if they want that round 5 defense.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? If you are Luke Air Force Base, because last time out, Barksdale decided to go straight for A, so that could be replicated. However, Barksdale might go, you know what, we'll full send B. And Luke Air Force Base can't afford to give anything up. So likelihood is here, I think Luke Air Force Base maybe try and set up to defend A and then realize they have to hit a very quick rotation over towards B. While Barksdale full send it, but watching this break off, they're gonna go for A. I again worry that this might be a little bit short-sighted. Oh, but that nade.
Nade's gonna find that. Rishi spotted, 2 kills. Prom's gotta be careful. Tone's watching onto this crossfire, and if Prom can find his way back in, this triple stack is going to make this progression go really, really fast, and Crazy's gonna spot him out. Crazy now taking his sights over towards the middle of the map, cutting them down one by one. 4 down for Luke.
And that is
and
great.
that is the setup over towards A, breaking through the defense.
That will be surely then Barksdale with the defense in round 5, but I think that they want more than that. The fact that you've got B as the only remaining zone to capture, 2 minutes to go at it, and a hell of a lead in lives. You just want a full send at this point. Try and see it off right here. Leave nothing to chance. Prom will pick up 2 around DVDs. Important kills to make. Leaving just a 1 player on the zone, and Chewy's trying to hit a flank through blue.
Yeah. Chewy, a chance to break open this setup, and he's going to strike. Wolfgang goes down. Rishi, last chance. Hurrah, and Rat steps up to the case. Now Chewy punishing these members, finds another one. The trades come through, but it's too little, too late. You're racing to get back here if you're Prom. Kill number 1 slides in for the contest. He's going to get traded. Rat's still alive, and that's going to be it for the control. Barksdale coming out with some fire in map 3.
I mean, Barksdale, make me eat my words, right? I was a bit worried about them sending off towards A again. I was a little bit worried about how short-sighted that may be after the mistakes they made in round 1, but they didn't make them this time. Pick up the first 2 kills on that break-off that allowed them to just smoothly roll in and clear up all 3 points. And from there, it is purely a scramble for Luke Air Force Base that does not see them prosper at all. Barksdale take a map here to put themselves into the lead, back into the lead. However, I will say, as much as it's 3-1, it felt every bit around 5. It was super close all the way through.
You know, I think that no matter which way you walk out of the series, if you're Barksdale as the number 2 seed out of the Eastern region, you don't feel confident in, you know, this tournament right now. I think that Luke is really exposing a lot of some kind of wishy-washy plays, how mixy it can be against this team, and how potentially even teams at a lower seed are putting up a fight against Barksdale right now. They struggled against Joint Base Andrews, getting 6-0 in the Search and Destroy. Yes, that wasn't the case here versus Luke. It was around 11 in the Invasion Control, or in the Invasion Search and Destroy, but you can see that Luke are still kind of pinpointing weaknesses and taking advantage around these games. And, you know, although you take that win, if you're Barksdale, you look back at the series, 250 to 245, 6-5 loss, and then a 3-1 in the control that, you know, relatively could have gone to around number 5. You're heading into the 6-star hardpoint, and, you know, job's not done. You are not out of the clear yet.
Absolutely not. It does feel extremely neck and neck. Feels like it's being split by the finest hairs. We move then on to map 4. We move to 6-star hardpoint. And my question to you then, Seymour, with it being the first time that we will see it on broadcast, I know this is a map that both you and me love, but what is it that you're looking for out of Barksdale or out of Luke Air Force Base to come out on top here on 6-star?
I mean, I think for Luke, you need to come out firing. You know you're not out of this, even though you are a team with nothing to lose heading into this tournament, knowing you're probably the least practiced team heading into this tournament. Yeah. Leave nothing out the window against this Barksdale team. You are making them fight for this win, and you have a chance to upset right now. You take this hard point, you head into the Search and Destroy, and you looked great in that S&D. And Barksdale haven't looked the best in that game. game mode. So realistically, you still have a chance here if you're Luke, and you need to come out of the gates firing, especially the ARs on a map like 6-star. You're definitely going to need to find a way to set up in these power positions and lock down these hard points.
Is it a case of, and I'm thinking about the hard point that we had earlier between these two on the Rio, where it finished 250 to 245. We finally started to see that Barksdale was starting to get mid-map presence, activating Chewy and Crazy to pick up ridiculous stat lines. I'm a little bit worried, personally, if I'm looking at seeing Luke Air Force Base take this to a map 5. I'm a little bit worried at the idea of Chewy and Crazy controlling the middle of that map with the SMG presence that they have, shutting down any of those rotations, and in particular, picking up the hills that directly funnel through there. Is that something that if you're Luke Air Force Base, you're trying to either quash, or are you trying to play around it instead?
I mean, you're definitely not as comfortable as an assault rifle player on a map like 6-star as you would be on a Vista or a Rio when it comes down to those DLC maps, but you still have that potential to really turn up, and that MCW packs quite the punch behind it. And, you know, on a map like 6-star through the middle of the map, if you can set up over towards DJ, maybe even through the middle staircases and hold down, you know, those really, really tough angles to read, it's going to make it a little bit tough for either one of these teams to kind of break through a setup like that. So for Luke, of course, you want to look for those angles, no questions asked. But for Barksdale, you know, coming out with that kind of chip on your shoulder after losing into the regional finals against Minot, you need this win.
One of the big questions for me coming into this is, are Chewy and Crazy getting a little bit tired? Feels like we've seen them a lot this afternoon. It felt like at first they were absolutely unstoppable, but all of a sudden it just feels like they're not having that same impact that they were. Let's say that now, suddenly Chewy and Crazy will combine for another crazy stat line, as they did in the first hard point. But for now, Luke Air Force Base taking the lion's share of P1. No one will be too worried about that just yet. This bar hill, always such an interesting one to watch teams scrap over. As we move towards P2 and we see that Barksdale are in for the rotation, a little bit worried that Prom might have slipped the net, but Chewy finds him. What's your thoughts over the opening engagement?
I mean, this is perfect for Luke. You start off 32-8, and you have Wolfgang already working in behind. This is going to be a pinch that I'm not sure Barksdale can have a read on it. You have a member watching Silent with a big win, now needing to stay alive. Teammates coming to the rescue, but back and forth trades, making it uncertain who's going to come out on top of this one. Tones with some nice shots. Silent continuing that trade fest. He's going to double down. You got spawns in the back for Luke, but Barksdale winning their fights from the front.
I think it's a little bit concerning the way that Luke Air Force Base just completely clean up after that rotation, and Tones will find 2, with Rishi Bobby also finding 2 out of the connector there. Oh, Tones finds a 3rd and potentially a 4th. Oh my lord. Wow. Explodes into this, makes things happen, pushes his team on out. Barksdale will get spawns in round the back for P2, but they're going to be a little bit worried about the fact that they're so far away from 3, and then Chewy makes a big kill happen on the rotation.
And you get split spawns if you're Luke, so Chewy's going to be a tough Titan to take down in the back. But this hill opens up. It's 50-37 in favor of Luke, so you have some time to burn here. Prom with the slide on in. Rat's not ready, and Chewy goes down. So a couple kills for Luke, and they're going to re-stabilize some control on the map. If Wolfgang can find this kill, you're going to solidify yourself in here right now, and they do that. Crazy. No coming to the rescue, and it's not all said and done for Luke.
Rishi Bobby manages to find one, traded out by Chewy. Special loses that one. Thought he had it dead to rights. Wolfgang picks up another. I will say another. That's only a second. Interesting considering how good he's been through this. Slow start from him here on 6-star. Finds his 3rd. Rishi Bobby will then pick up another. Feels like Luke Air Force Base is doing a wonderful job of bullying themselves into these hills, approaching them from different angles, covering up on over each other, and just making it so that Barksdale, who have struggled to hold a lot of their hardpoint hills, just continue to have that problem.
Into the 4th set, it's still Luke Air Force Base with just a moderate lead. You're going to get a pinch. And I don't know if Tones is going to be ready for this one. Rishi not watching from you. He's getting surrounded. Silent's going to open things up, and there's the break. Alongside Crazy. 2 versus 2. Respawn's a little bit closer for Luke, so you're going to be able to get back into this one. Contest is out, but Wolfgang shut down. Rishi, can you make it happen? Back and forth from both sides, but it's Chewy to come out on top with a double kill.
they're getting tired. Potentially. It's been a long day. Been a lot of Call of Duty. But class is permanent. Chewy explodes at the start here for 16 and 7. Taunt does a great job, honestly, to keep it contested over here. Continue to make things interesting. Keep our scoreboard pretty much neck and neck. But we move then into our second set of rotations. And honestly, it feels every bit as tight as the scoreline suggests. No team finding their way on top here. And more importantly for me, no individual player particularly shining.
No, not really, other than Chewy really in this lobby, and maybe Tones having some heroic moments at times. It has just been the Chewy show. And you ask the question, you know, is Chewy maybe slowing down? Here's our answer. No. And it is a stark no, to say the least. So, contestant for Prom, a little bit ahead of the rest of the team. He's going to be surrounded and overwhelmed. Another flurry of kills for Barksdale. And take a look at these spawns now for Luke. They're going to flip. And that's going to leave an opening now for Barksdale to have a seamless transition from P1 into P2. Crazy already working on that with 5 in a row.
Yeah, Crazy just trying to hold things down from the front. Will have support in Rat, who checks the wrong way. Takes a lot of damage from the side. Stun goes out from Special. Special's just trying to hold the stairwell here. This not only is a huge point to hold this hill, but also a cross into 2. Chewy's put himself on 5 in a row. Special's going to try and activate the right time. Finds Wolfgang. Squeezes on out. Might get shot in the back, but actually finds Tones as well. So a huge play there to cut off the reinforcements trying to arrive to that hill for Luke Air Force Base.
And you can see, I think Barksdale are starting to find form. 22 and 7. Chewy putting on a superstar performance, but inside the hard point, Crazy and Special really keeping their toes in the water. Crazy soaking up this time. Turns around. Prom's going to break in from back. And that's the spawns flipped for Luke. So now in control of this hard point, hoping to cut this lead down to size, but need to worry about this rotation to new and hope to see if they can find a way through this middle of the map.
Weird as well looking at the stat line, seeing Wolfgang only just pick up his 4th kill. He's been so good through this series. I do wonder if this is the lack of playtime on the game coming back to bite him. This is obviously a newer map. And also, quite frankly, a map that will punish you if you don't know exactly which way you're heading. It is very flowing.
And I will say,
Cruise Missile will open things up there, by the way.
It's also a very difficult map for an AR to find presence on if you're not used to it. So Wolfgang getting caught at running. And he's getting punished so far. Nice kill onto Rad, and that's going to be the lockdown now for Luke Air Force Base to start to put some time on the board. Big turnaround for Tones, and they secure it.
Special does not check his corners and is shot in the back. Crazy trying to play through the outside steps. Feel like right now Prom, yeah, I was gonna say you need a player to be looking out over there. Felt like for a moment there Luke Air Force Base basically had 3 players looking at the exact same thing, and they will be punished for it as Crazy and Chewy, of course, the dynamic duo, bully themselves back into the hill.
60-point difference.
Oh god.
Maybe a 70-point difference at the end of this hill. Chewy flanking in, struggling to get through. He's going to bonk his head, but look at this forward pressure from Prom. Only able to find the 1. Tones next up. Nice shots at range. Chewy, though, continuing to line things up. And a couple of these members from Luke just continuing to get caught sprinting. And you need to get that set up. Chewy with a 4-piece. He breaks through single-handedly, putting Luke Air Force Base on the bench.
Honestly, as well, he could have just held that doorway and picked himself up a couple of more. I guess a little bit over-aggressive with it. Maybe overheats, but he's done the damage. Pushed his team onto the point. Unfortunately, his teammates aren't really able to do much else. I think largely off of the fact that Prom's holding bar. There's no support in through you. And with that, Luke Air Force Base will live to see another day. But at the minute, it feels like we're only one moment of explosion from Crazy and Chewy. And actually, Chewy onto Crazy. That then splits that whole defense apart. Barksdale, 40 points away from winning what feels like a massive tie here in group stages.
Yeah, this would be incredible for Barksdale to achieve, but Luke are not done yet. As they get the scrap time over towards old, they have the rotation in towards new, and they struggled at breaking this one, so they do not want to lose this setup right away. Prom gets traded out, and you need to win these gunfights right now. You need to hold down this hill.
Chewy actually needs to scoop a weapon off of the deck. Finds a rival 9, which will do him handily around the bar. Finds Wolfgang led in the corner. Will eventually be cleaned up by Rishi Bobby. So fair enough for P1 here. Luke Air Force Base answering back momentarily. Feels like Wolfgang being 10 and 22 is probably the difference between the two sides. Doesn't feel like that will last very long. So it's a case of when does he start to find some comfort into this map. And the thing is right now as well, if we start considering P2, if you're Boxdale, you're spawning on the opposite side of the map. You could not be further away from next.
No, you couldn't. And this is the first time that we're really going to see Luke have that early setup over towards P2. Will it pay off? Nice shots onto Rishi Bobby. No kill found, but it's going to really put some pressure on the Tones to overperform and maybe cut off some of these players. You get the kill onto Rat, so you deny any flank control, and you're just looking forward for the break.
One thing I will say, Luke Air Force Base do not have that stairway hold that Barksdale profited from so much earlier, so they're having to just fight this straight up, but they're completely fine with it. They find 3, which makes Barksdale reassess how they're approaching this, and this feels a lot like map 1, right? All of a sudden, it goes from Barksdale running over things to Luke Air Force Base suddenly having the momentum. That cruise missile, though, will split the defensive hold, but it will allow the teams to push on up, and I actually think that Chewy's stun hits his own teammate and stops the break.
That's a streak used for what is a tie game right now. Chewy really holding on. I mean, you remember back over towards the Rio, it was a 99 kill game between Crazy and Chewy for just a 5-point difference. So you really see the need for Chewy to turn up in these last couple of hills.
You absolutely do. And it will actually be Barksdale who sees control then. Can they spot Wolfgang playing in around the back? Crazy picks up a massive kill then. So you're fighting this from the front for your last 25 seconds. Look at Force Base have to go. Throw your utility, your nades, the kitchen sink, and a damn well good set of shots out of Prom.
They found their way in. Rishi covering fire. Wolfgang swings out. Kills are here, but the trade's still favoring. You don't want to give this one up just yet, and you need to hold this. Right now, Barksdale can still win on this hill. I think so. They're sending bodies in to try to make it happen. Wolfgang around the outside. The contest in from Prom, and there's the break in. Still, Barksdale have a chance to win it. Only 15 seconds needed.
They have the tick. There is a player, however, in Tones coming through the middle of the map. That's a huge gunfight for Rat to win. It will send them packing Chewy with yet another. We are just 5 points away. They can see it off here. Luke Air Force Base have to go. They have to run. Chewy, of course. Barksdale Air Force Base will take the 3-1 victory in one of the tightest series we have had all tournament.
They fly the game. They win. It is easy as could be for Chewy and Co across the series. A little bit more pushback than expected from Luke Air Force Base, but a 3-1 victory is what you've been looking at from this team all day long. You lose the search and destroy. That is on script so far for what to expect from Barksdale. And you look at that respawn presence, 41 kills from Chewy. A big question from us was, does Chewy still have some gas in his tank? Hell yeah, he does.
Yeah, but I think he's earned a little bit of a rest, right? I think when you could see when we come back to the player cams at points, he was like, okay, I've been working here today. I've been putting up some numbers. And he has well and truly done a great job of not only helping Barksdale get the second in the Eastern Invitational, but also then picking up the win here in the series against Luke Air Force Base. And I spoke a little bit about it before. We've discussed it a little bit back and forth. Feels like a big one because you have Buckley in your group as well. So that's going to be a very tough matchup for both of these teams. You don't want to be going into that on the back of a loss. Unfortunately, Luke Air Force Base will be facing that prospect. But Barksdale, they'll be ending their night very happy indeed, I feel.
Yeah, you definitely will be ending on a high note if you're Barksdale. And I think that Chewy right now might be one of the most talented members from our Eastern region. He is just ridiculous to watch his POV, whether it's search and destroy, control, or hardpoint. He's always performing well for his team, and his takeover presence just allows for that comfort for the rest of the squad to know that, you know what, if we find our kills, eventually we're going to turn up, and that is what Chewy needs. He just needs his teammates to arrive at some point in this series. They don't have to be there the whole time for some of these matches, and I think that is important for these teams to have that comfort behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. Fully agree. It sometimes is a case of your glue players stepping in to bolster your superstars, or at least let them do their thing on the map. And we are seeing that come out of this Barksdale side. Again, they come second in the Eastern Invitational, just in behind that Minot team. And we've seen a lot of improvements through them. In fact, we've seen a lot of them throughout the afternoon. I think it's 4 series that we've got to cast now over Barksdale this afternoon. Well and truly putting it on our main stage. And yeah, again, I think start your afternoon off 1-0. I think that that's important as well after your last game being a loss in the grand finals to Minot. I think it's important to remind yourself that you have what it takes to edge out close games, to edge out those tough moments.
Yeah, the ice up in those big moments is huge for a team like Barksdale, especially when it's close versus Luke Air Force Base. It's the same thing with JB Andrews, and you like to see them come out on top again.
Yeah, you do indeed. And well, no more chatting from us. Let's hear from one of the players, and it's of course going to be Chewy that we get to chat to. Congratulations, young man, on your victory here in map 1. I gotta say, we've seen you guys for 4 different games. It's been a long day. We were deliberating up here about whether or not you're getting a little bit tired out there, but you showed up big in that last series. How do you feel after your day 1?
I appreciate you shouting me out and all that good stuff. I feel good. I mean, I definitely came here to game. I got a game all day, and I'm feeling pretty icy. We lost we lost 3 maps, but I mean, we lose, we win. I had a great time out here. I'm feeling good.
And I gotta ask too, man. I mean, your individual skill, like at a technical level, is cut above a lot of these members. I mean, where does this skill level come from? What is your gaming origins looking like?
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't really taken COD very serious. I took it serious probably like last year was my first year of really taking it serious. Last year I wasn't that good, but this year I've been taking it a lot more serious. I hopped on a lot earlier, got a good build squad, and took it a lot more serious than usual. I feel like I'm definitely snapping.
It really shows in the games. I mean, especially in map 1 for Rio. I mean, you and Crazy together, it was a combined, what, like 99 and 50 something between the two of you in that map number 1 for the win. Really cold stuff. But I mean, heading into the rest of the series, knowing that you still have some tough matches, what are you guys still looking to work on?
We definitely need to still work on trades. We don't get any trades at all. And right now I'm trying to like work on rowing. I need to hop on hill a lot more too, I feel like. But we just really need to work on communication. That's our main downfall. We got 2 new guys that we kind of just put on the team. Well, Silent was here for the last one, but we got a new guy, and we're still working on comms here. But I think we're working out pretty good. When Crazy's hot, I'm usually hot. When I'm hot, Crazy's usually hot. And usually we're both getting slammed if we're both getting slammed. We play.
Honestly, again, congratulations on your victory. I think the last question that I really want to ask here is, how important was it off the back of that loss against Minot in the grand finals to come out and put up a 1-0, and not just put it up in the sense of like get a 1-0 on the board, but in a tight series like that? How important is that to your mental to end your day?
It's definitely good, because I mean, after that loss with Minot, I was definitely a little shaken, but I wasn't shaken up. I was like, all right, I got to get to the next one and get that loss off fast. And we already knew Minot was going to be a tough comp coming in. But honestly, I think I was slamming, but they ended up getting the best of us. But it was a great game, in my opinion. I had a great time, even though I got slammed. Sorry.
I mean, you were indeed absolutely slamming. We've talked. If you ever want to go back and pick up a highlight reel of me and Seymour up here waxing lyrical about the kind of stuff you're doing on the map. Hell of a talent, hell of a dude, and congratulations on your map win, and best of luck throughout the rest of the tournament, man.
All right, yeah, appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one.
And that was Chewy, and definitely a man who we've already seen plenty of, but definitely feels like someone to watch as well throughout the rest of the tournament. Doesn't feel like his story's over, Seymour.
I cannot get if he thinks he's being slammed or doing the slamming. The guy just cannot decide what's going on his side. But he is an unreal POV to watch. And honestly, I like how focused he is on trying to garner this new talent on the team. 2 new members. Silence is the only one coming back from it. You can see that he really knows what needs to be done for his team and what to focus on heading into the next games. If they can work on those rotations, if Chewy can be a little bit more involved in the objective, I think that Barksdale team can really hit new strides versus some of these better teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that one of the things as well is to continue to assess how some of these other teams look, right? Because we've seen a lot of Barksdale so far through this event, but it feels like we've only seen a little bit to some of these other sides. A smattering of Buckley here, a little bit of Seymour Johnson there. So one of the things that we are going to do is take a quick break before coming back and seeing some of those other teams, because we've still got Team Hill against Cannon coming up after this. And me and Seymour have been here throughout the whole stint. We can't wait to see that final game of the day off here on Main.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Cup Championships 2024 inaugural tournament. This one has been fun so far, and it has been long for the players as well as the broadcast, and we appreciate you guys for all waiting. But it looks like we have our last match on stream ready to go. Before we get ready for that one, let's talk about these groups, Enigma, because it has been a fun time so far. As we got to take a look at Buckley versus Seymour Johnson, as well as Barksdale versus Luke. We got to look a lot over towards that B side, but we're going into Group B now to take a look at Hill versus Cannon.
Yeah, so very quickly, by the way, I will say I absolutely love this format. Group stages are my absolute jam. And getting to watch these teams trade off against each other. So we're going to move on over then to the teams in A, Hill v Cannon, and we can see that Team Hill actually beat. I'm trying to figure out who that is, actually. I think some of them are already picking up maps elsewhere. So Hill already have a win, and then Cannon, I believe, have a loss to start things off. So Hill here looking to make it a clean sweep, and Cannon looking to figure out how to get back into this group.
Yeah, Hill here, Dysmorphin, Slang, Bossman, and Masterful. This team 1-0 so far in the groups. And they have been so good to kind of make it through this group stage as well, but they still have some work to do to get out of the groups, and that is going to be taking on the likes of Cannon on the other side. Enigma, this Cannon team has been really fun to kind of get to talk to as well. Let's take a look at their video and hear from them.
I know this guy because I did an augmentee program for security forces once, and he brought in Olang Artie, and he's from Facebook.
My leadership, they've been completely behind me. They know this is something that I like to do. Once they understand it, it's kind of like, yeah, go have fun.
Higher leadership wants to learn and wants to support as much as they can. Now it's at the point where, we're getting MFRs sent to us, be like, hey, your airman or whatever your rank you are got selected to go do this thing, and it's totally covered by the Air Force. All they need is just the time off.
Last tournament I was playing on the sub role, and then I got told I'd be playing an AR role this time around. Getting a different gun in my hands, feeling what feels natural, learning the different routes.
It was a lot of Crusade yelling at me to stop solo challenge. Got this dude screaming at me, "What are you doing, bro? Wait for me."
Buckley definitely, I'd say, is a top tier team here. They are the team to beat. They have the best skill level. Those guys are all nuts, but personalities and egos are clashing between all the other players. So everyone wants to see Cannon lose, but we like that. We want that energy. We want people to yell at us. We want people to talk smack.
Makes it fun. I don't like playing people who don't want to try. So when I yap at them, they actually want to play the dang game.
Everyone's kind of like, "You're gonna get worked on, you're gonna get worked on." And it's giving me passion, and it's like, you're gonna make me work for this, and I'm gonna be happy when I slam each and every one of you.
We know that we're the public enemy #1 here, so let's show them we're actually good and we're worth everybody's time.
Slane Wayne, you're gonna get it, buddy. You may have beaten us last time, but we're also the only team that took a map off Hill that wasn't Buckley, so you're getting it. I don't care about your team, just you.
All right, Hill, Zig's been talking a lot of crap, saying that you guys are gonna beat us. I don't think any of you are better than us, to be totally honest with you.
Slang Wayne, Tones, Luke in general, Hill Air Force Base, every single one of you guys are beneath me.
Tones, man, can't wait to see you on the map. We're gonna be battling with those ARs all day.
Cryptic, I don't know who you are calling me your son. I get more hill time, I get more kills. I'm better than you. You need to calm down, brother.
1, 2, 3.
Jumped at the camera calling me terrible, but you know what? Cannon had some fun there in their interview, and I love hearing from these members. Obviously just kind of a ragtag team that is looking to show up and show out on the day, and I'm excited to see them. They were kind of also saying that these members, they took a map off of Hill in the past, and now they want more. They want to take the whole series.
Yeah, well, I think, by the way, as well, when you talk about ragtag, the fact that he turns around and goes, he's from Facebook,
that got me.
that they have indeed pulled together a bit of a ragtag squad here, but clearly not doing very bad to get themselves through to CONUS. So, boys, put it on. Hate, Artie, Koki, and Crusade. Very much so interested in watching these guys. I hope that the comms are a little bit better than what they shouted at the end. As you can see there, the video team having to put on a translation as to what that they were actually saying. So, hopefully, going to see them do a couple of things out on the map. And speaking of maps, Seymour, let's take a look at what we got coming up for this series.
Let's break things down. Enigma, best of 5, 6-star Invasion, High Rise Vista, 6-star. a lot of DLC maps coming in through today, and we don't stop now. And I'm excited to go back to that 6-star hardpoint. I don't think we really got to see the best out of this map. We really saw it versus the likes of Barksdale in their match versus Luke's, and they kind of ran through it. They looked really good on this map. So I'm excited to see these two go head-to-head with Hill and Cannon, both from the West.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see as well. Like you said about Hill and Cannon, they're both being from the West. That means that they should have time on each other, right? They should understand a little bit about how each other plays, maybe on an individual level, perhaps on a team level. And you can see whether or not these strategies are going to come out about how to shut each other down and counter each other. So I'm very much so looking forward to seeing how it played out. I think you're right about 6-star. I think it's a great map. I think it's really good to watch on out over. Still think that they should have just drained the pool and put the Hill still in the pool. But, you know, we'll come back to that a different time. 6-star, big fun. Hard point to watch on over. Usually sees all your big SMGs really slay out when you're talking like we've seen Crazy and Chewy do exactly that. Looking forward to seeing who takes over here at the start of our final group stage game of the day.
Yeah, it's kind of weird having 4 hills. It kind of thinks about, or it kind of makes me think about like Mercado from MW2, where it had, I think, 7 hard points in it. It was, it's a different dynamic than what we're used to, but it works here on 6-star. And I think that this map is always fun to even watch from the SMG's point of view. So that's what I'm going to be keeping my eye on here for Cannon versus Hill, as there's going to be Cannon on the red side starting off with some Hill time. It looks like the blue arrow is just not able to get anything going off of the draw, slaying a couple damage shots there, but really nothing to break this with. No trophy's going to stop that, but it just doesn't look like Slaying is getting anywhere close to this contest.
No, not at all. Slang does pick up 2 kills at least, but backs on off. Perhaps a decision, an in-game communication. All right, boys, let's just play for 2 here. The problem is Crusade and Artie have already slipped the net. The stun comes out as well to connect with Slang. He will be fine because of the tack, but eventually traded on out, and that will suddenly give Artie back control here. So that will give the spawns to Cannon, and a perfect passage of play here if you're them. Hill are going to have to continue to fight for this. At least you have bodies at the front to contest.
Yeah, Crusade shut down there by Bossman. And it's going to be, again, Cannon winning their gunfights for the time. Slaying on the front line. He's got Masterful alongside him, so the job's not done just yet. And a couple kills here from Hill to at least relinquish the pressure there. Masterful with some lovely shots swinging around the edge. Now looking to find some players off spawn. Masterful, a 3 in a row. And Hill are able to battle back into this hard point. And they even flipped the spawns out.
Yeah, very impressive. I was a little bit worried there for a moment. Cannon come on top in Hill 1, then bully themselves in for spawns for Hill 2, and I was a little bit concerned. We were about to get an absolute run over, but Hill show a bit of resilience there to not only fight in through the front, but then push back out for the spawns. So we then look towards 3. Bossman's got up nice and close, but Hate and Artie will find themselves 2 kills to lock this down and give Cannon an opportunity for a defensive hold.
Yeah, just look how far those spawns are, and you can see that player number 8, Height. He wants to set up through the middle of the map, see if he can find a couple of kills while they're on their way. He will find one, and that should slow things down for the side of Hill. But it isn't going to slow him down too much. You see Slang still keeping up with the trades. 2-on-2 for the point. Height and Artie managing to get on in for this point and lock it down. Contest is in for Masterful. It doesn't seem like he could keep Hill out of this for too long. Still fighting for a lot of this time on the hard point. Dysmorphin, now it's his turn to hop on in. But this is a very, very mixy Hill. And for Cannon, they are walking away with the majority of the time.
Yeah, honestly, Dysmorphin does a great job there of stopping it being even worse for Hill Air Force Base, because the fact that he managed to slip the net and at least gets one, none of his teammates were even close otherwise. So a couple of individual moments potentially, but it does feel like Cannon Air Force Base taking the lion's share of this map at this point. I'm not just talking about the hardpoint points either. When you're talking about kills on the board, when we're talking about good positions on the map, important moments, it all feels like Cannon on top. Obviously early days here in our final game of the day, and it's been a long day, but both these guys needing to put in one last big surge to see themselves through this series.
Yeah, and Cannon following up with that trash talk. Looking good so far into the first set of rotations. Artie gonna back on down. The nade does land onto 1, so chance here to break in. Easy shots onto Dysmorphin, and the break is through. Players now starting to secure some time on for Cannon, and Koki there with the snap. Can he stay alive though? No. Masterful continuing to be a nuisance for this Cannon team. 10-9, not the prettiest stat line for sure, but he is keeping this team alive.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of players here on the map right now that, although they don't have prettier stat lines, they're just making a couple of things happen. I mentioned Dysmorphin over on Hill 3. Masterful doing the same kind of work here. RT also picked up 1 or 2 very important kills for his squad. I don't think there's any particular individual taking over, but definitely some heads-up plays here happening on the map. We're going to go back in towards the center of the map here. We're going to play around this bar. And it's always interesting to watch how this plays when both teams aren't just starting on opposite side of the map and how they set up from afterwards.
100 to 77. Artie on the crossfire. He's going to get an aggressive activate. Slaying not ready for it. Shots in the back. And look at the way that Cannon are flooding over towards P2 already with 40 seconds. They want to flip this out. And they want to make sure that Hill just cannot get the ball rolling for the retake. But what they do is they actually get some split spawns in. And the pitch is fantastic from this Hill team. The way they're able to adapt to that situation and come back over towards P1. They take Cannon out of this Hill. And they need to make sure that they push forward.
Oh, Bossman explodes up through couches, finds himself too. A big fan of that. Also, we'll let him play out through the backside here to consider P2. If he can get in through there, that may well split the Cannon Air Force Base setup apart. It does seem like he's not being found. I think RC's actually finally got a read on him. Does find him, shuts that down. Should give Cannon AFB an opportunity to hold this hill. But again, Hill Air Force Base not far away, trying to fight this from the front.
Seems like a little bit of a miss on the comms there. Bossman had a really good chance, but Artie in takeover mode now, working through the middle of the map. Has a chance to work this flank, but seems like he just wants to double up with the rest of his team. Trophies in, so Bossman's stun will not connect. And here's the entry for Slaying. Artie joining back. He wants to take them down from the outside. Artie good for 1. Trades back and forth. 2 versus 2 for the inside. They fight in. And Hill have broken the 100-point marker. They're just struggling to lock down this time. As soon as they do get in, they find themselves back out, spawning on the opposite end of the map. So you have to kind of figure out, do you want to hit this again? And it seems like they do.
I'm a bit surprised that they continue to push it, considering that
they actually
Hill 3 is the last time. Yeah, Hill 3 is the last one where it felt like Cannon all of a sudden started to run away with things. I think if you're Hill and you're looking to adapt, you hit an early rotation into there. Instead, it felt like, you know, they've not learned between their rotations. Always a concerning trait, but they won't care if you're Cannon. They will bully on back. A couple of kills back and forth. It would actually seem like the spawns have actually gone the way of Hill Air Force Base for just a moment. And there's going to be a pinch coming on through from Bossman as well. So an opportunity here to open things up, but it won't matter. Crusade, hey, they open up with a couple of kills. Cannon Air Force Base are exploding into a 70-point lead.
Yeah, Dysmorphin there. Opening up to control. Slaying, slow approach. The overwatch there from Koki is fantastic. He's going to push up. One more member to take care of, and this should be the last 20 seconds freely going your way as Masterful drops. It's time to think about the rotation if you're Hill. Down 100 points heading into P4, and the only member there is going to be Hate. So this would be a lovely kill to find, and as soon as they do, they have a chance to set up.
The absolute worst when you pop a trophy out of this game and a trophy destroys your trophy. Just, you can see the moment of heartbreak for players every single time. It won't mean much in the end because Slang's coverage is absolutely beautiful. Just making sure that no player can push in through. But then RT comes in from the side and sets up the pinch play with players arriving in through you. They got to be careful of Masterful also arriving in, but the numbers here are in favor of Cannon. Masterful does not give a damn though. Picks up 2 beauties, and although it is currently a nearly 100-point lead for Cannon, there are a couple of individual highlights here, things that do suggest that they could fight their way back into this with a little bit of a streak.
And it's all the easier because of that stun kill. Crusade now working the flank. Nobody's going to be expecting this. They all line up, but Slaying damage mitigation comes out. He snaps the Hate as well. Hill holding on to this much needed time over towards P4, and a couple of them already thinking about the rotations. Dysmorphin, some early damage there. Artie looking to push on through. He's going to be spotted. Turning around. Doesn't matter. Artie and Hate, they fight their way through the middle of the map. And they're trying their best to keep the cannon on the pressure.
Honestly, the Hill Air Force Base have Bossman to thank big time there. He picks up 2 huge kills from Stairwell into Bar, and that means that Cannon do not have the middle of the map locked on down. If they had, I think we could have called it pretty much curtains very soon. But this will give Hill Air Force Base an opportunity to fight back into this. It's not been a great map from Bossman, but all of a sudden picks up 3 big ones, it feels like, to give his team a moment here to breathe. Oh, good lord, I thought Hate had snapped.
No, but Artie did. 24 and 18 from Artie has just been an absolute ridiculous player on this SMG role. The Rival 9 treating them well. Already with the recovered MCW, he's just going to continue the damage down, and it looks like a couple members are going to still push out here. Bossman trapped over towards P4. And the spawns in the back for Hill. Nothing secure just yet for this Hill team. Crusade catches Masterful, and it's a couple kills where Cannon now can look to fight through the front of P2. Hate has been so good, and he is not slowing down. He allows Koki in a position here to just keep punishing these Hill members.
Love this play, by the way, that's coming on through because it's kind of continued to hit the front. Crusade's gone on a long wrap for the back spawn. So just as Hill think that all the pressure's in through the front, you've actually got Crusade slipping the net. He'll be in around the back. Can he set up a pinch or at least flip the spawns out? That will be a yes. And as the gunfights go a certain way here, if that's the red way, we can pretty much call curtains here. It's going to be a last big hit from Hill, surely.
Sliding in is Bossman, but look at Artie taking over with the Rival. 26 and 20. Last chance to get into it, and as Hate finds the kill onto Dysmorphin, that should be all she wrote on the 6-star. That is a lovely game from Cannon. You see them, they get up, they're hyped, they're excited to take them down. They talked about it back in the group stages of the regional. They took a map off this Hill team. This time they want to take the series. And starting off with the hard point, they're starting off strong.
Yeah, very strong indeed. I think a couple of very impressive fundamental plays. It felt like consistently for P2, right? They were always in through those back spawns. Felt like that they had a real understanding of exactly how to control that hill, lock it down. And even at points where it felt like Hill Air Force Base should have had that in their control, kind of knew how to undo that, knew how to unwind it. So it felt like a couple of individual explosive moments as well. Talk about Hate. Artie, feels like we said his name a lot through that map. So impressive performances from two teams that we're getting a first look at here.
And just an extra layer of depth and towards that with Crusade and the long flaky goes through towards P2. It just shows that, you know, Cannon, they're okay with making those big plays that will have the big payoff towards the end of it. Even if it wastes a little bit of time, it has a payoff that's going to win them that map. And Crusade really sneaking away with those back spawns and the 6-star. 250 to 175 heading into this Invasion S&D now. And we've seen a lot of S&D be kind of pushed to the distance a couple round 11s today, with these two teams being as close as they were in that hard point. I'm excited to finally get a taste of the West in that S&D. I feel like we haven't even seen the best of them with how dominant Buckley looked.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is a series that doesn't really tell the whole story, right? But yeah, moving on towards Invasion S&D, we've seen, I think, 2 of these go to round 11, right? Am I right?
I think I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of close contested maps. We've seen, honestly, the first bloods not matter as much as they typically do in Surge when it comes to this for some reason. We've seen a lot of teams manage to undo that numbers disadvantage at various points throughout this. So it's not necessarily just about that first phase of play, it turns out, on Invasion S&D here in CONUS. It was looking very much towards that second phase of play and how you react to the various breakoffs.
And I think that just has something to do with the fact that these are some players who, you know, aren't going to be your challenger players. They're not going to be your CDL players. They don't have that leash on them. That's like, okay, I've made the right play. Now let's play towards the objective. Let's make sure that we hold on to this advantage we have. We got players here who just want to go balls to the wall and make those heroic plays, those big highlight reel moments. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So at first blood factor, I mean, of course, when it's search and destroy, you always want to focus on those first bloods and make sure that you're getting them. But I think you're good to kind of recognize that it hasn't really been the end all be all for a lot of these moments, considering even the fact that we saw first blood round 11 not even pan out for the team that found it. So this is going to be a really big matchup for both of these squads. I think for Hill, you look towards that first game and you know that you were going back and forth for a lot of those initial hard points. You may have lost the plot towards the end with a couple of those hills, but it was a pretty even battle at one point in that 6-star hard point. So heading into the Search and Destroy, it's a clean slate wiped Enigma, and you get to run it back for a second chance.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I'm looking at particularly on this map is whether or not certain teams decide to execute patient plays. We saw that really work for Minot when we saw them on this. And we also saw, you know, a couple of squads manage to shut down opposing superstar players just by basically playing really patient, waiting on that superstar to push and picking them off early in the round. And I wonder here if Cannon in particular, having played against Hill previously in Western Regionals, I wonder if they know exactly who they want to shut down here.
All eyes on Hill to make this play. Starting off in the attack, and look at the information that Artie's getting. The trigger discipline, just gathering that information, giving it to the rest of the team, and knowing that this is most likely going to be a play over towards the B side. Heavy cafe control from the likes of Cannon, and you have Koki solo onto that B God tank. He's going to jump up, get pressured off, and that should be the green light to start to make some moves, but it looks like Artie's going to try to have some magic in this round. He's getting aggressive through dark. He has no idea where anybody is around him, and I can't believe he's still alive. Not only that, getting that kill, Slang's going to trade out. Crusade drops, and they know Artie is in broken. So they have to play this cautiously to weed him out of this position.
I feel like for all the rounds of Invasion, Search, and Destroy that we have seen today, this is the weirdest opening we've seen thus far, and it will fall to a 1v1. Dysmorphin up against Hate.
25
Both
seconds.
players, one on the board, and yes, 25 seconds. No bomb control at all.
Dysmorphin, he forgets the objective into his 16, and all the information there for Hate. This is Hate's round to lose. Morphin's gonna hop up top, some nice shots, but that's not gonna win you the round. Hate's gotta run away. He knows he has won the round. And that is the likes of Cannon continuing off their success of 6-star and leading it in towards the invasion.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, again, just kind of a weird open to the Invasion S&D. Again, we've seen a lot of rounds so far this afternoon on this map, on this mode. And that just felt like one where pretty much everybody almost walked past each other. I think Artie and Slang in particular had really weird timing. So, not too much to read into that, I don't think. Maybe just about how Artie can slip a net, but he's going to have to do that on the offensive here. These are difficult rounds to take.
Slaying for the first blood. That's good for Hill. Now let's see if they can extend this into an even 1-1. As that is going to bring the likes of Cannon to a little bit of a standstill. You see the map control that Masterful has gathered as well, all the way in towards Bus Stop. He's going to try to slot himself in, but he is getting some bad timing. Masterful goes down slaying. However, fortunately for the likes of Hill, still continuing to find value over towards DVD.
Yeah, Masterful gets that beautiful card timing that we all know and love. Slang... hindsight probably could have cooked an 8 and sent it over. Bossman will actually turn this into a 1v3. Artie's alive, but not for very long. Hill answer back. Both teams picking up a round off the back of their first bloods, albeit in very different styles. We're looking on here at the drop shots. Oh, they're lovely, very centered. Picks it on up. It felt like actually if Artie had managed to pick that up, I don't think Slang was covered over by anyone, so it could have been an opportunity to escape and turn this into something interesting. But one apiece. Two teams here are just trading blows, just trying to figure each other out. I don't think we've learned too much here from our first two rounds. Maybe that Masterful likes to get very aggressive on defense.
I mean, Sling has quite a straight shot, too. I learned that from the past rounds.
Straighter than yours?
No. No. But straighter than yours. Say that.
Mother. That's rude. That is rude. On main?
Uh-oh, Crusade.
I'll remember that one.
Yeah, look, Slang. He's going to find another one, too. So 4 in a row for Slang. You still have a member who's in enemy lines in Artie, but he has yet to really activate. Height's going to be able to at least provide some communication over towards Artie on players may be coming his way. So Artie's going to be starting to work his magic in through the back, but they have crossed each other like two ships in the night without seeing each other. Finally, Artie's going to make something happen. He's going to come alive, but is it too late? 2 versus 1. They know he is behind them.
I don't think you're...
Oh, he has a chance.
Oh my god, the timing. That's exactly... And is Masterful going to be able to check on back? They will get bullets in. Artie stays up, though. Charles, honestly, do you need to? Just stay up. Just stay alive. Going to check on into the bus stop. Smoke's just providing some smoke screen here. Artie just took himself into a corner. This is the right play to make. Don't blink. And Masterful, I don't think he's going to see him at all. And beautiful stuff from Artie to clutch up in the 1v2. And we get that camera shot. Production know exactly what we want to see. Getting loud in there, and he fully deserves that. Masterful stuff.
My jaw is on the floor right now. I cannot believe what just happened. Artie disappeared like a ninja. Drops the smoke, and you can see Masterful in the way that his player model was moving. He had no idea where Artie went. There's the early shots there. Artie probably should have got that free kill, but the fact that he was able to stay alive and use the time, that is a really, really weird round there. But this time around, for the likes of Cannon, a first blood for them as well. And Slaying to go down. That's going to open up the middle of the map. So that's going to put a lot of pressure now onto Bossman. And he moves forward.
Interesting that the smoke goes to cover long. Are you aware that Bossman's going to be in construction? Yes, I believe they managed to trade it on out. Very surprised by the offensive nades that are being used here by Cannon. Didn't try and play the car bomb through mid. And now it's going to leave Artie in a 1v2, and he is pinched.
He's morphing. In behind, the shots are good. Oh,
a little windy.
They were good. Windy. They were good until they weren't good, Andy.
Yeah.
And I think you're just kind of counting your chickens right there if you're just morphing at the end of that fight. At least for Hill, they get the round done after losing the first blood as well. It was Hate. It was Hate kind of pulling it onto Slang, but you give up the bomb site, you retake perfectly.
Yeah, again, interesting way in which Cannon are playing around their utility and their nades. Typically, offense, if you want to try and put your nades in through the middle, you look at the car bomb, you look at pick anyone up who's trying to run through that ASND, but instead they're trying to go long with the nades. Maybe don't have them set and are just essentially guessing. Dysmorphin's going to send one that is not cooked long as well over towards Koki, who's actually just going to pick himself up construction. And it's another first blood going the way of Hill, Air Force Base. What I will say, this is definitely much more competitive than our hardpoint felt.
So much more competitive. And for Hill, rightfully so, they played a good 6-star. Just kind of lost it on a few of those hills. This time, head on their shoulders. And they were steaming forward. Masterful got tagged up. Not sure if that was a nade or some shots or what happened to him, but looks like everybody's grouping up for an attack to B. Hate watching over Koki. And it's go time. Koki, oncoming traffic. He's going to get overwhelmed, and Hate even gets beamed off the head. Wow, that just finished a lot faster than I expected.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to lie. I thought that it was going to be quite difficult for Hill to play on through. I thought they'd conga lined it and straight lined it a little bit too much there, but they all decide when to explode and execute perfectly. Pick off the player who's tucked in behind Bulldozer, then find the heady kill as well. Beautiful work out of Hill Air Force Base. It doesn't necessarily... We're used to with CDL, with challengers. Doesn't need to be pretty either. It just needs to be effective, and it most certainly was. Cannon Air Force Base trailing by 1 with an offensive round to make, and it does feel like their star players have been just a little bit hamstrung here.
At the end of the day, a win's a win.
Absolutely.
3-2 for Hill. That's good information. Oh my goodness, who was that?
The information there is bullets hurt as RT backs off.
Really?
I mean, I'd assume so.
I mean, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, because you don't hit your shots.
I don't get hit by shots. Thank you very much. Slang finding Artie on the exit. Masterful for the double down. Another perfect setup from Hill to follow each other up. That's Masterful on 5 in a row. So working his way into a possible cruise missile. And there it is. We'll 6 in a row. Hate's going to be finding himself in a 1v3. They know exactly where he is. So it's only a matter of time before they pinpoint his location and decide it is time to drop in and fry him. Hate looking for that bomb. Time against him. Masterful playing his life, and he gets away. So toying with the idea that Hate just has nothing going his way this round.
Yeah, and it's just continued to back him on down. It's frustrating for Hate. Just gonna have to give that one up. Honestly, I don't even know about this dark hit. Yeah, you could have just backed off here. I don't think anyone would be, you know, unhappy with you if you just decide, okay, even though I'm only on like a 1 streak, there's no chance in hell that I'm managing to win this 3v1 bomb down. Gets brilliantly read by Masterful, by the way. Puts himself onto 7 in a row. Has the cruise. I've already seen how useful those can be, particularly in bomb retakes on this map. Of course, you get all that information, but you really can bend them into places like Cafe, like the bus stop.
Yeah.
Rip players off of those important positions post-plant.
I'm not sure we're going to be seeing that play exactly, but it is a wide open map. Invasion easily going to be able to put those kill streaks to use. It's done for some information through the middle of the map. It looks like Slang has an idea of Koki being there, but everything is all quiet on the map for now. Until I say that, Koki pops his head up, and that's going to cost him his life. So Slang's going to open up with yet another first blood. You get the information on the cross as well through Dark, and now time to pinch onto Hate. Masterful spots him out. The shots are good. He gets traded, but that is going to cause some panic on the line of Hill.
My worry for Cannon, though. Sorry, my worry for Hill Air Force Base is going to be the bombs down and exposed, but Slang knows exactly what he needs to do to retake that. Gets up aggressive, finds RT. And now it's just a case of, are you aware of where Crusade will come from? I mean, surely bomb goes down here and you're just able to set yourself into some post-plant position. That will tell Crusade exactly where he needs to be. Don't play in through Dark. That's an awful idea. It's probably going to be an attempt through Concrete and Ice Cream. All the best of luck, son.
1v3, we have yet to see something to the stature so far throughout the tournament. Crusade's making a lot of noise. Trying to draw somebody out, but Slang, he's happy to take that gunfight. He has been beaming all game long, and he is making it look so damn easy with that MCW. 9 and 4 from him. Look at these shots. Crispy. Granted,
I talked about it coming into the map, by the way, about how a lot of the time we've seen Invasion S&D, we're seeing teams overturn first bloods so far through this tournament. Not the case so far today. 5-2 currently in favor of Hill AFB, and they are currently 5-2 up as well. So definitely taking advantage of those numbers when they get them. And for me, that's where Canon have got to change things up. They're going to be playing here on the offensive. Those offensive needs to be better. They need to shut down this push through the middle, or at least give themselves a numbers advantage to have a chance to stay in the tie.
3 rounds in a row to tie, 4 rounds in a row to win it for Canon. Not an easy thing to accomplish, but not impossible either. A couple shots traded on both sides. A little damage here, a little damage there, but everybody's still alive. The time is dwindling to a minute. You have to start deciding for Cannon, where do you want to take this objective? And it seems like it's hovering closer towards A at first, but this is an audible call over towards B. They're going to try to work their way down the B street, but it's just not going to work out. Slang, another first blood. Chasing now. Slang is going to find Koki as well. How is he still alive? Dancing around. Slang doing it all right now for Hill. And that's going to be it for map 2. 6-2 on the map. Ties us up 1-1 in the series.
I'm very curious about which one Slang is on our screen right now, because he goes absolutely nuts. I mean, the fact that he managed to stay alive at all in the first fight was something. Then to get the second kill, then to manage to slip away to get coverage for the third. Wonderful work from Slang, but also masterful, picking up 10 and 3. Is that right? Dysmorphin didn't die? Surely not. Surely that's a scoreboard thing. Surely Dysmorphin died at some point.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's 6-2. He had to die at some point.
Yeah. I was wondering there for a second, but wonderful work out of Slang and Masterful in particular, really showing some S&D prowess. I think that the one worrying thing as well for Cannon is they get 2 rounds on the board. One of them required a huge clutch up out of RT in a 1v2. So other than that, very few positives to talk about when it comes to your search.
Yeah, fortunately enough, you know, you won that hard point. So if you're the likes of Cannon, you can go back to this high-rise control, and now you're looking at this like, this is a swing map mode combo. This is a chance to either to extend our lead yet again. You're not out of the conversation of winning just yet if you're either side of this, and you can look into this high-rise control as a situation where it looks like Cannon had the control banned, so they didn't want to go to Karachi. It's the side of Hill that actually picked out the high rise instead of Invasion, and I like this pick. This is a better chance for teams to utilize the map and not get spawn trapped as easily. It's not as easy as it is on Invasion to spawn trap a high rise, although it is still possible.
It is indeed. I think that This is still obviously the very defensively favored control. However, not as bad as Invasion. I think that you still have plenty of options to make offensive plays work. I think what I'm looking for is, for example, someone like an RT, right? We've already spoken about how he likes to slip the net, how he's an SMG player with plenty of movement. I want to see him make creative plays here. You got plenty of options above and below when it comes to this map, so making things happen, like heading out through the bottom or playing around the kind of like bottom of blue, or maybe into the other team's base, that kind of thing. I don't want to see super predictable routes coming out of your SMGs, because you have options here on your high rise, and if you're an SMG at this level, you really want to be taking advantage of that.
No, for sure. And as we get set up for this map number 3, I just want to give a big shout out over towards the USO for allowing us again to use the space at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida to put this whole tournament on. It's the CONUS Esports Championship, the inaugural CONUS Esports Championship, the first of its kind, and hopefully first of many, as you can see these players locking in for what is going to be the high-rise control coming up very, very shortly. I'm excited to see these two go head-to-head, because if there's one thing that's certain is that the likes of Six Star was not really as one-sided as maybe some may think. So you look at Hale after getting a taste of victory in map number 2 to now close in on what could be their swing back into the lead.
These opening roll-offs will tell us so much about what we need to know, and Bossman just can play himself tucked off in a corner here. He slides on past. And obviously, the thing is here, with Invasion being defensively favored, like many controls, especially like an Invasion control, you just want to play 4 ticks. You want to push it so that if you get to that round 5, as we so often see, you have the defensive side of things. And, well, that first tick is going to be denied by Cannon.
And for the offense, I mean, what's going to get you towards the zone control? It's helipad control and top elevator control, mostly towards the propane tanks. So you have to look towards your ARs, really put these positions to use, and Dysmorphin not able to make that so. Hate is going to pop a quick double kill. Slang still putting up some matters. He's got a couple lining up, swings out with their netty, only good for the 1 kill against Crusade. Already, you still have Cannon in full control of this round. 44 seconds, time stop. This boss man hops over towards this A zone.
Yeah, but takes damage off of the little bit of propane that's there. He's not the full tank. That will be the full tank. However, he does take enough from the little gas canisters that hang nearby. Masterful misses his shots. Artie goes up high and comes down. Interesting to see that he's changed onto an MCW here. No longer running that rival. Someone who is going to be Bossman, who gets 1, gets 2. And maybe Artie could have done with a rival, but he will be traded out at least. Going to be presence on B for your Hill Air Force Base, but it's how long can you hold? Actually, it looks like they're going to get themselves some presence here. There's 2 players at least holding B Street.
And Koki really wants to cut off some of these members respawning. He's going to look for Masterful. He finds them. In for the contest. Already up and over. Getting the better of Bossman. Dysmorphin last alive, surrounded by members. If he stays alive. Oh, what a win there from Dysmorphin. Looking to lock in that second tick of progression, but not expecting Hate to be so close. 23 seconds. Players racing to get back on in. And Slang, now he wants this. Slang taking down Koki. Second tick is in. Working on the third.
And the one worrying thing here for Hill is that they're not having any mid-map control, or not expecting Artie to explode into a 2-piece up and over through the ladder. Nearly a third as well. Bossman will do enough. Can you get yourself that third tick? The one thing is here, Hill Air Force Base have no respawns remaining, so you're desperately playing for that final tick here to at least give yourself a solid round to look back on.
Add another minute on, and I think for Hill, you're looking at this. You were literally walking a tightrope. 4v6, no more respawns. Masterful, top propane. He's going to get spotted out at Koki. Bringing it down to a 3v6. Now a 2v6 as it seems like Hill, they have expended everything in their tank. Bossman only one up, and now that they know it is hunting season for the side of Cannon, they're going to be able to put him down, and that is a strong defensive setup there. Only giving up 3 ticks over towards B, a very standard high-rise round.
Yeah, I think that Cannon will be quite happy with that. Honestly, it could have been even better. There were not like 1 or 2 individual moments of brilliance away from essentially a 0-tick defensive round. So I think Cannon will be very happy about how that played out, even with giving up the 3 ticks. I think it'll be interesting to see what RT does here for me. He's been running an MCW in this. I spoke about his SMG prowess in the previous maps. Now, I'd love to see him pull that back out and make some creative plays.
Oh. With it. Will this route pay off, though? It not always does in a game like Control, but he's going to get in behind Boss Man. Shot's just not all quite there. Masterful is going to make himself known, and already cleans up the kill there. Still some members to deal with who are coming off spawn, and Slang going to be able to stop that A pressure before that first take comes out. That's a well-done job by Hale to restabilize.
Yeah, it's a creative play that I was asking for. Definitely not the shots, though, as RT doesn't manage to remove Bossman off top elevator. And you got to think about how important that would have been for players pushing over that side of the map. And then doesn't manage to get the tick come through onto A either. Hill will momentarily find a bit of space on the map. RT going in through the back spawn here. Certainly seems like he's trying to make something happen. Something creative, something interesting. Just no purchase as of yet. However, as I say that, Koki finds Bossman top elevator. RT activates in the spawn.
Yeah.
So Cannon have to spend their time here. Sorry, Hill have to spend their time finding RT. They eventually do, but Cannon are making progress at B.
Yeah, that's a big pickup onto Hate. Slang trying to get across. Artie's going to cut him down. Masterful not able to finish the job there, but he finds shots onto Koki. Swings out with the Renetti. Trades back and forth. Dysmorphin's on in, and Dysmorphin clears it. Holding on to that third segment, allowing his teammates to come off spawn safely.
I thought for a second there... Oh no, Dysmorphin got hit directly by a frag grenade. I thought he got stuck, but... I mean, the end result will be the exact same. He dies. Slag with 2. Crusade over the top. Finds 1. And Slag actually tucks himself into elevator and has coverage from Dysmorphin. So, honestly, right now, I was talking about how Cannon would have been pretty happy with their first defensive round. Hill doing an even better job. Just the 2 ticks given up thus far. However, Cannon have managed to get themselves some players onto A, and they're winning the gunfights.
They are. Bossman behind them. Gonna slow the roll of this progress at A. Second one getting worked on. Hate is going to take some damage, but no kills behind it. Hate still alive. Slang, can he do enough? Not yet. He's got teammates there, but so does Crusade. Onto the A zone for this last segment. Crusade still locking it down. Third tick is locked in. We got a minute 10 to get B.
And it is moving. It is absolutely shifting. Crusade's trying to provide support over the top. Koki finds 1. RT finds the other. And when it looked like Cannon Air Force Base were only going to walk away with 2 ticks, suddenly they make things happen. And they change it up on over towards A. I think Hill Air Force Base are a bit late to react to that. And by the time they finally do, Cannon have got control. It turns into a bit of a bloodbath that suits Cannon. And we saw that in that opening hardpoint about how they prefer when things get very mixy. And then that is when Cannon strike. Take the opportunity then to seal things up around A. And it's just that 1 tick left for B. Beautiful stuff from them to take a 2-0 lead in this.
That is Cannon, again, just looking really sharp in these respawn game modes. I mean, Hill... They're giving them a run for their money in a lot of these moments, but ultimately, Cannon, chance to close things out now, back onto the defensive side. Already looks like he wants to fight for top helipad, and this is going to give him some control over towards B as well, but he is finding nobody, and I mean, B is on lock here. Suddenly, you have to look over towards Artie to make some plays here. Up top, Koki's going to take down Slang. Artie jumps on in, but will Artie be able to clear the zone? He is at least able to find 2 kills, but I don't think it's going to be enough just yet. You still have Bossman in your spawn killing your teammates.
Well, Bossman will look like Crusade. Masterful has that eye on over the top. Honestly, yeah, I think you give up B at this point. Full send A. RT has decided to do exactly that. Loves himself a little bit of creative play. He's going to hit the framework of the building. Finds himself 1, but Slang spins to trade it out. Toki will be here in support. Finds the first. Oh, Slang stops shooting, but Slang does enough. Will manage to trade it out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we love Propane.
Wow, yeah. I mean, I thought we were past that all the way into August, but Propane still has some fight in it. A couple players into B. Hate might be looking to take his eyes to the sky here. He's going to jump all the way towards the helipad. Koki getting chased down. Slaying 25 and 14. He has been a light at the end of the tunnel for this Hill Air Force Base team, but doesn't seem like it has been enough to really get anything moving onto this A zone yet. 2 ticks of progress needed. 1 minute and 30 seconds. 19 lives to the 14 of Cannon. This is a next steal. Still a chance for Hill to stay alive.
Yeah, that play by Hate is going to be one that he's not going to like to watch back. Gives up top helipad to drop down and chase after his opponent, then actually lose the gunfight. So you lose not only all the information and positioning on the map, but then you actually lose your life as well. This is a series of unfortunate events for sure. Hill Air Force Base are 1.5 ticks away and 7 lives up from answering back on an offensive round.
Dysmorphin gonna get caught in the cross. And lives left for Cannon, so this could come down to a good old TDM if you're Hill. You just need to get yourself on this zone and stop this clock. Artie not gonna let that happen for free. 24 kills. He's gonna look up. Easy pickup onto Masterful, but traded. Dysmorphin continuing this back and forth. Koki up top. Not gonna be able to stay alive for too long. 5 lives left. Only 1 more respawn, and that's it. No respawns for Cannon. This is a chance for Hill to put themselves on the board here, but somebody has to stop the time.
I think if you're Cannon as well, you want to turn this into TDM. You want to die. If you're going to lose the round, you do not want to give up the ticks first. And that Crusade almost tries to do exactly that, but Hate's going to be far away. Does shoot the barrel that could actually catch this Morphin. It does. And he'll come out on top via elimination. And again, like, for Cannon there, yes, you lose the round. You lose the defensive, which is tough to see on high rise. Thankfully, you've already picked up your own. But the one thing is you died via your own players actually dying rather than losing those ticks, which could come back to that all-important 5th round.
We should take a look at that. We're still going on high rise, Andy. And that is such a pivotal moment for Cannon because although, like you said, they lose it, they don't lose it to ticks. Still a chance for them to secure that defense round 5 if need be. So we take that height, we look at the break off, and it is going to be a 2-2 split for the side of Hill. Looking to meet the oncoming traffic. 3 players sent over towards A from Cannon, but Koki's going to go down, and that is going to be a little bit more work to be done by these members on Cannon. They have stopped themselves with this heli control.
I love the heli control that is coming out. The thing is, you're not making anything of it. Dysmorphin picks up a 2-piece. It's weird to look at his stat line, seeing only 14 and 18, because I feel like he's had so many multi-kills. Feels like a very streaky player. Slang finds 2. RT picks 1 up in reverse. And then picks up a kill top heli. Beautiful stuff. Sorry, not top heli, top elevator. Slang on 32 and 16, double positive, and being an absolute menace on the map. Eventually shut down. Camp's getting a little bit aggressive here. I think one of the things is that defensively, you just need to draw a little bit of a line in the sand. It all feels very mixy, and we've seen in the respawns how that can suit Cannon.
Koki going to be tanked up. He stays alive. B presence is good for Cannon. And then Koki's going to just back down. He's getting pinched out. Not able to even take down the first one. Slang clears the zone. And look at what Bossman is doing. He is just keeping the rest of Cannon Air Force Base busy in their own spawn. So it is just burning off some of these lives and delaying what is needed help for Hate. He's going to be tagged up, and Slang dropped. Crusade, nice double kill. It goes 3 fast. And Bossman now has to be careful not to die. 3 players in the stack. Bossman slides in, and that's going to be 4 down. B zone captured, 1:30 left.
And this feels a little bit typical Cannon, right? This feels like one of those moments where all of a sudden they just spring into life. That's the dead body Crusade. A little bit much. Masterful will find Crusade via the smaller propane tanks. And the thing is here, it feels a little bit like a repeat of the round that Cannon won previously, where it looked like they were just going to have to settle for a couple of ticks and exploded into life, but at least Hill have stemmed the bleeding. They've stabilized for now. They have 2 lives up and 1:10 to go.
Dysmorphin trying to hold on strong for Hill. Slaying alongside him 2 members that have really come alive here in the control. Masterful topping things off, and again, just like the last round for Hill, they are leading in lives. This can again come down to some good old TDM.
Cannon down by 7. Hate will have helipad control. Would love to do something with that. Crusade's going to slip in through the bottom, and while you're making these kind of plays, what you're hoping is that your teammates can find some presence on the map. RT will find one. Hate's going to have company. Crusade, do you spot your opponent? Yes, you do. But again, your teammates are falling elsewhere. All the work that you've just done is undone because of the fact that if you do try and press out of the spawn now, your teammates are just nowhere to take advantage of it. And those 2 players holding, and Bossman picks up a double in blue. Wonderful stuff to hold back this cannon push.
It looks for a second like Koki wanted to go for the slide with his teammate, but I think he missed up on that input. So round 5, we got ourselves a battle here from Hill Air Force Base in the respawns. As I talked about the importance of this game mode. It's a swing map mode combo, map 3 in a tied series. This means that the winner is going to have a lot of momentum heading into that next respawn for the hard points. And for Canon, it was a strong start. They win the offense, they win the defense, and it hasn't been the same since. They just throwing lives away. That's back-to-back rounds where it comes down to lives instead of time or even objective. And I think for Canon, you have to start thinking about that. Really conserve your lives. You have 2 players with plus 20 deaths. Crusade and Hate need to start holding some irons and stop giving up these free kills.
The one silver lining is going to be that Cannon will have defense. So an opportunity here to just, as you said, sit in those irons, try and lock a couple of things down. Master will get the first blood. RT is going to go up, round, and of course trying to make something creative happen, and picks a player out of the sky. And actually 3 Hill players are going to die. Last alive is going to be Masterful, top elevator. He's going to go high. He will actually find one, but is traded. So an opportunity then for Cannon to push on out.
Artie, top.
Nope.
Finishes the food. Oh, what a snap from Artie. 4 in a row. And now this is where I was talking about. It's not easy to put teams in the spawn trap for a high rise, but this is it. A chance for Cannon to dig the grave of Hill here on high rise. I hate watching across. Dysmorphic gonna try to make a play through the pit, but he's given himself away, and Hate is repositioned already. This is a fantastic start from Cannon.
RT. Boss, man. This feels like a huge fight. RT comes out on top yet again. I spoke about perhaps his prowess with SMG before. He's currently looking at a 40 bomb and breaks it here. With the MCW in hand, has been a real menace on the map. And despite Hill's best efforts, bringing it back from 2-0 down to even it up and send it to a round 5, Cannon have suddenly made this deciding round as simple as you like. Just the 10 seconds, all 3 players here having to sprint to touch the final zone.
4 seconds. Can anybody touch? Somebody gets towards B. But it is just tooth and nail right now. 1 segment there. Slang over the top. Takes down Artie. 3 go down. And now time to push forward. No way. No way.
Slang?
Surely not. Surely not.
Slang! Slang goes on a 6, right through the middle of the map, by the way. Finds himself a cruise, make that a 7, nearly has a 50 bomb of his own, and that ends up with B captured. Slang has just made the most ridiculous play I think we've seen through this afternoon. I can't believe we weren't on his point of view. That's so unfortunate, because that was absolutely disgusting. And the thing is, well, the cruise in hand, you might be life down if you're Hill, but that cruise will provide more than that to you if you execute it properly.
Still trading out for both sides. A new breath of life. 4 Hill Air Force Base. Slang. Does he invest the cruise? He drops down. Both members just missing out on each other. He is on the hunt. Artie's going to be able to close him off. Masterful still with some presence over towards A. 31 seconds, but here comes Cannon. They clear the point. They chase the members. Dysmorphin trying to stay alive in towards blue. Masterful gets cut off. Somehow Dysmorphin's still alive, but for Cannon, they just keep throwing bodies here. The information from the cruise missile, it gets absolutely nothing. 11 seconds left. This is it. Cannon take them down in what was a last-ditch effort from Hill. They prolong it another minute. They capture the B zone. Slang goes absolutely to the moon with his performance, but it's still not enough.
Well, I mean, RT here nearly drops a 50. I honestly thought Slang had pulled off some sort of miracle moment through the middle of the map. Slang drops nearly 9,000 damage. I mean, I'm looking at some of my teammates there and saying, boys, where were we? That guy just went huge. I will say, though, both teams back and forth all over each other. It looked to be the simplest map in the world for Cannon. I think that they very much so look in the respawn team. We saw them as in map 1. And then suddenly, Hill bounced back with 2 huge maps. Then we start off in that round 5. Cannon all over it. Seems like we're just going to run things through here. Nice and easy round 5. Until that incredible moment from Slang. I'm hoping that somewhere we've got a part of that, because he just sprints through the middle of the map, picks up 7 kills en route with a mix of absolutely anything he could find on the map. and it ends up with the capture of the B zone and presence onto A. Honestly, if that had won them the round there, I think that's play of the tournament.
Of course, yeah, it would have had to be. I was in awe just watching back those highlights because of how narrow margins these two teams are in the respawns. That control could have gone anybody's way into that round 5. I think Slaying really told us that the job is not done until that round count is finished. But coming into the next map, we got our hard point on the other side of a break. So we're going to take a step back as we get things set up for map number 4 of this matchup for the West. We'll see you on the other side.
The Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USL and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility. Just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization, it's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where like we all got to the airport, we all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, meet new people all the time. So meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. It's been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden. Some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
Welcome back, everybody. And after that quick little break, we got to see a commercial there from USO, and I want to give them another shout out too for putting on this entire tournament, or for hosting this entire tournament in Eglin, Eglin Air Force Base in the heart of Florida. This has been a fantastic time so far, Andy, and we've been running through this show since 9:30 a.m. Eastern time, and I think it's about time, since we're kind of getting into towards the closing remarks, that to really reflect on what we've seen so far from these two teams. I think for Cannon and Hill, we've had them on the stream for the first time here in this series, and the West have really been showing up, especially from Hill. Gotta give some love over to my man Slang.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that he puts on a highlight reel montage moment throughout that control. Unfortunately, falls just short. I think that both Slang and Artie were pushing around 50 eliminations each for their respective squads when it comes to that control. So definitely a lot of superstars on the map here. However, it's interesting to see Artie continue to flex in between the SMG and the AR. I've seen him do mad things so far of a rival, then puts up those huge digits with the MCW. Back on that rival now. I'm interested to see how he helps his team lock down this P1.
Yeah, looks like he wants to wrap things up. Hate. Gonna clear off that zone. Good set of time here for Cannon at the initial times here. And you remember for that 6-star is that Cannon came out to a hot start back on 6-star. And I don't think Hill were just ever really able to clean things up. So if you let that happen again, which it looks like it's happening, this is red alert for Hill. Another slow start to what has been a troublesome respawn mode.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. With the slow starts, we've seen a couple of those slow starts come back to bite teams already through this tournament. You're asking your squad to suddenly pop off and build themselves back into the tournament if you don't fix things here in Hill 2. However, what I will say, Hill are rotated in. Don't necessarily have too many players in good covering positions, but it won't matter if Dysmorphin picks up 2 pieces like that.
This big hit pick up from Crusade. 2 in a row. Looking to extend it to 3. Loses out on Artie, and Masterful up top. Some beautiful shots. It's going to keep Bossman into that good fight, but ultimately the break comes through from Cannon. So Slang's got to rush towards the rescue. Hate staying alive. Artie to the rescue, and this is just an absolute bloodbath. But if you're Cannon, I mean, you're getting a lot of time across these hard points. 49-19. You got yourself a good little lead here at the start of this game, even though you're going to lose some time. It is going to be
Hardy.
P3 rotation being looked at for Hill.
Well, they're going to get there again. It felt like they got to the P2 first, but didn't really have the setup that they needed to keep Cannon at bay. Can they do a better job here at 3? Slang is going to try and pick up the mid-map. Might well miss Artie on the timing, who's trying to get in through the back, and that's exactly how this is going to play out. So it's whether or not Artie can explode, and it's important kill there through mid-map as well for Slang to pick up Koki. Oh no. Oh no.
Crusade. Oh no. Well, been there, done that.
On main?
In 4K, Andy. I hate to break it to you, but that is troublesome. Fortunately enough for Hill, I'm pretty sure it was Dysmorphin I was looking at, has a streak in his back pocket, so great start to him. Where are we going here? Okay, you got to do your homework, Masterful. That is not how you do the jump spot. As teams are learning fast that you just cannot run on the outside if you're not prepared to. Crusade back into the mix, not able to find a third. Hate swings out. The trade battle is won by Slang, but you look at that lead for Cannon, and again, Hill on the rotation. They need to put their foot down, and look, Artie, that's how you do it.
I think one of the problems here for Hill is, although you are winning the rotations, you are most certainly not winning the majority of the Hill time. Oh, although this was nearly a moment there for Dysmorphin, and actually all 4 dead. So that is much better. That is finally a reward for a solid rotation out of Hill Air Force Base. And Dysmorphin as well is going to try and hold through mid, but Artie comes out with a couple of big shots. And Crusade with a second. So all of a sudden, if you are Hill Air Force Base, Dysmorphin, for example, you need to get across this map and provide support, because otherwise you're just going to get broken in through the front.
That kill from Artie in P2 window was with a pistol.
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm glad we're on the same page for that one. That is gross. Artie is just at next level right now inside of this game. So Hill's going to cut this lead down to about 30 seconds heading into P5. You have another set of rotations, which Hill have been really on top of things for these rotations. It's just winning your battles, and Dysmorphin has been a big key factor in the time played. So he's going to take down Koki as well, looking to set up shop in the back of this point. 4 in a row again for Dysmorphin. And now you're onto a streak. Do invest that streak that you have already.
Great stun to catch Koki out. Dysmorphin goes up to a 5. Dysmorphin will find himself the 6th, and of course then that means a cruise. It feels like, with that 7 as well, and Dysmorphin's letting him know. And honestly, if you're Hill Air Force Base, that's exactly what you need at the minute. Someone who's feeling confident out there on the map. Someone who's happy to go a little bit rogue. Because right now, you have to win this in order to stay in the tie. Masterful with his own 3-piece. So suddenly, off the back of a beautiful set of plays out of Dysmorphin, Hill Air Force Base looking to tie this up.
And this is a combined 14 spree across the board between Masterful, Dysmorphin, and Slang. as they have really turned the dial up into this Vista hard point. Only a 5-point difference heading into the second set of rotations. It was Cannon out the gates, but Hill have battled back on point with their rotations, and finally they get it done in P5. Some good time there has brought them back into this hard point and realistically back into this series, and you can thank Dysmorphin for that.
I'm pretty sure Hate, just in a panic, launched a nade at his teammate, forced Artie to move out of his cover and get some kills. That is the most unfortunate thing. Slang gets beautiful timing onto the back of Koki, and Slang almost ends up then picking up another. Crusade sees it out just about. What I will say, Cannon did a great job of stemming the bleeding there, because just as it looked like Hill were going to suddenly bounce from P5 into 1, picked up 2 big kills. Oh, Bossman's not going to enjoy watching that one back.
There's so many moments where you and I are just reeling in pain at watching some of the engagements. This is just players throwing themselves at the game, as Cannon have found themselves back into stable footing with a second set of rotations. Crusade 5 in a row. He's looking to get away, see if he can find that 6th, and then amass another cruise missile for the squad. Dysmorphin gets out, but Crusade does not want to give up his life for free. He knows how important that cruise missile could be, and he is hunting for it. Hate slides down. He's going to find one. Trade vest now, and the battle just keeps going back and forth, and still Crusade struggling to get the 6th kill, and he doesn't even get it.
It's tough. And again, I'm reeling in pain from some of the moments that we're getting to witness out in front of us. Some of these gunfights are just not going the way that we would ever expect. Slang's going to hold top rope here. Honestly, I kind of like that play, but you need to activate in order to give your teammates an opportunity to play him through mid. Finds RT. Going to try and take the challenge against Koki. I think he actually got a little bit of help come on through. No, I think he just wins that straight up. Good lord. Ridiculous shooting out of Slang. Continuing the kind of stuff that he was doing on the control. That stun was absolutely perfect to catch, and it feels like all of a sudden Hill Air Force Base are starting to see a little bit better in presence here, a little bit more momentum, seeing more of the gunfights, not necessarily turning into too many points.
No, it really isn't, and you look over towards the scoreline for Hill, and they brought it back heading into the second set of rotations. It was about 100-100. Now, you look at the swing, it's a 80-point to 10, 15-point difference into the second set of rotations. So something needs to come click for Hill Air Force Base, and maybe Bossman has the answers. A couple of good kills from himself, trying to back these players down from P1. Koki's going to get caught sprinting again for the team, but while this is all happening, you still have Cannon players inside the hill collecting this time.
Nate's gonna squeeze up, is found by Masterful, who gets to RT with 1. He's gonna have to be aware of the flank, and Slang comes out in yet another gunfight. But again, you've still got that lengthy lead, 70+ points for Cannon. The rotation this time in for Hill is whether or not you can actually hold. We've seen one successful hold, I think, out of all the ones that Hill have made. Crusade checks back, and yeah, Dysmorphin completely reads that. So a kill comes on through, but then you don't read this rotation coming in through the back. Hate's gonna just not about finish that off. Masterful's still here. Slang still also in the distance. Pick one gunfight and slides out into 3.
And I think this is one thing that you can really look at towards Hill, and you recognize back into the second set of, or the first set of rotations, it was a deficit going to P4. But they battled back to an even game heading into that second set. Although this second set hasn't been very favorable for them, this is again where you look towards Hill to put their foot down and see if you can claw your way back heading into the third set that is going to come after P5. But this is dangerous waters to find yourself in. Cannon has passed 200 points, and you look towards the rotations. Masterful is the only one there that can maybe stop out of some of these members, but already sniffs him out from behind. And it's Crusade fighting for his life. Still Hill struggling to hold on to some time here, especially when Artie is just shutting you down.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's frustrating. Dysmorphin with a beautiful 2-piece off of the cruise, which will open things up and now allows him to pick up his 3rd. Can he find his 4th as well? No, but surely the damage has been done enough to allow his teammates to back this up. Slang finds one. Hill into the point. Can they just hold it from the front? What you need to make sure is that you've got that mid control as well. And Artie pulling down Slang means that you no longer possess it. For me, maybe kind of need to send a player through P1 and just wrap around the back of this. If you can get there. Contest. Koki with the win gunfight. And honestly, a little bit of scrap time here could be invaluable for Cannon to seeing this off.
It can be, especially with P1 just next to you. The more kills you find, the further you're spotting Hill back from this rotation. And you have to be careful here for Hill because you're not able to set up. And now you're looking from the outside in of a lot of head glitches to walk into. 12 seconds left for Cannon to just put this one away.
Last push here for Hill, and that's 3 big kills. Onto Cannon, make that 4. Living to see another day. It might only be 1 more though, because Cannon will of course come swinging back into this, and RC's looking to make a wrap, and I love that we changed on over to him because that's the playmaker right there who could do something different. Slips the net. Those 3 blue arrows are not going to be turned his way, so it's when do you activate? Cocaine Crusade find 1. RC comes in from the back and finally makes that happen, and all of a sudden you are just needing 3 more seconds. Slang can do whatever he likes. It will not matter. Cannon, in our final game here on main, will come out on top in the series 3-1.
And that is a big finish there for Cannon. We heard it in their interview heading into CONUS. They wanted the rematch versus Hill. They wanted to take them down, and now they had that chance. They took it. They seized the opportunity. They made it look damn good in the respawns. 250 to 181. Again, it was already the difference maker. 31 and 26 going toe-to-toe with Slang on the other side. But for Cannon, I mean, a couple of big moments across this hard point that we can highlight, especially the initial first 3 hills in the rotations. I mean, they dominated P1, P2. They always found a way to break and maybe find a little bit of scrap time. But P3, they did a great job at rotating in behind, drawing out those spawns, really making sure that Hill could struggle to find any semblance of stabilization. It wasn't really until P4 and P5 that we actually saw Hill become a part of this match.
I think one of the big things with the Hill Air Force Base is that they continued to rotate in really well, right? Their rotations were really good. The fundamental Call of Duty was really good, but they weren't turning that into points. Cannon would easily break them, or it would turn into kind of like a contested state. Whereas if Cannon did get that early rotation and get some sort of control, they at least scrambled together some points out of that. I think out of the individual players, I've got to point to Artie. Again, I think he's the MVP of the series for me. Has a ridiculous control, looked really good in both the hard points FD before that. Flexed between multiple weapons. It seems to be a bit of a playmaker on the map. He seems to understand when it's not about headbutting something and running straight at it. It's about opening up things with a creative play. I really enjoyed watching him here today.
No, I agree. I think Artie had a fantastic game. I think he had a fantastic series. The Search Destroy, may not have gone your way if you're Artie, but he was the one that really kept the team afloat in a couple of those rounds for the Search. And I think that you look back at the series, you're feeling good if you're Artie, you're feeling good if you're the team. And, heading into the rest of it for group number A, I mean, this is a squad that I'm looking at for Cannon that has the potential to upset even the likes of Minot. I mean, they're definitely going to give that Minot team a run for their money.
Looking forward to seeing that, to be fair. I mean, we've gotten to watch all sorts of different teams, all sorts of different players, and one of those is the guy who I just spoke about as the playmaker, and I believe we've got an interview with him. It's going to be RT coming in from Cannon Air Force Base.
Yeah, Hardy, I mean, congratulations on the win for that one. You guys talked about it in your interview that you wanted to rematch Hill. You got that rematch, and how does it feel to beat them?
Oh, it feels great to actually beat them, especially with all the chirping that was going on behind the scenes. It feels amazing.
You seem to be one of the rare remaining true flexes. You're actually going between the SMG and the AR at will. Talk me through when you're making the decisions about which one you need to be running.
I mean, it's just one of those things where it comes to do we have enough AR presence around the hill? Do I need a block? Do I need to play back and actually try to get that area for us? And then other times I'll look at Crusade and I'm like, yo, I'm pulling out the sub. I'm flying, brother. He's like, do your thing.
I mean, you certainly were flying, and I spoke about it a couple of times. I've been calling you a playmaker throughout this. I think you had an incredible series. Should be very proud of yourself. When it comes to making those highlight reel plays, I mean, even towards the end of that map there, you went on that long wrap around the bottom in through the back and just picked apart a couple of the hill players. When you go about making those, are you making them based on instinct, or do you have executable plays that you've practiced?
I mean, it's one of those things. I've played with some players who've taught me a lot throughout the past couple of years, and they're like, hey, if you can hit a crazy pinch and if it takes 20 seconds long and there's 40 seconds still on hill and you guys set up, that's huge plays. So it's more of just the people that I've had teaching me just help out so much throughout playing these things. And it's like, I'm like, is this the time that I do it, or do I need to wait? Do we just play next? It's kind of like on the flow, on the go type of thing.
Long routes, big payoffs, and it worked in a lot of those hard points. I like to hear the way that your mind is in the game as well, but I want to kind of pick your brain that, now that you've beaten Hill, you've taken them down, who else is on your list at this tournament that you want to take some shots at?
That is, I don't know. I feel like we kind of came into this looking at like that team that was like, we don't know how well they're going to play. We don't know if they're going to play good. I'm looking around right now. I'm like, who do I want to play? But I'm just excited to play. I'm so glad to play everyone here. I mean, that was a good game. I felt like I was shooting. We played Minot off broadcast, and I want to play them again. Now that I'm firing, I want to play them again.
All right. Well, I'm excited to see you play again as well when you take the stage next time on stream. But Artie, congratulations on your win, and take the night, celebrate it with your team. I'm looking forward to seeing you back on broadcast, buddy.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, Andy, after the interview with Artie, I mean, what a guy. He's really got his head on for Call of Duty, and that is a man who knows how to play the game. And he was talking about every strategy for hardpoint that you would ever need for. Do you block? Do you flip forward? Do you want to take the AR out? Do you want to take the SMG out? He's thinking of it all right now. I love that the side of Canon has a brain like Artie on their team.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. A lot of the things he's talking about, really great to hear. He seems to have a real understanding of the game and a real respect for it as well as his fellow competitors. And I am definitely looking forward, or at least hoping to see Cannon play against Minor on the main stage. I'd love to see a full flow Artie up against that squad. That would be something absolutely wonderful to watch. But other than that, it has been an incredible first day here alongside you, brother. Always a pleasure to get to cast with you. Massive thank you to you, of course, and then the production team in the back for what has been a ridiculously good day one.
It has been a good day, but it's only day 1 of 3 here at the CONUS Championships. And Enigma, tomorrow we get to run things back, same time, same place with some more action. This time we're done with the regionals, so we're going to keep continuing on with nothing but the CONUS Cup Championships as these teams are now looking to drive forward towards the belt at the end of the road. Once again, I want to give a big shout out to USO for allowing us over at the Eglin Air Force Base, putting this on for Air Force Gaming, for Space Force Gaming. Everything under this banner has been a pleasure to witness, and I cannot wait to see it tomorrow as well. So everybody, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you all tomorrow with some more CONUS Cup Championships.